Well, good morning everybody and welcome to live coverage of a brand new era for Club 100 here at Buckmore Park. Welcome to the first round of the all-new Club 100 Cadets Championship, 21st of May 2022. Very glad to have you here on your Alpha Live stream. My name is Andrew Mather. Alongside me in the commentary box today is John Ratcliffe. We should also say as well, this is also the second round of our Juniors Championship, the first time for those drivers in front of Alpha Live cameras. And John, I'm really excited for this. Great circuit to have a championship opener. A little bit different. We're in May. Normally we're talking about season openers in January and February, but we've waited a long time for this. Cadet Championship is finally here.
We have waited some time, but finally here, as you say, at the beautiful Buckmore Park circuit. Probably luckily for the cadets and the juniors as well, to be fair, that they have waited this long, because I don't think I've ever raced here where it's been this lovely weather as it has been so far today. So hopefully it stays like that, for their sake at least, because we're in the comments box, so we're going to be lovely and dry no matter what happens, so we're not too fussed. But yeah, I'm really excited for today's racing. Yeah, I got up all giddy this morning. I'm ready to see how good the racing will be there out on track. With a lot of these drivers, there's quite differing abilities amongst the grid, so we could see some great racing at the front and maybe some more interesting racing near the back, but it all should be very fun.
Absolutely. To go through the format for today, because for those of you who are regular viewers for our Club 100 Sprints coverage in the seniors, bit of a different format, but one that long-term viewers or long-term members of the Club 100 community I actually remember from a few years ago from the old open lightweight and heavyweight championships. Karts are out on circuit at the moment past the VT. Trust us, they are out there running for their free practice sessions. They will then start with a timed qualifying session in two groups, Group 1 and Group 2. So that'll take us through to about 11 o'clock, and then we will have pre-finals in a B and an A final. So if your qualifying time's a little bit further down the order, you'll be in that B final. If your qualifying time is a little bit better, you'll be up in the A final, pre-A final. That'll be what the drivers are mainly focusing on this early part of the morning, is trying to get into that pre-A final. There will be promotion from the pre-B final up into the next set of finals, so we'll go again then from around 12 o'clock with B finals and A finals. To cut to the short, the key point, John, we're going to see all of these drivers out on circuit 3 times, once for a qualifying session and 2 races across the course of this morning and early afternoon session.
Epic. It's going to be great fun. It should give the drivers lots of time out on track, bum time in the seat, just get up and ready and used to the karts as they push on for the rest of the season this year. And just go with a little bit more housekeeping. So we've effectively got 4 different championship classes running today, 2 in cadets, 2 in juniors. So we will have the cadet class as part of the Cadet Championship. Those are for drivers between the ages of 7 and 10 years of age. And then in the afternoon, so do stick about with us for the later afternoon session, you'll have the Super Cadets, slightly older, 10 to 13 years of age. Juniors, again, we've got 2 categories there. Now their categories are determined by weight of driver, between light and super light. I wish I was a super light. Back a long time ago I may have been a super light, not today. But for our teenage drivers, 13 through 18 years of age, what was last year known as the Young Drivers Championship is now the Juniors Championship. We'll be seeing the lightweights this morning and then the super lightweights this afternoon, and all of those 4 categories all running that same schedule as we mentioned, of a qualifying and then at least 2 races, unless you repcharge through from one of the B finals into the higher grid. I think I've covered everything. Who have we got on the chat, John? Great job. We got loads of people in the chat saying hello. We got a couple of people who I do recognise from our main Club 100 Championship. One guy I did pick out, Mike Coffin, saying good luck to the next generation.
Yes, and it's very much, I think that's a key point that Mike's picked up on there. We've done a bit of a paddock walk this morning, which you'll see over the lunch break, so do stick about for that. So we've got a lot of new drivers, a lot of new faces to the Club 100 paddock. fantastic, absolutely fantastic to have them here. But you have also got some drivers who are sons and daughters of people that have raced at Club 100 for a very long time, which I just think is really good to see.
Definitely. Getting more and more people involved in the Club 100 ecosystem is always brilliant to see. And yeah, seeing events sold out, grids full, loads of drivers on circuit is always a pleasant sight. And the more drivers you have out there, the more fun everyone has because you've got more people to race against.
Indeed. So, dear,
bit of a
couple of spins there down through time sweeping pulls. So the karts that you're seeing on circuit will be familiar to you if you are a regular Club 100 viewer. These are a group of juniors at the moment. So this is Junior Lightweight Group 2. It's just free practice at the moment. This isn't for any kind of timed spot on a grid. But these karts, it's the same karts that we have in the seniors for the sprints and the BUKC. So we won't go too much into detail about those karts because we know them. We'll see the new Cadet kart out later on. And let's say, John, we had a walk down into the paddock or through the paddock. We've walked everywhere this morning.
Yes.
New karts look good, don't they?
Oh, they look absolutely stunning. They're just fantastic. I mean, stick around to the paddock show so you can see me try and fit in one with the pedals all the way close to me. That wasn't the most comfortable, but they look brilliant, and I do love how there's that whole sort of ladder now going on with Club 100, how you can succinctly and easily move through up different categories all the way up into the main Club 100 Championship. It's just fantastic. Yeah, we had a chat with Hugh Chambers, Chief Exec of Motorsport UK. He's not here today in that capacity. He's in a different capacity here today. But we did talk to him about that ladder and how the thoughts behind these two championships, the cadets, the juniors, and very much about why the Young Drivers Championship has become known as the juniors. It's aligning to the karting pathway that Motorsport UK have had in development now for a couple of years, and giving drivers that ladder that we can talk about. It's like, okay, you start in the cadets, then you go up to juniors, then you get a little bit older, you go into seniors, and then if possible you go off to do owner racing a little bit more, all the way up to the British Karting Championships that you can follow here on Alpha Live. So yeah, really excited to see this one get underway. How many minutes of this practice session have we got to go? Just under 3, it seems.
Just 3 minutes. Let's do a bit more housekeeping, because I say it's round 2 for the juniors, and they all had a round down at Bayford Meadows some weeks ago. So let's start with our junior lightweights and where they are. Still very early stages of the season, so after 2 finals, 1 round, Anthony Amato took the double win at Bayford Meadows, so he has a perfect 260 points out of a possible 260. Louis Falk is second, 6 points back, took a second place in the pre-final at Bayford Meadows. George Hannay, who's looked very quick so far this morning, was second in the trophy final. He's actually tied on points with Falk at the moment, so 2 drivers there on 2.54. Sam May is 4th on 2.52. Has been on the podium in a pre-final so far this year, and Jake Richards is in 5th place in the championship on 250 points, so 10 points covering the top 5 after 2 finals so far this year. In total there will be 8 rounds, so 16 finals across the course of the year. There will be drop scores as part of that. A little bit early though to start talking about that, because it's still, let's say, very early, and we will have several rounds covered this year on your Alpha Live stream. Cadets, I've got no championship tables, of course. Of course, it's the first day of the season.
Will we be seeing another spreadsheet of doom?
Of course we'll be seeing a spreadsheet of doom later in the season. Don't you worry, Mr. Ratcliffe. That will be prepared. And traditions. And you'll be getting some training on that. And Mr. Mitchell, and this is the point. Take over if I croak up here, because regular viewers may be wondering, where is the bearded one? Where is Howard? He's having something right. I mean, this is important. This is the most important thing for us today. But I am very, very pleased to state that as of 10:18 yesterday morning, Matilda Cora Mitchell came into the world. All of us here at Club 100, Alpha Live, and this half of DDMM. Howard, Nikki, Matilda, we love you. We love you to bits. And I won't go into the details, but they've had a heck of a week. So I'm sure They may be watching. If they're not, they'll all be asleep. Because
yeah, probably more likely. Yeah.
And that is the news from DDMM Outpost in Long Lawford, that she's here finally. So best wishes to the whole Mitchell family here from everyone at Buckmore Park. Practice session is over, John.
Indeed it is.
Which means we hopefully, I'm just going to check my schedule, be getting ready. We are running slightly behind schedule by some 4 or 5 minutes. So if you are following on results.alphatime.co.uk/club100, you can see the approximate timings for all of the sessions. But I think we will get things underway in a short moment for the first qualifying session, which will be the first group of cadets heading out on circuit soon. So getting ready then for the first qualifying. Kart's heading out on circuit now, and we'll get our first appearance of the day for the brand new Club 100 Cadet karts. So this kart has been tested extensively. All of the drivers have had up to 2 academy race days, so those weren't part of the championship, but also gave the drivers an opportunity to get up to speed in the karts, have some practice races, and here it is. Here is the new kart, the Cadet kart. What do you think of it, John?
Oh, it's absolutely stunning. Honestly, I'm surprised at how fast they are.
Yeah,
but they almost would keep up with a I was going to say a real sized, a larger Club 100 kart. As we've already had one driver had a little spin there, easy to do there through that fast first section of corners. But yeah, the karts do look fantastic, and as you were saying earlier, brand spanking new. So I can imagine after today, maybe they'll have a few more scuffs on the side, but maybe I shouldn't assume that. All these young drivers are going to be fantastic and allowing and respectful of their fellow racing drivers, aren't they?
They are indeed. So the story of this next session, as I say, we haven't seen this format on a Alpha live stream for a few years, but it's the same format that before we merged all the Sprint Seniors drivers into one flow of a race meeting. We used to have in the lightweights and the heavyweights. So back when I did a little bit of racing myself in that, it's a very tricky session. I found these qualifying sessions to get right. You've got, well, how many have we got out there? We've got 20 karts out there on circuit. It's early phase, you know, you've had your practice, you've had some laps there. It's just about find yourself in a nice bit of clear track and get some banker laps in. Maybe try and do something tactically later on, get a bit of a slipstream and find someone to work with, but you don't want to waste time in this session being in amongst it in traffic.
No, definitely. As I was saying earlier, it's all about getting that time in the seat and just going round and doing lap after lap after lap, getting used to it, getting yourself up to speed. And as you say, yeah, once you start to feel more comfortable with it, you can start thinking about tactics, but at the end of the day, there's no need to try and do that too fast, because then you'll end up not thinking about the basics and you'll just go slower. So, yeah, just get that time in the seat. And as we can see here, the number 17 is flying around the circuit at the moment. It's our leading driver currently, Mr. Hamilton, at the top of the timing sheets. That's something we usually see, but maybe not this year.
Yeah, the 8-year-old from Billingshurst in West Sussex races as part of the Buckmore Park Junior Club, so knows this circuit pretty well. And we've got some nice bits of information from actually a good number of our drivers, really. So thank you to everybody who's sent those bits of information in. Rory likes playing Minecraft, bottle flipping, dice stacking, and swimming. Also makes his own YouTube videos, his YouTube channel TTRS Heroes. So doing very, very well. Wants to follow in his godfather's footsteps and drive in Genettas and maybe Formula 4 in the future. But at the moment, Rory Hamilton going very quickly. 50.824 is the fastest lap time at the moment. Luka Batwev is in second place. Teddy Young has just hopped up to third. Still got a while in this session to go though, 6.5 minutes. There is Luca in the number 11. As I say, you'll see the, oh, it's been changed there. It's Solomon Adeniji has gone to the top of the timesheet with a 49.963. Good lap there.
Very good, yeah. Lots of times changing at the top of the board. Obviously, their first time out there for a proper qualifying session, so just getting up to speed. And we will see those times continuing to change throughout this relatively short session, to be fair. You do need to get that time in the seat and get more experience, but equally, you don't have too much time to mess about.
Yeah. What I do quite like about this format is once we get through this qualifying phase, you'll get 2 grids. You'll get a pre-B and a pre-A final. The pre-B will go first, but it's particularly as a young driver coming into it and gaining experience, you'll be around drivers of a similar pace to you, which you wouldn't necessarily get in a random grid format.
I was going to say, for BUKC, yeah, the first time out there and you're chucked in at like P5 and you're like, oh my goodness, I don't know what I'm doing.
Ilya Veliko has gone to the top of the timesheets, 49.663, 3/10 quicker than Adeniji at the moment. Hamilton in 3rd place. Teddy Young in 4th, and Daniel Wisniauskas. And I'm going to use this opportunity to say, if we are pronouncing any names incorrectly, please do tell us. Tell us kindly, but do tell us.
We're trying our best.
Rory Hamilton back to provisional pole position then, 49.591. There is Veliko in the number 51. I love this car. I just love the look at it. It's great.
I love the nose cone a lot. The steering column, I think that looks brilliant.
It's almost a bit like to an older Club 100 kart back from the early to mid 2000s. Superbly maintained by the team in Sittingbourne, and I can say a lot of hours have gone into getting these karts ready for today, and behind the scenes as well with the administration. Really is good to get this series underway. Good lap time there from Luca Batarev. In fact, another good lap time from Luca. Goes up to 3rd place. 49.727. There's number 47, Soren Chambers. Here with his dad, Hugh Chambers, who we spoke to both of them in the Paddock earlier. The Paddock show, which you'll be able to see at half-time. Chambers currently in 19th position. A lot of these drivers, you know, they've talked about the even at cadet level, differences in experience. You know, you've got some drivers who've done a good amount of cadet race. Maybe they have their own kart, a Honda Cadet, for example, and they've done some Bambinos. You know, even at the age of 8, 9, 10, they've already been doing it for maybe 4 years, for example.
Yeah.
Other drivers never raced at all before, which is absolutely fine. It's great, and this is what this is about, isn't it? This cadet championship is offering people a new way in if they've never raced before, but also if they have got some experience that they can race competitively on a budget.
Yeah, exactly, and I think that was what quite a few of the parents that you interviewed in the grandstand were saying, how good it was for value for money wise, this championship, comparatively to owner car racing. It's definitely an easier way of beginning to get involved, especially when they're a child. I mean, I certainly remember from my childhood, I would like Pokemon for a month and then I'd change and I'd like something else, like Power Rangers, and then I'm like whatever. So when you're allowing a child's passion to grow, you can be a little bit, well, I don't want to sink thousands into this, and then they go, actually, I'm not bothered by this. So this is a great way to get involved. Then they realise, actually, I love this, and then get involved and move further up the Club 100 ecosystem.
Absolutely. There's Leo Edgar on your screen, kart number 35, currently in 9th place. Good lap time from Leo, 50.892. And going from experience previously in the lights and heavyweights, I would expect a pretty much half and half split. So if you're in the top 10 in this session, you're standing a good chance of getting into the pre-A final. That will be in the first round of races that we'll have from about 11 o'clock. Don't worry if you don't get in though, because there is that pre-B final which offers an opportunity, several opportunities actually, through positions to get up into the A group, the Alpha group. But definitely at this stage of the day, we'll be hoping to try and get in that top 10. And then hoping that the second group is, relatively similar pace or not quicker, so that you get into that. But we'll keep abreast of that situation to track who's going in to that pre-A final group.
I'm going to put you on the spot here. Do we know how that works with drivers moving between the pre-B and then the A final and the
unless I'm mistaken, it'll be similar to what we still do have in the Sprints Championship. Top 4 of the pre-B will go up into the A final, and the top 2 of the Trophy B final will go up into go onto the back of the grid.
Gotcha.
Oh dear, Simon Chambers has had a bit of a spin there. The number 47 made a little bit of assistance to get back out on circuit. Is that Vinton Bell just helping him back onto track there, because same rules as we have in the seniors. You're not allowed to start from a stationary position when you're on the grass. Well done by Soren there. Easy to forget. Not long to go in this session. 15, 14, 13, 12 seconds. So if you're coming over the line now, you will get one more lap in. Still Rory Hamilton on pole position by half a tenth over Ilya Veliko. Checkered flag is now out, so if you're coming over the line now, that's it. There's the number 17 over the line. That is Rory Hamilton, and does a 49.535. Ilya Veliko, I think, is coming over the top of the hill in a short moment of time. You're looking out for kart number 51. I think this is it. This is going to be the lap that's going to decide who is on pole position. Was a personal best in sector number 1 for Ilya. There goes the number 37 of Freddie Powell over the line. There is the 51. Oh, close, but not close enough. 49.483 last time around. So that's at least at the end of group number 1. That's almost like half time. We've ran the Football League playoffs in the last few weeks. That's the end of leg 1.
Yep.
We'll have leg 2 in a bit, but it's Hamilton from Veliko, Batuev, Adeniji, Young. That is your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to take a short break. Next out on circuit, it's Group 1 of the junior lightweights. Getting ready then for the first group of the junior lightweights. Same story again. A short session for these drivers to try and set as fast a lap time as possible, and to try and qualify for that pre-A final later on this morning.
Dr. Mix-Up in the chat has said for the smaller, younger karts, wow, the ride looks bumpy on those.
Yes, that is a very good point. That obviously these drivers are, weighing 35, 40 kilos. It really does show the physical nature of this Buckmore Park circuit that you don't necessarily get when you've got 85 kilos of Yorkshiremen bouncing around this place. But I can tell you from experience, it hurts if you catch it in the wrong place, and we mentioned it on the Paddock show that we'll show later, that you've got corners like Paddock, who saw certain YouTubers having a bit of a problem with during the Buckmore Park 24-hour a few weeks ago. So yeah, it is a real tester on the body and on the mind, this circuit.
Yeah, oh my goodness. We were saying again in the Paddock show, 25 minutes round here and you want to go home and have a little cry to yourself. It absolutely batters your body. But it is so much fun. It's such a fun, fast, sweeping circuit, especially this section that we're looking at on cameras right now. In these adult karts, obviously, I haven't done it in the Cadet, so don't quite know what it's like. But in these adult karts, you are hanging on for dear life. It doesn't really look like it from an outside perspective. It just looks pretty relaxed, to be honest. But no, when you're in there, you are hanging on for dear life. And if you get it slightly wrong, you're spinning around into that barrier.
Correction, I have made a mistake already. It's not top 4 from a pre-final, it's top 2. So it's top nice 2. And easy for each of us to remember. 2 B-level finals, top 2 go through to the A level in each race.
Very simple, and that clears it up for everyone watching on the stream. Now we know what's going on, but yeah, we've got what, just less than 8 minutes left to go. This junior lightweight Group 1 qualifying. And the times nearer the top, obviously we only just started, but the times nearer the top, a little bit closer than they were in our Cadet Championship.
Yeah.
But I feel like that's pretty understandable. These guys probably have a bit more experience.
There's Ben Lambeth on your screen, who's racing in a double effort this year, not just in the junior championships, but in the senior sprints as well. Saw him a couple of weekends ago at Glany-Gors. If you missed that stream, that round, very good round. Always love going to Glany-Gors so much that I spent a whole week out there between our Club 100 Sprints round and our Super 1 event the weekend before. But if you missed any of that action, you can watch it back here on the Alpha Live YouTube channel for free. Do make sure, if you haven't already, click that subscribe button if you're watching us here on YouTube, and share the stream out as well. And also share the stream if you're watching on Facebook today. Let's try and get as many people aware and watching these young drivers as possible. But Lambeth doing well here, John. He's currently half a second clear of the rest of the field.
He's doing very well, isn't he? Yeah, obviously was out at GYG, as you say. I think that was the first time where I've been to GYG, and it's been beautiful bright blue skies. I actually got a sunburn.
Yes.
I got a sunburn that day in Wales.
Yeah.
That is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And, of course, I've got to give a shout-out to my favourite man in the world, Fraser Brunton, taking the win in the lightweight finals again. What a legend.
He's having a stunning season.
Cardiff man.
Both for individually and for, I say a stunning season, he's had a stunning season, because of course we've finished the BUKC season.
Yep, we're done now.
For 2022.
And I'm too old now.
So
sad.
I
know. I don't like it, mate. I don't like it.
I'd say it gets easier, but it doesn't. Yeah, how are we doing? 6 minutes to go. George Hannay's just popped in a very good lap time, 46.964, onto, at least provisionally, the front row of the grid. We'll see if that stays once the second groups have completed. All the times will be aggregated together. That's the word I'm looking for. Unless it rains, which, looking in the skies, I don't think it's going to. If there were to be a change of conditions between Group 1 and Group 2, you would then take first from each group, that's your front row, second from each group, that's your second row. But I don't think we're going to need to bring that into play
today.
You've
said it now, so it's going to happen. Now you've said it's not going to rain, it's going to rain.
The curse has been strong over the last few weeks. And
we got a new time at the top, mate.
Jake Richards, 46.781, so less than half a tenth quicker than Lambeth at the moment. Who else is on the move? I can see Tomino Kolovecki in the number 83 has just gone up to 7th place with a 47.385. Your screen at the moment is Edward Gordon, running a bit of a Jean Lacey style helmet, particularly with the black and red bands on the side of the lid there. Nicky Richardson will like that one, and he is here today. Here is your current pole sitter, Richards, 46.781.
I did see Nicky doing track walks this morning with about 1,000 people congregated around him, trying to get any information they can off of him.
Is he looking like some form of strange karting Pied Piper?
He's the new Messiah, leading leading all the people to the promised land of quick lap times. And not the Shadow Realm. 4 minutes to go. Richards still leads, or has pole position, I should say. Lambeth second, Hannay third. Ben Foden has just improved to a 46.992. That's good enough for fourth place at the moment. Less than half a tenth between the top two. 3.5 minutes to go. Could very much still change with the times this close near the top. And I will say, since we were talking about BUKC for a bit, and BUKC is definitely involved in this Club 100 ecosystem, Sanders makes a very good point. BUKC 24 hours is still to come at least. So we've got a little bit more BUKC 2022 to come. At, of course, Teesside Autodrome. A beautiful but very bumpy track.
Very bumpy.
But I'm very much looking forward to that. Out with the Cardiff boys, that's going to be good fun. And I'll see you there, Mr. Sanders. But we look back to the juniors out on track. More changes up in the top 10. Number 34 moving up to 4th place. Mr. Hannay and Hen and Gordon moving around him as well in 5th and 6th. We continue to look at beautiful green helmet on the 52 kart. An absolute stunner there. That's Josh Bates, currently sat in 12th position. And we'll see as this one continues to wind down who manages to take the pole. Richards has extended his lead out front for that pole position. Now 0.137 splits him and Lambeth at the top. Lambeth getting a track limits warning though, needs to watch out for that. Don't really get penalties in qualifying because that just means unnecessary positions lost for the start of your race. You can see them almost going 3 wide there through the fast left-hand section. Not the smartest thing to be doing in qualifying, but you want to get ahead and you want to get some clear air on track, so a good way to do that is by overtaking people, so understandable.
Couple of track limit warnings coming through. Track limits mainly around this circuit. Perfect timing. Out of Henry's here. So straddling the white line, that's fine. That's okay. And then out of hairpin 2 as well. Drivers should not be drifting out too wide beyond and fully into that red part of the circuit there. Again, that's okay. Straddling the line.
It can really catch you out though, because it tightens up really quickly, doesn't it, out that hairpin.
And down here as well. Fairly standard in Motorsport UK stuff. Got to keep, and there's a penalty
for our pole man.
For pole sitter now. This will mean that some laps are deleted. There's it's an overtake under yellow penalty.
Well, we were watching them go 3 wide down the fast left-hander here, so that might have been into a yellow flag situation.
Now Richards has just gone quicker again, a 46.398. So if
he would still technically be pole, wouldn't he?
He would still technically be pole, yeah, because it would be his fastest lap would be deleted as a penalty. But if his second fastest lap is still pretty nifty, then he'll hold on to the positions. Also a penalty, track limits for Kolovecki. But Ben Foden's just popped in a good lap time, 46.761 for the Alpha Delta Racing driver in the number 25.
And that backs up what Dylan Davis said in the chat. Ben Foden is a different breed.
He is a different breed. We have another driver who we spoke to this morning. You can watch those interviews later on. 30 seconds to go. So if you're crossing the line now, this is your final lap. Starting your final lap now. A bit of a slower lap time from Richards there, 47.2. The number 60 of Christian Hoos goes over the line. He's currently in 13th place. Good lap time there from Rafael Mango. Has just got up to, was 6th place, but Edward Gordon has just displaced him there. So Gordon in 6th, Mango in 7th. William Henn has come over the line, holds in 4th. Remember, this is the first group. There'll be a second group of drivers following later on. So these positions that you see on your screen now will change dependent on how quick the second group goes. Ben Lambeth has come across the line, has gone quicker, 46.771, but stays in 3rd. Richards comes over the line, goes no quicker. Where is Ben Foden? On the tracker, he's about halfway around the circuit, probably down the bottom end of the track, John. You'll probably be able to see his black and orange suit in a short moment's time. Where is he over the line? Is he going to go quicker? Can he wrestle this pole position away from Jake Richards?
I haven't spotted him, mate.
No, I think he's bailed. I think he's bailed on the lap time. So there it is. End of group number 1. It's Richards on a 46.398. Your provisional pole sitter, but we've got some penalties. Let's take a short break. Next out on circuit, it's group 2 in the qualifying for the cadets. Cadet Group 2 out on circuit already. So, how this will work, the session itself, exactly the same as what we've seen so far. All of these drivers, John, will be, we have had a look at those lap times that we've seen in Group 1, go, right, let's try and beat those, let's get into what the aim will be once we combine the times from both groups, that if you're in the top 18, you've got that spot in the pre-A final.
Exactly, it's going to be just as we said for the first session out in these new karts. These drivers, all not first time out the day, will have had a practice, but first time out in a proper qualifying session again, just getting up to speed. We can see there is a kart going around with no number on it. I will just say that is Dante Dillon, one of our kart testers.
Oh, that's okay.
He looks a bit big to be a cadet, and he is a bit big. He is at university, so he fits into the kart a bit better than I did, though, doesn't he? But
he's going to be thrilled.
He's very much a lightweight.
That's probably the first time someone's ever said that Dante looks big.
That's very true. That's very true. I was going to say, usually at BUKC, he's
one of our more diminutive drivers.
Yeah, one of the
very
smaller
fast.
ones. Incredibly fast, and has a trolley that he has to bring round with him to carry his weight with him. You know that's when he's particularly small. Yeah, a very quick driver, as you say. So a fantastic man to be out there doing the kart testing and making sure they're all up to speed and they're all as close as they possibly can be to each other.
Keep your comments coming in. Unless your name is Motorsport Magpie, of course. Enough of that. I'm not having anything bad said against Morgan Gibbs-White. We've gone on to football already. But yes, this qualifying session for this group of drivers, who's at the top of the timesheets early on. White McAllister, who, apologies, he was wearing, I believe he was wearing a lid at the time. I didn't quite hear him. I'm a bit old and hard of hearing. I may have called him Wayne this morning in the Paddock talk, so I will apologise in advance for that. He's very smart, he's very talkative, and he's very quick as well. He's currently the fastest driver on a 50.406 now. To remind you guys, particularly if you've just tuned in, the fastest lap time that we saw in Group 1 was Hamilton on a 49, not that Hamilton, Rory Hamilton, on a 49.187. P2 was a 49.229. I've just scribbled down as well that Harry Bell was the 10th fastest driver in that first group with a 50.726. So we'll keep an eye on that. But Noah Hobson's gone quick early on as well, as first driver in this group down into the 49s, 49.990.
I feel like they've got down into the 49s faster than the first group.
Yes. No, I think you're right there.
Whether that's the track evolving, getting a bit more heat, maybe something to do with it, but maybe just these drivers getting up to speed a bit quicker.
Maybe you can follow all the results as they come in. Results.alphatime.co.uk/Club100/2022, and on there you will see a little link that says today's event title. Just to confirm that from that Group 1 in the junior lightweights, Jake Richards has held on to that pole position, even after penalties were applied to his, number of his, at least one of his lap times. That's
pretty impressive.
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive. To be able to do multiple lap times that take the pole position is, yeah, fair play. Fair play, you deserve that one. We have got a few penalties already come in for this one. Theo Williams, I think he was currently in, well, he wasn't 16th last time I checked, unless he's jumped up the, there we go, he's in 13th now, but he's got an ABC takeout penalty. Jacob Sulch has an ABC bump and pass. Maximilian Baskov has an overtake on the yellows. So all of those guys are going to be losing their fastest lap time at the end of this one. Big jump there from Jacob. Number 64 car up 11 spots there, jumping up into third place on the timing. A great lap from him.
So this is where my brain starts going into overdrive, working out where we're standing at the moment. So
you got a big brain though, Andrew. It's fine. You'll be able to deal with it.
Yeah, it's a bit battered though. So to remember, 50.726 was 10th fastest in group number 1. But to put it in a very extreme sense, if 18 drivers in this session all went quicker than anybody else in the first group, those 18 would all qualify. It's not necessarily, oh, we'll take 9 from group 1 and 9 from group 2. No,
this is the fairest way to do it.
It's the grouped collective of drivers across the two groups. McAllister goes back to the top of the timesheets in this group with a 49.770. I mean, that would be pretty good on the versus the first group. That would have been good enough for 5th place in the first group, so he's already up onto row number 3. Keep tabs of this one, because I think it's all going to change very quickly once we get to the end of this session. There's the number 18 on your screen of Theo Williams, currently in 15th place. The number 64 of Jakub Milczewski. I think it isn't actually. Apologies. Currently in 4th place in this group, 50.536. So actually, yes, we're starting to see some lap times coming in that are quicker than that 10th place 50.726 that we mentioned from group number 1. So I'm gonna go quiet for a second, John, and try and work out where we are, who's on the bubble.
All right, well, you work that out. I'll have a little chatter. But I was going to say that one thing I have noticed, certainly about the lap times coming in, between the cadets and then the juniors and the seniors and the larger karts, with these guys I feel like the progression of lap times is slightly different.
Yeah.
With the younger guys, you'll see them kind of put in a base lap time and then slowly every lap, a tenth or two quicker, 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 continuously throughout the session. I feel like with the older drivers, we get up to our close to maximum a lot faster, and then kind of just jump around that and might luckily suddenly get a time that's better than the rest of ours. So good to see these drivers ploughing on and continuing to get more time in the seat and continuing to get faster, which is brilliant. And another thing I will mention, you can notice from this shot, you can see the pedals on these new cadet karts do have green on the right-hand pedal, red on the left-hand pedal, of course, meaning accelerate on the right, brake on the left. And we saw these karts when we were at Shennington for BUKC, and a couple of my mates were saying that we think a few of the BUKC drivers might need those green and red bits on the edge of the pedals as well. So maybe one of the additions for 2023 to the main BUKC Club 100 karts. But,
I thought I had it for a second of what our on the bubble lap time is
right.
at the moment.
That's all right.
I'm going to go that it's a 50.737. So currently, if you're Miles Burton in 7th place in this group or higher, you're in at the moment. If you're Rory Hamilton, Ilya Veliko, Luka Batuev, Solomon Adeniji, Teddy Young, Jack Holmes, Theo Brown, Daniel Wisniauskas, Leo Edger. It's Edger. I've had a note from the boss.
Okay.
So we'll get that right from now on. Harry Bell, they're all in at the moment. So we're looking around. This is where I get very excited about not necessarily those at the front of the order, because we'll see them later on. It's the ones in the middle and who's trying to get into that pre-A final. Charlie Walker's just had a good effort, 50.775, 8th place in this session, and that would have put him in 11th place in the other one. So at the moment, that's okay. That is just on the right side of 18th place. Just over a minute of this session to go. Still Wyatt McAllister leading.
And while you were chatting about all that, so Wyatt did go even faster at the top, nearly half a second clear of Hobson at the top of the timings now.
Currently, I think, on for the 2nd row of the grid for the pre-A final, which will be determined by these lap times. Maximilian Braskov has gone in. Oh, that's a good lap from Harry Knight. Harry Knight in the number 63 has just gone in and put a 50.713. That is quicker than 10th place in the last group. So that means it's now top 9 from group 1 and top 7. Well, that gives us 16 drivers. So Harry Bell is still in. I think Miles Burton is still in also.
Yeah, your brain's working overtime now, isn't it?
It's going full chat. Oh, there's number 64 there's had a bit of a moment. That's Milcharski.
Yeah, some drivers getting slightly frustrated, getting caught up on their laps. But I'd hope in the cadets we won't see the same sort of hand gestures that we see in BUKC. And,
I would hope
not. I would hope so. A bit more respect from the younger drivers. But yeah, it's my mate on the BUKC Facebook. There was a picture of him giving an interesting hand gesture at Wilton Mill to someone, and he commented, "I'm going for first," says John Cleland.
For first, says John Cleland, yes.
Classic.
Miles Burton has just got himself into the top 18. Good lap there from Miles Burton, 50.416. Charlie Walker as well, 50.4. We said that there were going to be some lap times towards the end of this session that could change things. All provisional, of course. Drivers coming across the line now. This is them seeing the checkered flag. It's McAllister from Hobson. Jacob Underhill up in 3rd place in this session. Will be comfortably in the pre-A final. Milcharski looks to be in as well. I'm seeing a 50.713 from Harry Knight. And I think that is it. I think that is it, that it's the top 9 from each... Oh, well done, cadets. Making it nice and easy for me. That it's the top 9 from each group that are your top 18 across the whole field of 40 drivers. We'll see if that is true when the grid is issued shortly. We're going to have another short break. Next out to circuit is Group 2 qualifying for junior lightweights. back with us here at Buckmore Park. I've just had it noted to me that the driver that we said earlier had a John Lacey helmet. It's actually an Elio De Angelis helmet from the 80s. It's very similar, except it's not got the blue bit on top that a Lacey had. Sorry, I'm a 90s kid. My bad. Group 2 qualifying out now for junior lightweights. Same story again. Who can get in the top 18? A couple of numbers for you. 46.398 was the fastest lap time registered and classified in Group 1. That was Jake Richards. Ben Foden was second on a 46.602. Joshua Greaves is the one that I've written down on my sheet here. Was 10th on a 47.297. This is already, John, getting a little bit busy at the start of this qualifying session. Look at them all squabbling here through the top end of the circuit. Yeah,
very busy. Not what you want to be doing to get a quick lap time, as we've got a spinner. 77 goes round at the first hairpin. That's John Warren. Interesting that he's the one to spin on camera. John Warren, actually a famous YouTuber out there on circuit today, is John. I think he's got about 50k, 60k subscribers. Formula 1 YouTuber, so big shout out to him. And having a little spin on camera to start the session, which is always good to see. But yeah, shout out to John there in the pink helmet. But yeah, as you were saying, very busy out there on circuit. Yep. Drivers not yet dropping back to try and get some clear laps, but equally, it's good to have a bit of experience getting in amongst the pack, isn't it?
It is. I'm just looking at the timesheets. Nerd alert. From Group 1. This was a mighty close Group 1 in the middle pack. I'm looking at Matthew Cooper on a 47.297. Greaves mentioned on a 47.294 for Cooper. 47.297 for Greaves. 3 thousandths of a second difference. Now, we saw in the cadets at the top, if you were in the top 9 in either of the two groups, you got in the top 18. If that happens again here, Greaves is going to be kicking things because he'll have missed out by 3 thousandths of a second. We hope not, of course, as here's Alex Jackson on the screen, currently the fastest driver in this session, 47.490. So at the moment, everyone's still very much getting themselves up to speed. Jackson goes quicker. I think that as a lap time will be into the pre-A straight away. But someone is going to miss out here on this pre-A final, the top 18, or at least qualifying for it automatically, by a very, very small margin. So you've got Cooper and Greaves, 3 thousandths difference. Josh Bates in 11th from Group 1, 47.311. 47.390 for John Al Muhai. So you've got a very close pack there of just 4 drivers covered by about a 10th of a second. You're going to throw some more of these drivers on top.
Do the 2 Jacksons at the top of the timing screens have anything to do with each other, or we just happen to have 2 Jacksons? Because that makes it very difficult for us, doesn't it?
It does. Thank you, Joey DeParato, has just gone in and broken that bit up. And Leo French has gone into 3rd place as well. And now we've got some really good lap times coming through. Oh, the 73s had a bit of a moment in front of us here in the commentary box. James Shotton has got going again now.
Luckily, he did it in the bit of cafe where you can see down the hill.
Yes.
That's always a bit scary trying to get the turn around when you can't see what's coming around the blind corner. But he's back around safely and carries on.
A flag down at the bottom of the hill I can see. Not quite sure what the cause of that flag is. Everybody paying attention to that very nicely indeed. Just caught a sight of the number 18 of Leo French. There is a new provisional pole time from this driver, Joey DeParato, 46.819. Fastest in this group. Penalty for James Shotton for rolling back. Now that will be, as drivers are told when they have a spin, to get on the brakes, just get the kart stopped, and they'll have allowed the kart to roll back for a short moment, but enough of a moment to deem a bit of a safety concern there by one of our observers out on circuit. And that will be Shotton's best lap time, I believe, at the end of this session. Oh, there's a good lap time from Alex Jackson, 46.801. So, time's coming in. Jackson from the Prato, French, Rowe, Joshua Jackson. Marcus Allen has just joined the party. I think that's going to be good enough for the top 18 of 47.215. Lewis Davis has put in a good one as well, the number 20, 47.185. The lap times are coming in, so that's the top 7 in this group already into a 47.2. The top 10 are all in a 47.2, so at the moment on the bubble across the two groups I think is Josh Bates of 47.311. If the session was to end right now, this second, that would be 18th place.
So we've got another penalty come in, this time for Dan Hillier. I believe he was in P9 last time I checked. He is indeed. Yeah. So it's going to be quickest lap time loss for him, and he's right on that cusp, isn't he, of the times you need to get into that A final. So we'll see how he does. Ryan Williams jumping up into the top 10 as well, the number 32 car, the 47.356.
Benjamin Rowe goes quickest of this group, 46.713.
Look how close that is at the top, my goodness.
Mad at the top of this group, and all of these places are for positions on the pre-A and the pre-B final grids. Ryan Williams has improved, the number 32, 47.356, but at the moment that is not enough. Needs another half a tenth to get into the pre-A final grid. De Prato goes quicker again, 46.693. The tyres are coming up to temperature. The fuel's just dropping off a little bit. The drivers are coming up to temperature, getting a little bit warmer. You get looser in the car. You start to feel your way around this circuit more. Good lap time there from Sam Idles. Sam Idles, sorry, has gone into 8th place in this session of 47.283. That is not the new benchmark, it's just inside it. So Joshua Greaves is now the driver on the bubble, 47.297. 10th in Group 1, is currently the 18th fastest lap time across these two groups. We said this was going to be close. It is turning out to be just that. 3 minutes to go, John. This is pressure time.
It's all happening, isn't it? There's a lot of love for Joey in the chat. Nelson DeWolf saying P1 for Joey the Goey, with lots of goat emojis. So clearly lots of love for Mr. De Prato in the chat. But yeah, can he keep that top spot with, as we've said previously, very little amounts of time between himself, P2, P3, and then basically the rest of the top 10. But yeah, this is it. This is crunch time for them. To see, obviously, when they're out there, there's no big board that we have maybe at, say, PF, where you can kind of look over and say, all right, I'm here, I know what I need to do. Unless they have microphones in their helmet and speakers in their helmet, they're not going to have a clue where they are, and they've just got to keep pushing until that checkered flag. And we've got an even faster time at the top of the time sheets now,
and that is good enough for the front row of the pre-A final grid at the moment for Alex Jackson in the 63, 46.499. James Shotton goes quicker, the number 73, to a 47.320, but that's not enough at the moment. Need to be in the 47.2s to get into the pre-A final based on our provisional calculations. Time ticking away, less than 2 minutes of this session to go. There's the number 31 passing through your shot. That's Elliot Baker. It's got Alex Jackson just tucked up behind. So drivers coming over the line now. We'll get 2 more laps in. Mechanical flag for Flame Arikala. Meatball flag out for number 95 there is going to have to come in. That's going to be a pre-B final for Flame. Is anybody else improving? Joshua Jackson has improved to a 47.040, 5th in this group, comfortably in the top 18 for the pre-A at the moment. Nobody seeming like that. Oh, it's big lap there from Toby McAllister-Brown. Great lap from McAllister-Brown. Goes up to 5th in this session. And I think it's just dropped Joshua Greaves out of the top 18. So that is now Idles on a 47.283, 9th in this group. They're doing the top 9s again, aren't they? And it's what we were saying earlier. At the moment, 47.294. Matthew Cooper, 9th in Group 1, is inside the top 18. 3 thousandths slower. Joshua Greaves is on the outside.
Gutted. I can't imagine how he's going to be feeling after that one. But hey, it's all a learning curve. Things to take on, and yeah, that's just motor racing, isn't it? Yeah, it happens. So But I don't know how they split these groups into qualifying 1, qualifying 2, but they seem to have done a pretty good job if they've got 9 in one and 9 in the other.
They have, but Ryan Williams has just popped in a good lap time, 47.105, so that changes the situation again. Checkered flag is now out. Can anybody, I think you've got to be getting a 47.1 or quicker to be safely inside the top 18.
You have. It is so ridiculously close near the top here. We've got to watch them as they come across the line. If we see any big jumpers into those top 9, 8 positions here. 18 shaking his head, although Mr. French did a very good time there. 3/10 off the fastest and will be into our A final.
Sam Iddles, by my calculations, is the driver on the bubble, 47.283. Tom Smith nipped in. Whoa, what a lap there from Tom Smith. Gets in to 10th place, 47.220, right at the end of the session, and may have just dragged himself. Oh, but Shotton's gone in there. James Shotton goes in, 47.175, so just as soon as we were talking about Tom Smith being inside, he may have just been pushed back out again. Oh, this is too close to call, but what we do know is that it's going to be Jake Riches on pole position for the junior lightweights, joined on the front row by Alex Jackson. Really exciting stuff. Oh, big breath. It's race time here at Buckmore Park, and a big one coming up now. So this will be the pre-B final for the cadets. 2 drivers go through from this race into the pre-A final. So Harry Bell will be taking us from pole position. Fabian Gandock alongside on the front row. They'll be able to pull away, get those 2 places, and race again later on in this round of races. Adi Manu and Reese Cranston are there on row 2. Elliot Dimelo and Maximilian Braskov are there on the 3rd row of the grid. Aurora Joel and Oliver Dawson, apologies, are there on the 4th row of the grid. Anthony Zarnecki and Tom Groulois are there on the 5th row of the grid. Oliver Sanderson and Tabitha Meller on the 6th row of the grid. Timmy Shahini and Edward Gillett there on row 7. Archie Peach and Zach Chal on the 8th row of the grid. Hendrix Bennett and Soren Chambers on row 9. And then we find Milo Pittingale and Jakob Schulk on row number 10. Freddie Powell and Theo Williams complete the 22 karts in this race for the Cadet Pre-B final.
Lots of drivers out there for this one. It's going to be busy. Not quite a BUKC 36 kart grid. However, with the cadets, probably wouldn't be too smart having a grid that large. But yeah, it's going to be interesting for them. First time out, first time in proper race conditions. Yep. Very different to qualifying conditions. Very, very different to qualifying conditions.
And as we say, the main objective in this race, I'd say particularly if you're in, because we've got a couple of drivers out of position who've had penalties, it's if you're inside the top 10, you just got to keep it nice and consistent. Try and get in that top 2, but don't worry if you're not in that top 2, because you are going to have a second chance of repecharging through when we get to the Trophy B final later on in this morning and early afternoon part of the day.
I'm going to spring another question on you.
Oh, go on.
The Trophy B final.
Yes.
The grid for that.
Yes.
Is that the finishing order of this first B final, or is it of the earlier qualifying?
Should be. I will check and verify in the rules. There was a period when we used to flip it back and forth. So some years it would be where you finished your pre-race. And sometimes you do it by the lap time that you achieved in the pre-race, which will sometimes put in a bit of a tactical element into it, that if you knew you weren't going to get through the repecharge through, drop back, bang in a couple of quick ones, and get yourself a good slot for the second race. Come back to you on that one.
All right, mate.
Driver's finishing position. There we go.
Okay, so it is. So yeah, you do want to try and keep it.
By each driver's finishing position in the pre-final.
Lovely. You do want to try and keep it clean then.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, definitely just
in
keep
this
it
race,
on the back stuff.
Keep it going, keep it running. Whistle sounds for the drivers to head out on circuit. See them to our right here in the comms box. Here they all are. There's Elliot Dimolo, number 54, who we've seen on Alpha live streams before, raced in the Bambino categories in the Super 1 Championships in previous years. Next round of that competition, by the way, 2 weekends' time down at Play Pigeon in Dorset. Very much looking forward to that one. Great weekend, Jubilee weekend, thanks to Her Majesty. That's plenty amount of time.
Shout out.
For that one. Shout out to
Her
Liz.
Majesty. I'm sure she's tuned in.
Say, in the 9 to 5 job, we did a bit of a test plan for what's happening in the next few days. We had to put a report out for each day and who's doing what. So we put Elizabeth Windsor in as the engineer working on Thursday and Friday in 2 weeks' time. It's caught a couple of people out. Who's this new starter?
Who's this?
Like, think about it. There we go. But yes. Sorry, it's just I've never seen. Oh dear. Oh, I'm not quite sure the drivers are meant to do that. I was just about to comment on how the pace kart driver has never looked so huge.
He does, doesn't he? He looks massive.
But the drivers have decided that they don't want to follow the pace driver. Get some more. See, even at this age,
they can warm up the tyres for longer.
Yeah, you know, take a couple of extra corners.
Oh, there he is. The man, the myth, the legend. Nicky Richardson.
Nicky are on the circuit, and they're being told now, go that way. Go that way. Don't go around the falls.
They're nearly gone there.
Think about it. They're having to think about it. Please don't run a former British champion.
There's one driver trying to go 3 wide here. Let's see how well this start goes.
I'm liking this.
Me
This is
too.
a different dimension. Right, are we ready to go racing here then? Yes, we are, for the first ever race in the Club 100 Cadets Championship. Away we go for the Pre-B final. Top 2 go through. Fabian Gandock's got a great start there in the number 49 as they go through the first couple of corners and down towards the first braking zone of hairpin number 1. All looking fairly clean so far, which is what we want to see. Elliot Dimolo's unfortunately run down a couple of positions there, but it's the number 49 of Gandock ahead of Reece Cranston in the number 19. That's your 1-2 at the moment as they head down to the bottom of the hill.
Gandock went a little bit wide off of hairpin 2, managed to get back on the circuit and retake his lead. But he is under some pressure from Reece here in the 19, and the 39 of Harry Bell, obviously our pole sitter, is coming back through as well. Right on the back of these first turn, we've got a spinner down at the bottom of the circuit. See if he spins it around and gets rejoined, and we can try and find out who that was as they come across the line. But here we are, finishing the first lap ever of our cadet racing.
I love that, and it's Reece Cranston in the lead. Fabian Gandock in second place, but back comes Harry Bell, who had pole position for this race. Down the inside, a little bit of contact there. Contact warning for Tabitha Meller in the number 30. Bell back down the inside there of Aurora Joel in the 43. And it's all going on here in this Pre-B final. Number 50 of Adi Manu, I think, has lost out there. Penalty for Gandock. So ABC bump and pass. So unfortunately for Gandock, that means whatever happens in this race, the number 49 is not going to be going through and repecharging into the Pre-A final. Down the inside there is Timmy Shahini, the Sebastian Vettel helmet.
Beautiful helmet.
Beautiful helmet, but as you'll see, we're doing spoilers now ahead of the paddock walk. Steve, you've got to love him at this age. Where is Sebastian Vettel helmet? Ask him, like, are you Sebastian? Oh, there's a red flag. We'll finish this point. Ask him, are you a Sebastian Vettel fan? And I'm fully expecting, oh yeah, I love Seb, it's great. And he's just coming back, no, it's a Max Verstappen fan. But we are under red flag. There has been an issue out there on circuit that race control have deemed that we need to bring the race to a stop. And I'm sure everything's okay out there on circuit, but at least at the end of lap number 2, it's Reece Cranston leading from Fabian Gandock, who unfortunately has a penalty, so won't be going through because an ABC bump and pass is 4 places. Harry Bell is 3rd, Timmy Shahini in 4th, or Joel in 5th, Anthony Czarnecki in 6th place, Adi Manu 7th, Oliver Dawson 8th. What's happening in the chat?
I will give a shout out to Joe Craddock. He said, unfortunately I couldn't be here today. GCSEs and brain surgery are getting in the way. Should hopefully be back for round 5. Great stream, guys.
Best of luck with that, Joe.
Good luck, Joe. But thank you for enjoying the stream and joining us today. But yeah, people getting excited for this race. Obviously, only actually got 1 lap out of them so far. Well, 2 laps out of them so far. And we've come to a bit of a halt. No updates here in the comments box, but we'll let you know anything that we know as soon as we hear about it.
Let's talk junior lightweights. We were getting excited about the qualifying, and I'm just having a look now. I think actually some of our drivers may have had a bit of a reprieve. 47.390 apparently is the fastest lap time, or the pole lap time of those who've qualified through to the pre-B. Yes, good news for the likes of Tom Smith, Joshua Greaves, Sam Middles. Due to penalties for other drivers, they've all got into that. In fact, do you know what? It's the top 22 because there's a few more juniors in that category. So the top 22 have gone through to the pre-A final. All of this you can follow on results.alphatime.co.uk/club100.
You can indeed. We can see now down at the bottom of the circuit the ambulance is now out, but no need to be alarmed. That's always precautionary for the ambulance to come out and just check on the driver and make sure they're okay. So once that's all sorted, I'm sure we'll get back underway and racing.
Particularly with the cadet.
Shortly. Yeah, particularly with the cadets,
yep.
yeah. Just got to make sure, especially first time out, and put the parents' nerves to rest and make sure they're all very much looked after.
So coming up over the next few weeks, more racing action for you both here on Alpha Live, but also on DDMM, Double Dash Motorsport Media, both of a Club 100 variety and other things as well. I'm going to pull our little calendar up.
Oh, you've got a calendar. Wow.
We've got a full thing going on here. In the week, it won't be live because man needs to do race. It needs to be Eduardo Freitas, Yorkshire's equivalent to Eduardo Freitas for the evening.
I love Eduardo Freitas.
But we will have some. Luke's giving me a thumbs up. Oh, he's going to race. Sorry, the cans are so good of holding sound. I couldn't actually tell what he was saying. He was just standing there giving the thumbs up. But yes, Wednesday night we will have some more Club 100 iRacing, which we do have some involvement from some of our cadet and junior communities. We've got some of the dads of the cadets racing in it, and Alpha Live's very own Luke Austin. We will be hosting
who's a cadet at heart.
Hosting our very own attempt of the Indy. It's not quite going to be the Indianapolis 500, but it will be oval racing around Indianapolis. So that'll be on Wednesday night. That we'll be hosting that, and then as soon as I can get a Mr. Mitchell out of his new dad slumber.
It'd be a while.
It could be a while. It might just be me. But yes, there will be a video coming out showing that. As we mentioned as well, 2 weekends' time, the team here, Alpha Live and DDMM, will be down at Clay Pigeon for the next round. Oops, I think some of them have set off a little bit too soon there. Never mind. We'll be down at Clay Pigeon, Super 1. So yeah, more great drivers, great racing down there. Do tune in for that. And I'm looking through for when our next Club 100 related stream is. I don't think it's actually for a while.
While you're searching for that, I'm going to give a quick shout out to Wilton Mill Kart Club.
Oh yes.
Next Sunday, I will be there in the commentary box, and they're always fantastic. Always fantastic. Always really close racing.
Indeed.
Last time we were out, we were missing a few guys because it was the initial rounds of BKC, British Kart Champs.
Yes.
So we'll have a few faces that weren't there last time back again. Some of our bigger names. But I can confirm now here at Buckmore Park, the ambulance has now left the circuit. Yep. So hopefully we should be getting underway relatively soon. But when is the next Club 100 stuff?
The next Club 100 stuff, I'd say it isn't for a while. You don't worry. You'll still have plenty of stuff that you can watch us on. But in terms of Club 100, oh dear, someone's GoPro's having a break. For
camera go bye-bye.
It's October. So when we will have our cadets and juniors here today at Buckmore Park, we'll be down at Clay Pigeon on the first weekend of October. So we've got a bit of a break for Club 100 streams, but a busy run at the back end of the year with a cadet stream. 1, 2, 3 sprint streams with seniors all through October and November. So all the more reason to subscribe here to Alpha Live if you haven't done so already. If you're just joining us, we're under red flags at the moment. Red flag conditions for 3 laps into our first race of the day after the qualifying sessions for cadets and juniors. I think everyone's just trying to get everybody back in the correct order now. What have you made of it, John, so far? This, it's been things that are familiar, but also very new out there.
Well, the 2 laps we've had were brilliant, so I was loving that. But yeah, it's a full day so far. It's been fantastic. Really well put on by Club 100, and it's a new frontier for everyone with this, with the cadets, and then also getting the juniors involved on the same day as well, making sure it's all running smoothly, and it is certainly so far. Of course, you can't predict these kind of red flag situations. That's just what happens out on track, and that is motor racing, but they're making sure that they're being as safe as possible, taking all the necessary precautions, and just making sure it's all running well. So as you can see here, a couple of the Club 100 staff just checking on a kart, making sure it's all ready to go again as the driver jumps back in. That is the number 18.
She's currently disappeared from our time.
Yeah, it has disappeared from our time screen, hasn't it? So I cannot tell you which driver that is. But a lovely lid that they've got on anyway. So hopefully they'll get underway very shortly. But yeah, the day has been fantastic so far, mate. And I'm excited to see more racing. Hopefully that's longer than 2 laps long.
Indeed. It's Theo Williams. Theo
Williams.
18. Also, just had a reminder that the Alpha Live podcast, hosted by Anthony Jordan, episode 3 has been released and it's across all your major sound and video platforms. I like watching it on the YouTube. I like seeing DJ's face.
Yeah, I was going to say the same.
Face.
Lovely little face.
Lovely little face. But yes, do go and give that a watch at some point over the weekend. Not now, of course, because we've got some racing about to get underway here at Buckmore Park.
Perfect thing to put on for the drive home from Buckmore Park, I'd say.
Oh, yeah, that's a very, very good suggestion.
There you go. I can spot him. We were talking about Lewis Hamilton helmets earlier.
There
he is.
The one.
Because we, as you were saying, because from our little document that we have where the drivers put in things they like, a lot of them did say Lewis Hamilton my favourite.
It's been
then
quite
you didn't come across anyone.
Yeah, I didn't come across. I managed to not get any of the Team LH drivers, but yeah, it's been quite an interesting social experiment of at these ages, you know, between the ages of 8 and 13, of like who's the most popular driver, and I think I can say categorically it is Mr. Hamilton. You know, you've got a few Max fans in there.
Yeah.
A few Lando fans. Bit of LeGreg love in there also.
No George.
There were a few Georges. I was surprised there weren't more Georges, but I guess that's because he's been in a Williams for the most part of his career. That number will grow over the next few years. Who was your favourite driver?
George Russell. Yeah.
Now, what about when you were 8?
When I was 8, oh, okay. It was...
Because if it was George Russell then, that would be...
that would be interesting.
There's a GP Formula 4 driver called George Russell.
George Russell, I was loving him. No. I do remember being about 5 or 6, and I just remember being sat in front of the big boxy TV that went back about 10 feet.
Yes.
And watching the big red car of Michael Schumacher driving around. I think that's a lot of similar people my age and a little bit older have that distinct first memory of just seeing the red car being the fastest and being like, I like that one, it's the fastest. So, yeah, probably Michael Schumacher to begin with, mate. But it looks like we're going to get ready for another restart. Yes, indeed, the driver's going through the cut-through this time. No one getting caught out this time, just about.
It's Damon Hill for me. I got very excited when there's someone out there wearing a Damon Hill helmet. Anyway, let's get the race back underway here for Cadet pre-B final. Away we go then. And I actually think this is a brand new race because the timing has just come through that this is lap 0 going on to lap 1 once again. Harry Bell's got a much better start that time. Through hairpin on the go. Oh dear. And I think we've got a spin there in the middle of the pack. I think it may have been Timmy Shahini who's gone round.
55, it looks like, has parked up. Either the 55 or the 85, that is.
Yeah, so Archie Peach
Archie
in the
Peach.
number 55 has not come through sector number 1. Edward Gillette has also not come through sector number 1, the number 62. But a much better start that time for our pole sitter. As down the inside, there goes number 65, Maximilian Brasov, who's fighting with Elliot Dimolo.
We've got a penalty already, though, for our P2 driver. Penalty already, it definitely came up. Say a penalty. Jump start.
Jump start.
Reese Cranston.
Yeah.
So that'll mean he's, well, from this one anyway, he's not getting into an A final.
Yep. Hopefully just keeps it steady and we'll be able to have another opportunity later on. And there will be the Trophy B final.
So in the 49, Gandok doesn't realise it currently, but he is defending that A final spot right now.
Yeah, Adi Manu's had a better run in this second running of this race, this pre-B final. There is Reese Cranston. This is kind of a good situation for Harry Bell, because hopefully Reese Cranston can just push along and those top two can move away from the rest of the field. For Harry Bell, that will be a pre-A final qualification done. Track limit warning for Elliot Dimolo. I wonder, was that his dad who called that one in? I think it may have been on hairpin too. Here's the fight for third place. Gandok and Manu. Good defensive move there from Fabian Gandok. No way through for Adi Manu as they came off of hairpin number 2.
Still surprised at how sideways they're still getting it.
Yeah.
Down through the right and left fast sweeping corners, the bottom section of the circuit. But again, I guess that's still from me not expecting these karts to be this fast for the cadets. They are super quick.
Yeah, indeed. Timmy Shahini is fighting back here. He's just gained 3 positions on the last lap. He's now back up to 13th place. Maximilian Braskov has gone through.
Aurora Joel with a penalty that time around. ABC takeout.
Oh dear. So yeah, that would be that there's been some contact out there. And yeah, in fact, Braskov, Dimolo and Joel all had quite slow lap times on that last tour of the circuit. So I guess that's what was going on there. There's the number 50 of Adi Manu. We've got some information from Adi. It's the first outdoor championship, finished 4th in the British Indoor Karting Championship finals. He's a Lewis Hamilton fan.
There you go.
And likes playing chess and cricket when not in a kart. And he's from Leeds, so I like that. 11-year-old from Leeds. 4¼ minutes to go.
Oh, it's Vettel versus Hamilton.
It's Vettel versus Hamilton.
My goodness.
This is what we've come to see. It's Shahini in the number 33 and Sanderson there in the number 41. So Oliver Sanderson. Ooh, flashbacks to 2016 there. Timmy Shahini's flying here, really going very quickly. Yellow flags down at the bottom of the circuit. I think there's a spinner.
Yeah, there is.
Number
47.
Soren Chambers, who's stuck on the Jimmy Broadbent curb, as I call it now.
This again, as I was saying earlier, it's completely blind being sat there. So you want to turn around, but you have no idea if you start turning that another car just come down and fly straight into the side of you.
That's well done by Soren Chambers there. Just waited to get moving. So look at this battle here. This is all around 7th place, I think.
13 still of Shahini still flying through.
Yeah.
Sorry, not 13, 33. My apologies. Gaining another few positions there. Now at the front of this pack. So past Aurora Joel. So I think now up into 8th is Timmy.
And Dimolo going side by side there. A little bit wide. 3 minutes of this race to go. Harry Bell still leading it. 9-year-old from Bletchley. Has tried a little bit of motocross in his time. Likes reading and playing computer games. Here's the number 43 of Aurora Joel on the screen. Fastest driver on the circuit at the moment, Maximilian Braskov. Good lap time there, 50.018. Final race positions from this race then set the grid for the B final. Timmy Shahini carrying on this really good work. There's a couple of drivers off down at the bottom end of the circuit, you can see. So a little bit of care and attention being given to that. The race continues there. There we go. Next, the number 47 of Soren Chambers just being pushed away.
That was really well done.
And can't quite make out which other driver it is that's being talked to there. Looking okay, looking in any distress. 2 minutes to go. Adi Manu in fourth place. I think this isn't too bad a situation because Adi will have a good position here for the B final grid. The incident down at the bottom end of the circuit through Paddock Corner has now been cleared. The race continues. Great work there by the combination of the Club 100 staff and the Buckmore Park events team here. Putting in a huge amount of work at this circuit in recent weeks and months. Timmy Shahini, kart number 33 there, leading this train now with Aurora Joel and Elliot Dimolo just behind.
But despite flying through the pack, will be quite a tall order for Timmy to close in on 7th place. There is a 13-second gap between 7th and 8th. So a bit of a split field here.
Yeah, it's a good comeback though. Have the 8 spin on lap 1, which I don't think was Timmy's fault. Spot responded very, very well indeed. So, if you're new to this, in terms of how the timed element of the race works, once the timer that you can see at the top of your screen ticks over to 0, as here's an interesting fight. So this is second on the road. This is Reese Cranston and Fabian Gandok. Now we know that Reese has a jump start penalty.
However, Gandok doesn't know that.
Gandok doesn't necessarily know that. Now we're on the last lap, so once the timer ticks to 0, next time the lead across the start finish, that will be checkered flag.
See what they mean about the bumpiness. My goodness, through that first section.
On the exit of Henry's Bend there.
Always going to go for it, not quite close enough. Bit of a tap of the rear.
There's a bit of traffic for these drivers to potentially deal with as well. Gandok's just... I'd say Gandok will probably not know that the driver ahead has a penalty in this running of the race.
Oh, a lot of traffic.
It's Archie Pigeon, the number 55 there. Here is Harry Bell, though, who's done a perfect job, if he doesn't mind me saying, absolutely what you have to do in this situation from pole position. Get a good start, lead the race, and get through from the pre-B final into the pre-A. Harry Bell takes the race victory. Very happy about that indeed. Reese Cranston is second, but we think pretty sure has a jump start penalty. So Fabian Gandok will go through. Adi Manu drives well to 4th place there. Maximilian Braskov, good pace for Braskov. Could be a factor in the B final later on in this session. Is 5th. Oliver Dawson 6th. Anthony Czarnecki in 7th place. Timmy Shahini fights back there to 8th. Aurora Joel 9th. Elliot Dimolo completes the top 10. Freddie Powell comes across the line there in 18th. And that will complete the pre-B final. We'll get ready then for the next race out on circuit, which will be the junior lightweight pre-B final. All set to go then for our pre-B final. Top drivers going through from it into the pre-A. Let's have a look at the grid. Apologies, that's the Cadet pre-B final grid. Let's just have a quick moment. So I can tell you actually that John Murhai is on pole position for this pre-B final. Matthew Williams alongside on the front row. Dan Hillier and Christian Hoos are on the second row of the grid. Charlie Humphreys and Christopher Wilkinson on row 3. Sammy Davidson and John Warren start on row 4. Then you have Christian Chowdhury and Piers Constable wrapping out the top 10. So there's your top 6 on your screen. Row 4, as we say, Davidson and Warren, Chowdhury and Constable in row 5, Edgar, Armandarius, Bocanegra and Flem Arikhalid on row 6, Joshua Crow and Nathan Khan on row 7, Griesi, Muhai and Harry Gibson on row 8, Elliot Baker and Alex Soper on the 9th row of the grid. And then we find Philippe Chowdhury and Peter Woodard completing the top 20, Owen Camber and Yassi Nabak on row 11. James Shotton completes the 23 runners in this field. The field coming round Cafe Corner here. Looks like we are good to go then for this race. The Pre-B final in the junior lightweights is go. Good start for Williams going around the outside. There's a bit of bumping and barging as they go through Conways for the first time, but Matthew Williams got that pretty spot on as they're all heading down into hairpin number 1 now. Number 56 leads the early stages of this one. Number 60 of Christian Hoos trying to find a way through there, fighting with Dan Hillier in the number 11. But that is just the start that you want if you are Matthew Williams. Get clear, let the rest of them fight over 2nd, 3rd and 4th. And did well as well not to jump the start. Held it round the outside, gave it a big amount of attack there. Top 2 drivers go through from the Pre-B into the Pre-A. That slight technical hitch. 1.7 seconds is the lead at the end of lap 1 for Matthew Williams. I can't remember many leads being that big.
That is huge. After 1 lap, that's an absolutely massive lead. He should be very impressed with himself there. And yeah, I mean, once you have that kind of lead, which you can see him from the console, it's absolutely ridiculously massive. But he's now in clear air. He can just start putting in the lap times and continuing to make that lead even bigger. So he should, try not to comment his curtain, he should be in for a relatively easy race.
And it puts the pressure on the likes of Christopher Wilkinson now, because you know, the drivers in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, they'll all have seen that gap and be like, oh, right, we're not going to catch that guy. We've got to fight for this last place in the Pre-A final amongst ourselves.
Exactly. It could hot up. He has got about half a second there as Wilkinson over the 3rd place man of Janelle Muha. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one. Here it is right now on your cameras. 55 leading a gigantic pack behind him. Don't look over your shoulder, sir. Might get a bit nervous.
It's Barnaby. Nothing will deter Barnaby out there in his spotting duties. So, as I say, we don't have, you know, reams and reams of cameras out there for race control to look at like in Formula 1. We have the eyes of our experienced marshals and observers out there who will be communicating anything that they see back to race control. Here's the number 28 on your screen, John Eld Muhai. Good race here. Number 11, 35 Charlie Humphreys there at the inside of Dan Hillier. Looks like Humphreys is going to have that position, yes. 4th place for Humphreys with a classic switchback move there through hairpin.
Absolutely classic. Number 11 looking for it down into the fast sweeping left-hander. A sketchy place to go for a move, that one. I'm glad he pulled out of that one because it doesn't usually end well if you dive to the inside there. But do we have confirmation on the pronunciation there for our 3rd place, man? No. Is it Mahai? Is that what you're going with? Okay.
Until someone tells me otherwise.
Okay. All right, we'll stick with that then. As we go across the line, finish another lap. Confirmed by the timing, Hillier down to 5th, Humphreys up to 4th.
James Shotton's on the move. I'm not quite sure what the reason. Well, we know we had a penalty for rolling back in the qualifying session, but in effect was disqualified from qualifying, hence why he's had to start from the back of the field. Right. He's already up to 9th place. That is quite a bit of progress for the driver in the number 73. Gap is 8 seconds to the leader. Let's just keep an eye on that. Never know what could end up in the remaining 8 minutes of this race. This is really good though from Christopher Wilkinson. You say he was under that pressure but he's now going quicker and quicker. He's got 1.3 seconds over the rest of the field.
Exactly, only about 5 seconds off of the P2 spot. Obviously the second space into the A final, but he's got a lot of karts, a lot of drivers who are pretty quick in between himself and that second place spot. So he has still got a lot to do, but just under 8 minutes to do it. So it's definitely viable, but it's not going to be easy.
Competitive race. This Flame Arikala has just gone and set the fastest lap of anybody out there in the number 95. He's currently in 11th place. Just having a quick sight there of that battle coming through your screen.
What a cool name.
That is a good name.
Imagine being called Flame. That is sick.
And, down the inside there goes James Shotton. So this is Shotton moving through the order. And getting past Christian Host there in the number 60. 7 minutes to go.
Side by side through Cafe is always an interesting one, but the drivers managing to sort themselves out. A couple of hand gestures in the air, but all good from the drivers, following very, very closely. And that is a wonderful thing about this track, is it's really fast, but then you dive into these slower sections of corners with the hairpins, places for moves, and then you're following super close again through the fast section, so it's just continuous. It doesn't stop on this circuit. So the driver's got to be focused all the time, especially through sections like this.
Yeah.
Downhill right, downhill left, flat out the entire way, then heavy onto the brakes as you're still coming off of the left-hander. And if you've still got a bit of steering lock on, you lock those back tyres and you're straight round.
Piers Constable making an overtake work there. Has also been good work by one of the longest names. Oh, there's been a contact
good
there.
catch.
Well saved by the driver in the blue suit there. But one of the longest names I think I've ever read out on a Club 100 stream. Edgar Armendariz Bocanegra.
Brilliant.
There was a Fulham centre-back called Bocanegra a few years ago. That's where I'm getting that one.
Okay.
I want to say he played for United. Anyway, we're getting on football again.
Are you sure it's Edgar or is it Edger?
No, we've got that one confirmed. This is like the
We're going to get so confused now.
We are. Oh, that's a different line through Paddock, being done there by both Dan Hillier and the number 28 of John Elbahai. So where's Charlie Humphries gone in all of that?
Where has he gone? He's up to third.
So he's got past both.
He's got past them. And your man Constable, fastest lap time, 46.919. And I will say, he's the first driver today that I've seen give the usual Club 100 symbol of, I'm going to overtake you, and then I'm going to tell you to work with me. Now I'm in front, which is always lovely to see in these Club 100 cars.
Good progress has been made by Peter Woodard as well, I've just seen. It's up to 12th place. I want to say Peter started around 20th, so good work there from Peter Woodard in the number 71. Nathan Khan has also gained positions last time around, past Harry Gibson and Sammy Davidson. Here is Armendariz Bocanegra in the number 72, fighting here with James Shotton. This has been a heck of a drive from James Shotton. Come back from the disappointments of earlier. And is now up to 6th place and getting himself into that position. I think it's going to be a little bit too much in this particular race to race through into the pre-A final. Pre-A finals for both cadets and junior lightweights will follow after this one.
Yeah, although he's overtaking people, the time to the leader stayed pretty similar.
Yeah. He's putting himself in that range for when they get to the B final later on in this session. If he keeps this progress, he will make the A. Oh dear, we've had a spin down at Paddock for a driver. Just trying to find the gap to. Oh, it's very frustrating. It's Humphries. It's Charlie Humphries. It's 3rd place.
And Hillier's now got a penalty as well.
Dan Hillier's got a penalty.
So 3rd and 4th, maybe that's something to do with each other.
Yeah, it's an ABC takeout.
There you go.
Hopefully we're not doing 2 and 2 and getting 5. But that has not gone well for Charlie Humphries. And not just in terms of this race, we're talking about the grid positions. The finishing positions in this race set the grid. It's almost like a 2-part race. You carry on into the Trophy B final. That has made things very, very difficult now for Charlie Humphries. He's fallen all the way down to 14th place.
Yeah, he's not going to be happy with that. Well, I mean, as you see, he nearly beat the steering wheel to death. He was so frustrated with what happened. There's going to be a cone penalty for probably the number 11 there, hitting the outside on exit of Paddock there. But yeah, as you say, it's just going to scupper him for his grid next time. But You've got to pick yourself back up and get on with it again, especially as another driver got a penalty for it. Clearly wasn't your fault. There's no point getting angry at it. There's nothing you can change now. Let's just move on and move forward and attack the next race and just get up the field now as much as we can to assist in that next race.
So we were saying about James Shotton not being in range of being in the top twos. There's now a cone penalty for Janelle Mahai. If something was to happen post-race, you know, someone be underweight or whatever, James Shotton's on for actually getting through here.
I was about to say that, yeah.
And if not, he'll have pole position for the B final.
He's in third. Run. That's unbelievable. Fair play to James. That's a brilliant race for him. Still, what's that, 7.5 seconds off of his closest rival, Christopher Wilkinson, in the second place. But the lap time's not too dissimilar to the fact of where I think he's going to be able to close it within 2 minutes. But crazier things have happened.
Indeed. Dan Hillier there in the blue suits, trying to get past Janelle Mahai. Piers Constable has raced well in this pre-B final. Has got himself up to 4th spot in the number 28. Fighting there. Sorry, that is Mahai and Hillier fighting there, the 28 and the 11. Constable just ahead in the number 40. Less than 2 minutes of this race to go. Who else is on the move? Giesi Mahai has also got past Edgar Armendariz Bocanegra for 7th place. And Flame Arikala has got past Christian Hoos for 9th. John Warren has got past Peter Woodard for 12th. I've seen a penalty come up on my timing screen, which I don't often see. I'm gonna save the blushes and not say who it was, but I have seen an omitting part of the circuit penalty come up here, which I'm going to speculate, which I don't normally do. Could be someone going, yeah, don't want to take a hairpin one, hairpin 2 today. Don't do that.
All you have to do is just look, see if the marshal is looking at that part of the circuit and just go, oh, I'm just going to take this streak through.
DDMM does not recommend that you do this.
I'm not DDMM, so I recommend that you do
this. The number 28 there of Janelle Mahai, I think there's a couple of karts going a lap down here. 45 seconds of this race to go. See, there it is. You're on live.alphatime.co.uk/Club100. You'll be able to see who it is. So I'm going to save their blushes. I'm not going to say who it was.
If it was a senior, we would not hold back.
No, if it was Sprints,
we would not
I would
hold back.
Be straight away telling them, like, you're a bandit, you're a terrible person. The juniors, we'll let them off.
That's actually how my captain usually speaks to all of us at our meetings.
Why have I brought you all here? Why have I accepted this position in this team? I hate you all. There's a race still going on.
You sound a lot like him, mate. You seem like you've been in this position before.
Never, never. Last lap board is out. Matthew Williams is on his way to a really good victory here in the pre-B final. Christopher Wilkinson is looking like he's going to follow through as well in second place. Down the inside there is Hillier trying to get past the second of the Mahais. So both of the Mahais are now running line astern in 5th and 6th place. James Shotton has just done the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. He's closed the gap nicely by about a second and a bit to second place man Christopher Wilkinson, but it's not going to be enough. Still 6.5 seconds between them.
Matthew Williams, though, driving in the best numbered karts that you could possibly get in Club 100. Kart number 56, not in my hands, is going to take a race victory. Matthew Williams will go through into the pre-A final. Christopher Wilkinson, who fended off some strong pressure there in the early phase of the race, takes second place, will be on that pre-A final grid as well. James Shotton misses out, but will have pole position for the B final.
Still had his fist in the air as he came across the line.
Yep.
Deservingly so. What a race from him.
Piers Constable will be alongside on the front row. And it's John Eldon and Giesi Mahai, both in 5th and 6th places there, respectively. Dan Hillier in 7th, that has a penalty. Edgar Armendariz Bocanegra in 8th. Flame Arikala in 9th place. Elliot Baker in 10th. Christian Hoos, Charlie Humphreys, a couple of positions gained there by Humphreys towards the end of that race. Look out for him in the B final later on. And we'll quickly move on though, because heading out of the circuit now is our Cadets pre-A final. Here we go then for the first ever Pre-A final, the first full points allocation final in history for the Club 100 Cadet Championship. Rory Hamilton has pole position. Wyatt McAllister joins on the front row. Ilya Veliko and Noah Hobson start on row 2. Luka Batuev and Jacob Underhill start on the third row of the grid. Solomon Adeniji and Arthur Way are on row 4. Charlie Snell and Jack Holmes start there on the 5th row of the grid. Miles Burton and Theo Brown start from row 6. And we find Charlie Walker and Daniel Wisniauskas on the 7th row of the grid. Teddy Young and Jakub Milczarski are there on the 8th row of the grid. Leo Edger and Harry Knight start on the 9th row of the grid. We'll also have our 2 qualifiers from the Pre-B final. I'll just confirm for you are Harry Bell and Fabian Gandok. There they are, 39 and 49. On the back row of the grid for this one. Big race this, 130 points available for the winner of this race. And a bit of history in Club 100. For the first time we go A final racing here, Pre-A final racing at Buckmore Park. Good start for Hamilton at the start of this race, but it's already being looked at by Ilya Veliko, and I think Veliko has got underneath and taken the lead. Yes, in the number 51. Good start there.
A few karts streaming through, wasn't it? Got slightly knocked out wide through Henry's Bend, and that meant a couple of the guys and girls took advantage of that, sliding up the inside and dropped down to 3rd as the number 17 of Rory Hamilton now as they go through the fastest section of the circuit. Through the left-right kink, down the fast right-hander, and look at them going down there. Line astern, no one going for any crazy moves. Definitely the right thing to do on the first lap of this one. So there he is, number 51 of Ilya out in the lead. We've got a move for 3rd place. That's Rory Hamilton getting squeezed out wide again. And he's going to drop position. No, manages to keep it. And they're going to go 3 wide here up into Cafe. Rory's just going to keep that 3rd position. We come to the end of lap 1.
Solomon Adenici's had a good start as well. It's up to 5th place already. Oh, it's contact there in the spin. The number 17 goes round. That's Rory Hamilton. Hamilton spins. There's a bit of contact involved there as well. Don't know if we can get a replay of that one, but that's really unfortunate for Rory Hamilton after a fantastic qualifying. It's all gone wrong in the early stages of this first race of the season for him.
Oh, that was a bit of a scary one. While we came back across the track, I was a bit nervous. Someone was about to go flying there, but luckily all okay. And although Hamilton's going to be frustrated with himself, he can rejoin and try and gain some places, just as we saw in the last race, a few guys flying through from the back, so it's definitely possible.
Veliko and Batuev then are leading the early stages of this race. Batuev actually a little bit quicker at the moment. Wyatt McAllister up to 3rd place on your timing. Solomon Adeniji in 4th. Charlie Snell's had a very good start. He's up to 5th place, just ahead of Arthur Way. And there is the number 24 in the red suit and white helmet of Snell. Spelled differently to Snell that we used to with karting standards of equipment. Got an extra E on the end. But yeah, where has Hamilton fallen down to?
16th.
Oh dear.
He is now, my friend. But has just done the fastest sector 1. So, yeah, hasn't let it get to him. Still carrying on. We've got lots of moves around in this pack. I think that was a move for 5th place. I think that was Arthur Way getting past Charlie Snell there.
Yeah, Theo Brown involved also. Solomon Adeniji is currently the fastest driver out on circuit, so the number 21.
He's heavily pressuring McAllister, isn't he, for 3rd? Yep. And yeah, this group, sort of the first 2 were in a little pair, and then 3rd and 4th were in a little pair. And they've kind of squeezed up together now. So we could see a 4-way battle for the lead here very soon.
Something that we've not talked about as well, this cadet level, this new cadet level, races are quite long as well. It gives the drivers the opportunity to... Oh, now!
Yes, I just saw that.
That looked like a cone clip there for Ilya Veliko, so watch out for the penalty board. There may be something coming very soon.
Batuev just got a penalty.
And Batuev's got one as well. And there we go.
Yeah, there you go. So both the leading pair both now have cone penalties.
Now the penalties, cone penalties, all of the penalties are applied from the back of the field first. What this means is that our race leader effectively is now Wyatt McAllister.
Yes.
Batuev's will be applied first. That will put McAllister up to 2nd. Veliko will then have penalty applied. That will also bump McAllister up, so Mike McAllister hopefully can just take things nice and calmly now, but won't necessarily know, as we've been talking about,
Exactly.
that those two drivers ahead of him both have penalties, and is coming under increased pressure now from Solomon Adaniji there, and so full course yellow. Full course yellow has been applied, the race has been neutralised, the race hasn't been stopped, but the team in race control have deemed that there is a scenario necessary to just bring everyone under control. The field will probably close back up now. As Ilya Veliko controls the pace, effectively becomes the safety kart. And that's why there's a driver off to driver's left just coming out of hairpin 1. I think it might be Miles Burton, because Miles hasn't come through in a while. Couldn't quite make out the details of the race suit there. Or was it Arthur Way?
I think it might be Arthur Way, because he was right near the top, wasn't he? Fighting for sort of 5th, 6th place. Yeah, there we go.
It is unfortunately Arthur Way. Likes his Red Bulls, Max Verstappen and Checo Perez, but unfortunately for Arthur Way, something has gone wrong there, and his race, in terms of a competitive result, has come to an end.
Quite like the Red Bulls this year. Someone had to say it.
But yes, so once we go back to, we may be going back to green here. Oh no,
not quite yet.
So there'll be one more lap of full course yellow. So Veliko leads there in the number 51. Batuev in 2nd place, but both of them have penalties. So you're looking at Wyatt McAllister. We will talk about Ilya. He's 10 years old, from London. Has raced in BIKC National Championships and across quite a few circuits around this part of the world. Here at Buckmore Park, also down at Brentwood and Rye House. I quite like this. I think he's quite the Ferrari fan. It's his favourite drivers that he's mentioned here, Michael Schumacher and Charles Leclerc.
Well, he's put Charles Leclerc, but he's only put Schumacher, so you can't tell me that couldn't be Mick.
It could be Ralph.
Could be Ralph. It could be Ralph. That is a blast from the past.
It's actually another one of our drivers who likes chess. I'm liking this. We've got a very
smart
and brainy group of drivers.
Here we go. We're going green now, I think.
We are going green. So Ilya Veliko will take us from the front. Has done a very good job of being a pace kart, and away we go for 5.5 minutes remaining.
I will say, a lot of transferable skills from chess to karting. Planning forwards, making sure your moves stick and they're correct. So yeah, chess is definitely a good one. Exercises the mind, exercises the body, and use it out here on the kart circuit. But here we go, back underway, 5 minutes to go. Already a penalty there for Charlie Walker down in 16th. But we look back to the front of the pack, side by side, off of hairpin 2. 51 retakes the lead there, ahead of the 11. Then you've got McAllister and Adaniji there behind in 4th. Of course, the front 2 with penalties, but 3rd and 4th place probably don't know that. You look out for your own number, but you don't really know the numbers of the drivers around you. You can't really tell what's going on in the race around you, penalty-wise. So the 46 there, technically your race leader currently, but may still try and go for a move here on the top 2. Coming to the end of this lap, just less than 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, Wyatt McAllister doing a great job here. Will be being cheered on at home by his brother Logan, who we see. Oh, look at that switchback from Wyatt McAllister. Brilliant. Not content on sitting in 3rd place and relying on the penalties. A great move into 2nd place. I was just about to mention brother Logan, who races in Honda Cadet in Super 1, who've been watching race a few times this season. We've been very happy with that one, and I think Pepper the dog will be also barking with joy at that overtake pulled off by Wyatt there. And the number 46 go for the overall lead. It doesn't need to, because Veliko in the number 51 has a cone penalty already in this race. 4 minutes of it to go. Bit of a gap forming out there. You see the number 63 piloted through. It's been a good race this so far from the cadets. I think straight away showing the competitive nature of this championship.
I will say Hamilton up to 8th.
Yes.
Fastest lap of the race, just in.
Yeah, so Rory Hamilton coming back here after the disappointment earlier.
That safety car helped him out quite a bit.
No, that is a very good point, John. That did close things back up. So Veliko from McAllister. Adeniji now up to 3rd place. Batuev 4th. Theo Brown having a great race as well. Is up to 5th place in the number 27. Good number. Good racing number 27.
Off of Paddock, you've got kind of the exit curve that you need to miss and make sure you don't hit the cone on the exit. That is incredibly bumpy in an adult kart. In these, they nearly take off over that curve.
Ramp.
You literally I think you should just avoid it because your spine's going to be ruined by the end of 10, 15 minutes over that thing.
Harry Bell, who was on the bubble for a while of qualifying for this pre-A final, did of course, has got through past Leo Edger, so that's great work from Harry Bell in the number 39.
We've got a great little battle here between Batuev and Adeniji. Trying to get a switch back was Batuev off of hairpin 2, but did not quite happen. I will say, I think Batuev's helmet might be a bit too big. Keeps pushing it down back onto his head through certain corners, but there you go. And again, over the bumps, and I think it's throwing his helmet off slightly, so might need to get a slightly tighter chin strap the next time. I'm trying to make it go side by side through Cafe. Is that going to work? Tries to stick his nose up there. Still side by side even at the end, and has made the move stick. So that's a brilliant move through Cafe. Back to the outside goes the 27. See what he can do there, but no, going to get squeezed off. And we did just have a penalty come through as well. That was for Fabian Gandhock, obviously one of our drivers that came up from the B final into this A final. Sadly getting an ABC bump and pass penalty has Fabian.
Yeah, it's not quite worked there. Jacob Underhill has had some problems in this race, but he's fighting back. He's gained 3 positions there. Talked to his dad, Dan, earlier. I've not... we didn't mention it in the Paddock show, but I will be poking Dan later for stories of this green Red Bull and whether he's had anything to do with this.
I saw about this.
Yes.
I don't get it. I don't understand it. I need someone to explain it to me because I saw the memes of people saying, "Oh, this is so funny."
We'll talk about it.
Didn't understand it. So maybe that's my F1 knowledge not quite living up to what I think it should be.
Luca Batuev having some difficulties here. He's lost a position to Theo Brown there in the number 27. White and black suit with white helmet. And Theo Brown coming on strong in this latter stage of this race. Going back to the point earlier, say 12-minute race, that's quite long for cadets. If I think to own a race and then some of the stuff that you'll be seeing at Wilton Mill next week, you know, we're talking 7-8 minutes. Maybe 10 for the final, so 12 minutes. Physically, it's quite a long time for these drivers.
Physically for one, but also how you go about attacking a race that is 4 minutes longer is very different. Because with a sprint and 8 minutes, you've just got to go for it and fly and get as many positions as you can immediately. Longer races going to sort of 15, 20, 25 minutes, you've got to push it out a bit longer and be more methodical with your moves rather than diving for ones as soon as they appear. And also one thing to mention, in this pack, there's the number 17, Mr. Hamilton, coming flying back through. I think he's up to 4th now, is Hamilton. So fair play.
This is a really, really good drive from Rory Hamilton. He's now going to try and get past Solomon Adeniji, who's himself had a very, very good race. At the front of the field, it's still Ilya Veliko and Wyatt McAllister. Veliko still has that penalty. And his finger in the air to say, yep, we know that this is the last lap. So a little bit more history here today at Buckmore Park as round the final couple of corners come Ilya Veliko and Wyatt McAllister. It'll be Wyatt McAllister who is your first ever full points winner in the history of the Club 100 Cadet Championship. What a drive from both of those drivers. Veliko be a little bit disappointed to get the penalty due to a cone, but still be 2nd place. Super drive from Solomon Adeniji in 3rd. Rory Hamilton fights back to 4th. Theo Brown was 5th. Teddy Young completes the top 6. Harry Bell, good drive from Harry there in 7th place. Charlie Snell in 8th. Leo Edger in 9th. Luca Batuev in 10th. Noah Hobson 11th. Jacob Underhill 12th. And that was really good fun. A lot of good fun there.
And Rory Hamilton driving like a bat out of hell. Half a second a lap faster.
Moving on from the cadets then, it's juniors time, junior lightweight, pre-A final heading out on circuit. Now let's have a look at their grid. Alex Jackson and Ben Foden have 1st and 2nd. It's an all Alpha Delta Racing front row. Joey DePrato and Benjamin Rowe on row 2. Jake Richards and Ben Lambeth start on the 3rd row of the grid. Leo French and William Henn on row 4. George Hannay and Toby McAllister Brown There on row 5, Edward Gordon and Joshua Jackson start on the 6th row of the grid. Rafael Mengo and Ryan Williams are there on row 7, Lewis Davis and Marcus Allen on row 8. Tamino Kolovecki and Matthew Cooper start on row number 9. And then we find Tom Smith and Joshua Greaves on row 10. Sam Idles and Josh Bates on row 11. And then our 2 qualifiers from the Pre-B final, Matthew Williams and Christopher Wilkinson.
So these A final drivers get a bit of a warm-up then. Getting ready to go for this one. 3 laps. Thank you. 3 laps of warm-up for the A final junior drivers. Junior lightweights. And I'm very excited for this race, just given how close they all were in pace in qualifying, even across both of the 2 sessions. I think this entire field was split by about a second. So this is going to be absolutely mega, I reckon.
The drivers, of course, have raced already this year. They raced down at Maple Meadows, but our championship leader is not here today. So this is a good opportunity for someone to get a first win of the year. So it doesn't look like anyone's come in for a kart change. See, now this is a very, you can tell it's not the seniors, because they don't come in and go, oh, I want 5% more performance. No, the juniors, they just get on with it. Get on with the show.
Usually we do that in BUKC as well, mostly because I have no idea when it's a good kart and when it's not. It's only until I'm about halfway into the race that I go, maybe I should have changed this one. But yeah, just get on with it. They're not that short races anyway, and you can drive around. You can mainly drive around a slow kart here by chucking it in and holding the slide. So come up round Cafe. Let's get this one underway and see how they do in the junior lightweight pre-A final.
130 points available for whoever's going to win this race. Away we go then for the start. 12 minutes are underway. Good start for both Jackson and Foden off the front row. Looks like they had that one choreographed and planned out as to how they were going to tackle that. 3 wide as they go through hairpin number 1. Is it going to work? Yes, yeah. Just about. Fair play to the juniors. I think they are showing up, at least on the basis of the first 2 corners.
I was expecting to look up at hairpin 1 and there'd just be karts everywhere, but no, it's fantastic.
Diving down the hill then. That was a very good start from Jackson and Foden. They obviously know each other very well. They race together in the Club 100 Endurance Championship. They've been pretty quick so far this season. But Jackson leads from Foden. Jake Richards has had a good start. He's up to 3rd place. Ben Lambeth is up to 4th. Not such a good start for Joey DePrato, unfortunately. He's down to 6th place.
Neither for Benjamin Rowe either, down to 8th.
Stunning start for Josh Bates, has gained 8 positions on the first lap up to 15th.
Brilliant start from him. Absolutely fantastic. Already drivers dropping into the 48s of the lap times, and those lap times will quickly come down. We're not going to see them get as close to qualifying times, as of course during race pace you're slightly focused on something else, and that's keeping your position out the front. Speaking of which, 14 up the inside of the 25. That's a change to the top 3. That's Jake Richards up the inside of Ben Foden, and splits the 2 friends at the front of the field. No more working together between Alex Jackson and Ben Foden. Jake Richards now splits the 2. Yeah, Ben Lambeth is coming into it as well. Fastest lap of the race so far from Lambeth, 46.917. We've seen what form he's on in recent weeks in the Club 100 Sprints Championship. Here in the Junior Championship, can he find a way onto the podium? It won't be a podium for this race because it's not a Trophy A final, but it's still the same number of points available from one of these races. You just get an extra bit of shiny trophiness if you get in the top 3 in the race later on. But for these championship contenders, the points are what they're really, really focusing on. What else is happening out there? Well, Benjamin Rowe has got past Leo French, I can tell you, for 7th place. George Hannay is also improved into the top 10, has just got past Joshua Jackson.
It's another Jackson at the front of this field. Alex Jackson leading from Jake Riches, but the pressure seems to be building here, John.
It does. I feel like this one might be more of a slow crescendo, as these drivers clearly are very experienced across all sorts of different variations of karting. And you can just tell by how they're sat in the kart, how they attack the corners. They're very comfortable in themselves and in their abilities. So yeah, I feel like there's not going to be any sort of diving for positions randomly at the start of the race. It's going to very much be a methodical race, picking their moves and moving forward and making sure that they stay at least in these top four and try and push forward to the front of this top four group.
And it makes it very difficult for the likes of Joey DePrato at the moment. He's a bit isolated in P5. I just saw him in the back of shot there. He's 6/10, 7/10. Always Richards looking down the inside there of Jackson. Jackson defends into hairpin number 1. But whilst they're working almost as a quartet with four engines, I mean, we talk about 2 engines being better than 1. It's even more so when it's 4. They're dropping DePrato, who's not really got any help from behind.
Exactly. How'd you manage to work that one out, mate? 4 more powerful than 2. It's your maths brain again.
Maths, yeah.
You're amazing. Honestly,
oh, Richards down the inside.
There he goes. Up the inside and takes the lead.
Yeah, really good move there by Jake Richards. I mean, the door was left open by Alex Jackson. Maybe he just wants to sit.
He is defending.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So what does Alex Jackson do now with this? As they go down into hairpin number 1. I get the feeling, John, that moment there could potentially change the story of this race, because just as we were talking about Joey DePrato being dropped, he is actually now closing back in. He could come into this fight. He's doing it alone, which is not easy.
It solely depends on whether Jake Richards defends, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Realistically, like, you could tell that Jackson and Foden were going to work together. There was going to be no defending, but now Richards is at the front. And he also immediately defended as soon as he got to the front.
Yeah.
I think I can see what he's going to do here, and I think DePrato is probably going to be pretty happy about that, as we're going to change for 3rd place. So we got the inside as Lambeth. Is that Foden now down to 4th?
Yeah, Foden down to 4th then. I think in the psychological side of things, Richards defended because he very much wanted to assert his dominance on this race and say, no, I'm the leader. I'm the fastest driver out here. You're not coming by me, because that second half of the previous lap, it's not a huge gap, but he's just got enough now that Alex Jackson isn't, like, look through here, through Garnet, he is not in striking range now. So just look to hold that gap, especially Ben Lambeth starts to go for another attack and tries to get that 2nd place off the number 63.
Yeah, there's no need for Jake to look over his shoulder now, is he? He's just, as you say, out of striking distance of the 2nd place man, so I think the 2nd place man more going to be focusing behind him now, which will probably be a detriment to those 3.
Yeah. The pace of DePrato, it's been a good response from DePrato, is trying to pull onto the back of this top 4, is 1.3 seconds behind them out there, but you can see visually how much closer the number 67 is now to joining this battle. We're at the halfway stage of this race, 6 minutes down, 6 minutes to go. Jake Richards leads. Had a penalty in qualifying, and here comes Lambeth down the inside once again. Well, he's seen that move be done by Richards, saw that Jackson once again, there was a door open through Garda, and that was a very clean overtake from Ben Lambeth.
Exactly. It's always a good move, good place to make a move here. Around this Buckmore circuit, quite a slow corner, and also the natural line is to dip quite wide and then cut back in. So if you dive it there, park it on the apex, you can make the move stick relatively easily, comparably to other corners here.
It's a big step.
19th up in 2nd.
Sorry, John. There's a big step up in terms of performance for Ben Lambeth in this championship. His best result at Bayford Meadows a few weeks ago was 11th.
Wow.
In the trophy final. He's currently in 11th place in points.
Very impressive. Very, very impressive to be up here in 2nd. But now we've got Jackson and Foden back together in 3rd and 4th. They're going to work together, but are they going to be able to stay with that top 2? And can DePrato have anything to say about this as well?
See, I think Ben Foden's in 2 minds there.
Yeah, you saw it.
He's conscious that is I mean, I stress this is an individual championship. There's no, like, constructors or teams, but at the end of the day, that is someone that you know well, and you don't want to ruin their race.
Yeah.
You want to make enemies out there on circuit, particularly when you're in the same stable. But I think he's seeing those top two pull away now and thinking, oh, have I got a little bit more pace than Alex at this stage?
He might go for it here.
He does. He goes down the inside.
Can he make it stick, though? Not quite. Still got a nose in as Jackson. They're going to go side by side up here through Cafe. Who's going to yield? Have to wait and see as they come back into the shot or when they cross the line. It is Jackson who yields, so Foden up to third. But they've now got Joey DePrato right on their tail. They have. We'll see what DePrato can do here. He's had quite a lonely race, but now gets to do some battling.
He does indeed. Jackson's not too happy about something there. Track limit warning for Leo French at the number 18. And the number 44, Benjamin Rose, not out of this as well.
I think Jackson may be a little bit frustrated with his pace off of the slow corners. I think that might have been what it was, as he's already started to get dropped by Foden. But here we look back to the lead. Richards and Lambeth in with a little scrap for the lead here, 3.5 minutes to go. Yeah, it's properly on this for this 130 points. Neither of these drivers have had a win so far this season in this Junior Championship, round 2 for the Club 100 Junior Championship 2022. We'll have the super lightweight category later on this afternoon, as well for the cadet super cadet category. So do stick around for that here on your Alpha Live YouTube channel and the streams across all of our various Facebook pages. Indeed. Well, it'll be interesting to see what Lambeth does here, especially for the fact of you saying that previous round his best was 11th in the final, getting points. So hasn't been at this top end of the field. So it's very different when you're battling for 11th, 12th, 13th position than when you're battling for the lead. It feels a lot bigger when you go for that move, so you've really got to make sure you pick the right moment.
Yeah. It felt like a bit of an off result for Ben Lambeth. He did finish the 2021 season very strongly. His best result was a second place in the very final race of 2021.
He's going to want to beat that now then, isn't he?
For Richards, third place in the trophy final last time out. Started the day 5th in points. And with this kind of performance today, even if you lost this win to Lambeth, you've got to say that Jake Richards could be your championship leader at the end of this afternoon. Sam Middles has got a penalty for displacing a cone. There's a yellow flag down at the bottom end of the circuit as well, I think, for said cone. Richards having to defend now, less than 2 minutes to go.
Heavily defending now is Richards, and heavily attacking is Lambeth, but look how much closer Foden, Jackson and DePrato are getting now in the background. So keep your eye on them, as they can be right on these two in a moment's notice.
Top 5 covered by 2 seconds, 90 seconds of this race to go. So still got a couple of laps here. Contact warning for Joshua Greaves. And you called it earlier, John. You said this one was just going to simmer away. It was going to come to the boil nicely. It's doing just that now. There will be 2 more laps after this one that they are on. That round here is a long, long time for Jake Richards to defend from Ben Lambeth. Let's have a look at the gap back to the Alpha Delta boys behind. It's holding similarly. The pace for Richards and Lambeth, even though they're battling, isn't too bad. This is a great job from Jake Richards. He's not defending too hard. He's just placing his kart in the correct kind of spot, John, to deter any kind of attack from Lambeth.
He is, isn't he? Perfectly placed. Knows he's only got about 40 seconds to go, so doesn't want to do anything too drastic, and does know that if he defends super hard, then those 3 behind are going to catch. Still goes defensive into that right-hander, despite, I think it was still under yellow flags from that earlier corner.
It was. It's the cone replacement, so once they pass the cone replacement, they are back under green. Gotcha. Final lap then for the 14 and the 19. Richards hard defensive to the inside there through Conway's. Is there going to be a gap open through Henry's Bend? No, well controlled really there by Jake Richards. Defends again into hairpin number 1. Here's a big opportunity for Ben Lambeth. Hairpin 2, one of the easiest corners to overtake, but that is another really good defence from Jake Richards. He's done half the hard work now as they go down the hill through Simon Street and through Pullman's. Is Jake Richards going to take a first victory of the season here in the Junior Lightweight Championship? This, you've got to think, is the final opportunity for Ben Lambeth through Garda. Richards has got it covered. He's just got to sprint up the hill now through and over the top of the hill, round Cafe Corner. It's going to be very, very close. Jake Richards takes his first victory of the season here at Buckmore Park in the Junior Lightweight Pre-A final. Ben Lambeth, an equal best result in this championship in second place. Ben Foden leads a Alpha Delta 3-4 home ahead of Alex Jackson. Good points for Joey DePrato there in fifth. Benjamin Rowe sixth. George Hannay fights up to seventh place. William Henn in 8th, Josh Bates 9th, Toby McAllister Brown completes the top 10, Edward Gordon in 11th, Joshua Jackson in 12th, Lewis Davis, Matthew Cooper and Tamino Kolovecki complete the top 15, Leo French and Ryan Williams in 16th and 17th, Matthew Williams from the B final finishes in 18th, Tom Smith and Rafael Mango complete the top 20. So we've seen everybody race at least once so far. Let's start our second rotation of races here at Buckmore Park with the Cadet B final. Top two from this final go through to the A final, and Harry Bell will be on pole position for it with Fabian Gandok there on the second place. Adi Manu and Reese Cranston on row 2, Maximilian Braskov and Oliver Dawson on row number 3. And Tony Charnecki and Timmy Shahini on row number 4, Elliot Dimlow and Tom Grudois on row 5, Oliver Sanderson and Zach Charles on row number 6, Jakob Schulk and Edward Gillette on row number 7, Aurora Joel and Archie Peach row 8, Hendrix Bennett and Freddie Powell on row 9, Thea Williams and Milo Bittergale on row 10, Simon Chambers and Tabitha Mellor due there on 11, although it looks like Mellor is not taking the start. Just to note, actually, I think everybody hops up one row because the first row that we ran out drivers that we saw in the Pre-A final. So it'll be Manu and Cranston on the front of your grid, and away we go then for the B final. 12 minutes again, top two in this race go through to the A. It's a good start for those at the front of the order. Oh, a bit of a switchback there involving Cranston. Number 65 of Braskov is involved. Maximilian Braskov was one of the fastest drivers in the Pre-B final. It's all kicking off already here.
Reese Cranston up to the lead already. Fantastic move there. So do a switchback through hairpin 1 to get up to second, and then a switchback through hairpin 2 to get to first. That was fantastic from Reese. And there he is, up in the lead. Certainly an interesting start, if that's the word to use. Maybe not quite as closed up as they should be, but that comes with time with cadets. It's some of their first ever rolling starts it will be, so they do definitely come with time. But yeah, it is frustrating when you're at the back and someone in front of you hasn't quite pressed up as much as they should be. But as I say, more experience and that'll all come. Over the line to finish that lap of racing. And we've got Reese Cranston leading, Maximilian Braskov in second, Adi Mano in third, and it's Antoni Czarnecki in fourth, Timmy Charlini in fifth, and there's a move for the lead.
There was a move for the lead. I don't think Braskov was planning that one, but he just found a little bit of an overspeed and went down the inside. It's not quite worked out for him. 3 wide almost, nearly 4 wide. Look at the number 50 of Adi Manu trying to come around the outside. What an overtake that is. Takes second place. Really brave stuff from all of our cadets at the front end of this field. Elliot Dimolo joining in the fun also with Oliver Dawson and Timmy Shahini. Oh, trying to keep it within track limits there. Shahini we saw do a lot of overtaking in the Pre-B final. It's already up to 4th here, John.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Look at this little, well, I say little battle, huge battle for the lead here. 6 karts involved. We've got karts trying to go side by side. Lots of switchbacks from Manu in third there, looking for out the inside for second, but that's going to send him wide. Is Sebastian Vettel helmet Shahini going to be able to get through? Or Shahini, sorry, my apologies. Is he going to be able to get through? He does indeed, up into third place, and is already pressuring there for second on Braskov.
There's plenty of time for Timmy Shahini to make this overtake. Has fought back here. If you weren't with us earlier in the Pre-B final of this classification, Timmy Shahini had a spin on lap 1, wasn't his fault. Of a start incident, and has fought his way back since then to be in a position now where there's 1 spot away from the A final, but battling at the very front of the order. Cranston, I love seeing how these karts move around. They really are great test beds and development beds for these drivers to fine-tune their driving skills.
Well, that's what Dante, kart tester, was saying, wasn't he? That the handling is just fantastic on these things. So yeah, you can see they're really responsive to the handling, but Cranston nearly made the worst error you can, which is to look behind you as you're still going around a corner, and he nearly spun it at the bottom of Paddock, but managed to hold it together and is still there in the lead.
Change for second place, but is it coming back now? Braskov back down the inside of Shahini there. That's a really brave move by Maximilian Braskov. Retakes second place away from Timmy Shahini, who got the move at least for the short time being. Oh, big wide moment there for Reese Cranston. It's all closing up again. This is what I love about cadet racing, because it is all about momentum and keeping it smooth and racecraft. You don't have oodles of power. It's a big defensive move there from Reese Cranston. That was just about within the limits, but he's run wide now. Braskov's down the inside, approaching hairpin number 1. Braskov, has he got the move done? He has, but Shahini cuts to the inside. Great reading of the situation by Timmy Shahini, and he leads, but for how long? Because here comes the number 50 of Adi Manu. Adi Manu's now up to second place, has lost out now. Reese Cranston's coming back. This is a fantastic B final.
It just doesn't stop, does it? It's just constant overtakes. Oh, we've got 15 stopping on the inside. Oh, that's Zarnecki kart coming to a halt. I think they've got back underway there, so we're only losing a couple of positions there for Zarnecki. But yeah, as you were saying, it's so much about momentum. Any sort of slide or something slows them down by sort of 5-6 miles an hour and really makes a difference for sort of the next 10 to 15 seconds of their lap.
We're not even at the halfway stage of this race, folks. What else is going to happen here at Buckmore Park? Timmy Shahini is now leading the race by almost half a second clear of Reese Cranston, but they're closing back in now, and this again is a very typical trope of cadet racing, as running very wide there was Adi Manu. It's all broken down a little bit now. Now here's an interesting phase of the race to see whether our drivers have got this thought in their minds. You've got a top 2 now. If I'm Reese Cranston, and the thing is, I don't know if he's been in this situation before, just push. Yeah. Just push Timmy Shahini along, and we'll both get up into the A final, because fighting a little bit at this stage of the race could mean that they fall back into the clutches of Adi Manu and the rest of them behind. However,
Shahini is definitely defending there through the first corner, and Cranston with the fastest lap of the race on that last one, a 50.447 from, sorry, Reese Cranston, my apologies, taking that fastest lap so far. But yeah, still Shahini out in the lead in his fetching Sebastian Vettel helmet, and channeling Sebastian Vettel vibes right now, out there leading this one. And yeah, as you say, a bit of a gap now forming back to third place of Adi Manu, and some traffic as well now coming up for the leaders. How will they be able to deal with this, as the number 55 of Archie Peach in 13th place gets a penalty for an ABC takeout.
That's unfortunate for Archie. Reese Cranston, 9 years old, from Aylesford. He's raced in Bambino classes before, and amongst his hobbies, karting of course. Likes playing on his Xbox, and also photography, taking photos. It's good. Tim Shahini just was a little bit slow off of hairpin number 1 there. Whether that was intentional or not.
Oh, bit of a coming together in the background there between, I think it was 4th place of Dawson and the back marker. Having a bit of a coming together, but both being able to carry on just fine.
Just to mention as well, because we saw it as a DNS on the graphic, the grid graphic, that Tabitha Mellor is running in this race, which is good to see. So Tabitha is currently in 17th place. Tom Goulois has just got past Edward Gillette. As look at this, down the inside is Cranston looking for the lead. No, Shahini holds to the outside there. Well raced between the two youngsters. 5 minutes of this race to go. This will be a real test for Timmy. Well done there. That was Freddie Powell just pulling over to one side, letting the leaders go through. But Adi Manu's closing in here.
He really is. Closing in the background of our camera shot there. And any more fighting from these front two could mean that Adi can get involved here. However, does already have 1 track limit warning, so needs to make sure he isn't going wide in any sections of the track, because that could mean a penalty, and that scuppers his entire race. But look at this. He's there. He's part of the 3 now, is Adi. And a fantastic lap from him there to rejoin the back of this pack and get involved with the racing.
A new fastest lap of the race, 50.052 around the outside. That's very brave from Reece Cranston. There's not much grip out there. Penalty for Oliver Dawson. He's held it. Oh, but he's gone wide now. Loses the grip through hairpin 1, and Adi Manu is through.
Up into second place is Adi. Pretty easy move for him there, just having to snatch it from Cranston as he had a sort of a little half spin there through hairpin 1. But all of them continuing. Probably quite nice for Shahini, giving him a little bit of free air for now anyway. But whether that's going to stay like that, I highly doubt it.
Got to tip your hat to the commitment, though, of Reece Cranston. That was a brave go round the outside. I've learned from that. It's just not really any grip round the outside of that corner. Even in the wet, it's not a line a lot of people use. Kind of hook yourself on the curb on the inside. No rain here today, of course, at Buckmore Park. Perfect conditions here in Kent. Hope you're enjoying your Saturday afternoon. That
would have been a baptism of fire for these cadet drivers.
Yes.
Buckmore Park in the wet.
Oh, look at this. Adi Manu's trying to go down the inside. Defended there by Shahini, but Cranston's coming back.
I have noticed that as a bit of a strat from a few drivers coming off of hairpin 2. If you just sort of turn into the side of the person trying to overtake you, it slows them down enough where you can just carry on.
Yes.
So, an interesting strat, but I mean, if it works, it works. But here we go, change to the lead. Manu up the inside and followed by Cranston. So there we are, Shahini in the space of one corner, down from first to third. Could we see another change to the lead? Cranston looking for it. They're going to go side by side through Cafe, over the line. Barely any time in it at all between these front three, but 50 manages to hold it, keeps the inside, and Manu takes the lead.
This is really impressive stuff from the first B final. Oh, there's a bit of a bump there.
He's going to spin it! No! Shahini spins it at hairpin 1. I think he's gotten away pretty quickly because I can't see him there anymore, so I think he still holds that third place. But he is going to be a good 4 or 5 seconds back from this battle for the lead now.
And a change for the lead. Cranston goes through past Manu. Was actually assisted a little bit with the overspeed from Timmy Shahini that caused him to go round because he got almost a little bit of a boost off of hairpin 1. There was a bit of pod-to-pod action between the two of them. Maximilian Braskov will be hoping for a bit more fighting at the front. There he is, in third place.
He's the only person to drop down to the 49s as well, a 49.791 on that last lap. So really pushing on is Braskov, and he has overtaken Shahini for third place.
Fight is on here.
Look at this. Brilliant. Brilliant bit of racing between these two youngsters. Who will come out on top, though? Almost side by side around hairpin 2. That's not going to work. He is going to try to hold the nose in there. That is not advised. And Manu does the right thing and pulls out there and sticks in his second place.
The thing, and I think I'm right in saying this, there is a trophy at stake here. That's what this is
Very
about.
true. Shiny things.
It's shiny things. And I fully understand why they are going for this one. They've got a bit, and especially when they've got that gap over third place. The number 18 there, Theo Williams, is a lap down.
Doesn't matter what age you get to, shiny things are still great.
Yep, last lap board is now out. Can Reece Cranston hold on here for a B final victory? Adi Manu's now trying to go around the outside. That's a decent line. Try and slingshot your way off of Henry's Bend. Cranston defends. He's looking this way and that.
I was going to say, he's checking over his shoulder a lot. He needs to watch out to be doing that mid-corner. He might lose out here on exit, though. 50 gets alongside, but not quite able to get up to the same speed as quickly as the 19.
Rover Joel's taking 6th place away from Elliot Dimolo on the penultimate lap of the race, but we're still here with our leaders. Reece Cranston at the front of the order has just got a couple more corners to go, has held it under control there as they go through Paddock, through Garda, up the hill for the last time. This is a big moment in a young driver's racing career. He's already celebrating
too early, mate.
As they go through the cafe corner. Reece Cranston wins in the B final in the cadets here today for the first round of the Club 100 Cadet Championship. Adi Manu finishes in second. Those two drivers will go through to the A final. Maximilian Braskov finishes in arguably the worst position of all, third place, 1 spot outside from that A final. Timmy Shahini, what a star he's been today, and I'm sure we'll see Timmy in A finals in future rounds of this championship. Finishes in 4th in the B final here today. Oliver Dawson in 5th, Aurora Joel 6th, Elliot Dimolo in 7th. Anthony Charnecki in 8th place, Oliver Sanderson in 9th, and Zach Schall completes the top 10. B-final time again here at Buckmore Park as the junior lightweight category come out on circuit. Let's have a look at their grid. James Shotton moved from the back of the grid to the front of the grid here in the B-final with a great drive in the first race, has pole position. Piers Constable alongside on the front row. Griesi Muhai and John El Muhai are both there on the second row of the grid. Edgar Armendariz Bocanegra and Flame Arinkala are there on the third row of the grid. Elliot Baker and Christian Hoos are there on row 4. Charlie Humphreys and John Warren complete the top 10 here in the B final. Dan Hillier and Peter Woodard will start from row 6. Sammy Davidson and Nathan Khan start on row 7, then it's Owen Camber and Alex Soper on row 8. Philip Chowdhury and Christian Chowdhury form up on the 9th row of the grid alongside one another. And then we find Yasin Navak and Harry Gibson on row 10, Joshua Crow completing the 21 karts due here in the junior lightweight B final for round 2 of the 2022 Club 100 Junior Championship.
Here they come. Over Cafe, a couple of drivers having some late tyre warming techniques as they come through Cafe. Here they come, 2 by 2 by 2 by 2 across the line to get this B final underway in the junior lightweight class. 72 getting squeezed to the inside there, just misses the wall. That was very close, manages to keep it together. And there's now a full gaggle of 4 karts side by side going into hairpin 1. Is it going to stay okay? No, it's not. We've got 3, 4, maybe even 5 drivers round, possibly even more than that down at hairpin 1. Restart. And it's going to be a restart.
Yep.
As expected. And we'll go around again to get it underway. The top 2 we're going to be very angry with that because they absolutely stormed off, didn't they?
They did. It was a very good start for those on the pole side of the grid. I think Piers Constable just got caught out there. So he's had a bit of a get out of jail free card in that regard. So for those of you probably wondering what's happening now, this is not a race. This is a false start. Almost treated a little bit like your running races in the Olympics. Someone's gone off too early. Whatever, it's now a complete reset. We go again. Maybe a little bit of time taken off the drivers.
And they've all got to get back in the position that they started the race in initially. You can't just get, if you gain 5 or 6 places, you can't just be like, well, I want to start here now. I did really well. Start that one. Not how it works, sadly. So we've all been in that situation. I think I had that at, I think it was Landau. Yeah, it was Drivers' Champs at Landau. I had a brilliant start, got about 10 positions on lap 1. They restarted it. My second start, I got punted off. So I was not very happy with that. But that's just how it goes in kart racing. So the drivers just got to reset. That's what I think is the most difficult part about these false starts, is you get so built up, adrenaline-wise, you adrenaline dump to go for it on the start, and then you've got to do it all again.
Yep.
So it's very difficult to get yourself back in that mindset for the start again, but you've just got to do it and try and get on with it as best you can. But let's go for a retry at this start in the Junior Lightweight B final. Let's see what they can do. Hopefully no penalties for anyone for jump starts. I think it was just more for the comings together at hairpin 1 there. But here we go, 73 alongside the 40. Pole start again being a little bit better. But there we go, round the first corner. A bit less jumpy from guys, so I think it should be more okay through hairpin 1. Let's have a look. 29 getting it very sideways, and an absolute send from the 72 there, but I think he's actually made it work. Gets squeezed out to the outside, though. That's not the place you want to be around hairpin 2, and it's going to go back down sort of 3rd or 4th position, but a good start there from the 72 of our longest name, Edgar Armendariz Bocanegra. That is a tough one, but he's had a great start.
He has had a contact warning, though, so needs to be careful. Penalties at the moment.
Understandable. It was quite the send into hairpin 1, but fair play. We've still got battles going on all up and down the field. They're going through that slow right-hander, and they come through to finish lap 1 underneath us in the comms box.
So remember, top 2 from this race go through and join the back of the grid for the A final. So at the moment it's James Shotton and Griesi Muhai who've got those positions. Piers Constable still there in 3rd. The fast starting Armendariz Bocanegra in 4th place. James Shotton will just try and pull away now. Knows he's got the speed, raced through from the very back of the order, 23rd on the grid, to finish in 3rd earlier on this afternoon. No, if he can just do that pace again, he will easily win this race. Let the others fight over that one final spot for place on the A final grid. So all the pressure now on Greasy Muhai in the number 29. There's the number 28 of John L. Muhai, trying to find an opening there on Edgar Amadeus Bocanegra. Has found a way through.
Squeezed him out wide and went through, didn't he? A nice move. But there's the 29 leading the 40. And there's no need to even think about James Shotton in the lead, the 73. Fastest lap of the race of 47.498. And is leading this one by quite some way, a good few seconds already. With still just under 9 minutes left to go. What's this battle that we're looking at here? Going through the left-hander, coming up through Cafe. We've got the 95 trying to make a move stick. Yes, it is indeed. That is Flame Aerocala trying to make any move stick. And it goes to the outside there into hairpin 1. Might switch it back to the inside. Doesn't think about it this time. And the 60 of Christian Huis tries to keep it. Defends there again through hairpin 2. But that is going to be holding them both up. And the 35 just behind of Charlie Humphreys could try and make a move stick as well. But keep watching this over his shoulder, has Flame. As we've got a driver coming into the pits, which is an interesting one in a sprint race like this. Either something wrong with the car. I haven't seen a black flag come up. No black flag, so either they have something wrong with the car and they want to come in, or they've made the terrible mistake of thinking a penalty is coming to the pits.
And just driven straight through the pit and then come back out.
Interesting. Joker lap.
Yes. Fastest driver out there at the moment, the number 28 of John L. Mahai. Both of Mahai's going side by side at the moment there. Number 28 and number 29. And it's Greasy who comes out in front. Dan Hillier having a good fight at the moment, the number 11 in 11th. He's just got past Peter Woodard. Is Piers Constable in the number 40. Just needs to keep eyes forward at the moment. Still a long, long way in this race to go. Not even into the second half of it yet.
Shotted into the 46s.
Yep.
Very impressive. Super quick pace, especially when you're by yourself. Sometimes that can help in a race if they're battling behind. But what a send that was into hairpin 1. My goodness. That was the 28, I think it was, of John L. Mahai. Or it could have been the 26, 29, couldn't it? They are very similar numbers. It was the 28, I was correct. So Janelle going for a send on his sibling. Not quite working out, going a bit too deep and relinquishing the position once again.
Charlie Humphreys is coming back through the order now. We saw Charlie Humphreys have problems in race number 1, not of his own making. It's up to 7th place now, John. And the gap is 7 seconds, so it's only about 4 seconds off. Oh dear, it was just out of the corner of my eye. Maybe in the background of shot there, there's been a spinner down at Paddock. See them recovering there, getting back going again. But Charlie Humphreys, I don't think, is out of this. Still a while in this race to go. Pace is good, and there's a bit more action up at the front. We saw it, obviously, with Shotton earlier on in the pre-B final, that things can change very quickly. Just got to keep pushing. You never know, could get a top 2 still out of this.
Definitely. I think our spinner was 31 of Elliot Baker, dropped 7 positions on that last lap. So from 9th to 16th. And also Joshua Crow dropping down 17th by 4 positions. So whether they were involved with each other, I'm not so sure, but not having the best of last laps. 5.5 minutes left to go. And we continue to watch this battle. This is the 15 and the 101 trying for it up the inside. Going to squeeze the nose in. Just about misses out. Taking him out there, so that's Owen Camber defending from Sammy Davidson, and they've got Nathan Kahn just behind them.
Yeah, that's all over 13th position in this race, just over 5 minutes of it to go. Still James Shotton leading by 3.3 seconds ahead of Piers Constable. Down the inside there goes the number 91 of Nathan Kahn, getting past Sammy Davidson, wraps it up. Or does he? No, he's got to run a little bit wide. Good fight back there from Sammy Davidson, retakes the position off of hairpin number 2.
That was a nice recovery there, but that biting is going to mean that they're losing time on the driver ahead, and someone has absolutely clattered that cone on the inside, haven't they?
Barry R has been met and has not come off the beneficiary in that arrangement.
Barry R has been abused.
Yeah, 46.956 for James Shotton is a new fastest lap of this B final. Looking supreme, looking comfortable at the moment. Flame Aricalo's got past Christian Hoos for 7th place. Harry Gibson as well has also gained a position, 18th place ahead of Alex Soper. Here is the number 15 of Owen Camber on your screens. Sammy Davidson's come back strong here. Was under attack from Nathan Kahn a lap ago, but is now thinking about Camber's 13th place.
Still trying to rebuild that wall on the inside.
Move down the inside there. There comes the number 31 of Elliot Baker. He's got past Davidson and Kahn there. It's a move into Paddock. You've got to be committed and you've got to be early, because the risk, of course, is that the driver on the outside doesn't know that you're there, and you have a bit of a meeting, don't you?
You need to be there by the time they look to the apex to turn in, really, so that they have enough time to unturn in and give you the room. Because if you're not there, they turn in, they've already committed to it, and then suddenly you're there. Yeah, big crash is happening. Big crash.
And, it tends to be with how the dynamics of the karts work down there, that you both end up running wide.
Yeah.
Everybody has a little bit of a wave at one another, but that was well dealt with there. 3 minutes of the race to go. Top two looking in control, and I think that was a classic example of what we were just talking about there. 31 of Elliot Baker wasn't quite alongside Owen Camber enough there. Track limit warning for Philip Chowdhury, currently in 20th place. The other Chowdhury in this race, Christian Chowdhury, is up in 12th at the moment. Number 91 of Nathan Kahn looking to try and get through. 2.5 minutes of the race to go. There's been a problem out there, unfortunately, for Joshua Crow.
That was nearly a takeout there from the 91. Luckily slammed on the brakes and got it stopped before he ploughed into the side of 15. That is going to mean he loses a position there, though. Can't quite pick out who that was. I think it was Nathan Kahn. But so yeah, no penalties. All good. All good and fair racing there through the hairpins. Yeah. 2 minutes left to go in this one. We were saying that the earlier races were a bit more of a slow burner. Kind of similar with this one, but no one really close enough near the front to make any kind of final moves at the end of this one.
Yeah, it can happen sometimes in a B final when you've got drivers who perhaps on pace alone should be in the A final. They work themselves through, they cut the mistakes down, they keep it under control. And I think that's what you're seeing here in this race.
Yeah.
With Shotton, Constable, and the two Mahais. But they'll be pleased. They'll be pleased with the competitive nature. I say, it can be frustrating when you're in this spot, but you can also use it as a bit of a launch pad to get yourself into the A final later in the season.
Exactly, and I will say, for the harmony of the Mahai household, I'm pretty happy that they're both in 3rd and 4th, rather than one being 2nd and one being 3rd, because that would have possibly created some tension between the two siblings. The drive home wouldn't have been quite as fun.
No.
I don't think, but less than a minute to go now. Shotton still leading this one by quite some way with his fastest lap of a 46.8. Only other driver on circuit in the 46s is the man just behind him, Piers Constable, for 46.976. As I say that, there he is in the number 40 kart. On to the last lap they go.
We do indeed.
We have had a change in the top 10 on that last lap. Flame Aricala up 2 positions to 5th, dropping down Boccanegra and Humphreys to 6th and 7th. So making some positions up in the dying moments of this one as the front two go on to the final section of this beautiful Buckmore Park circuit.
The good news is that I think I'm right in saying this is going to be James Shotton's first qualification into an A-level final this year. So
fully deserved as well.
Yeah, absolutely. He's come back from disappointment earlier on this morning very, very well. James Shotton makes it into the A final, wins the B final. P1 for kart number 73 there. Piers Constable makes his 2nd A final of the season so far as well there with P2. And it's the Mahais in 3rd and 4th. John Eld ahead of Griesi. Flame Arikala fights into 5th place. Edgar Armendariz Bocanegra in 6th. Charlie Humphreys maybe a little bit disappointed. I think had the pace to get into the top 2 into the A final today, but not quite the look on his side for Charlie here today. They're in 7th place with a good effort nonetheless. Christian Hoos in 9th place. Dan Hillier in 9th. John Warren completes the top 10. Peter Woodard, Elliot Baker, Christian Chowdhury, Owen Camber and Sammy Davidson all in the top 15. Good entertaining fight involving Camber and Davidson there. And we'll swiftly move on because our Cadet A final is heading out right now. A final time then for the Cadets. Here is their grid. Wyatt McAllister has pole position. Ilya Veliko starts alongside on the front row of the grid. Solomon Adanegi and Rory Hamilton starts on row 2. Theo Brown and Teddy Young starts on the 3rd row of the grid. Harry Bell and Charlie Snell are there on row 4. Leo Edger and Jacob Underhill complete the top 10. Jakub Milcharski and Harry Knight start on the 6th row of the grid. And then we find Jack Holmes and Miles Burton on row 7, Luka Batarev and Noah Hobson on row 8, Daniel Wisniauskas and Arthur Way on row number 9. Fabian Gandok and Charlie Walker are on row number 10. I'm just going to check for you to confirm from our B final. We've got Reese Cranston and Addy Manuveli are the 19 and the 50 on the back row of the grid. Here we go then. Who's going to be the first Trophy A final winner in history in the Club 100 Cadet Championship? We're going to find out in 12 minutes time. Into turn 1 they go. All very even looking at the moment with Wyatt McAllister has the lead as they go into the first hairpin. Has held that quite nicely, John.
Yeah, indeed. A couple of sends down into hairpin 1, but that's expected. In A final, we've got a spinner. That's a 21 round. That's Solomon Adeniji. Round at hairpin 2 and drops down to the back of the pack. He's going to be frustrated with himself there. Bit too late on the brakes, locked the rears, and round he went.
Oh, it's a real shame for Solomon. Solomon has been fantastic so far today, but it's not going to be a podium here today for the driver in the number 21. Side by side there, the number 64 down the inside. That's Milcharski. It's a very good start there. Already gained a number of positions. So McAllister leads. Hamilton in 2nd place. Veliko 3rd. Brown, Edger, and as we say, Milcharski. That's up 6 positions for Jacob there. Really good stuff in the number 64.
Very impressive. Same with Luka Batuev as well. Up 6. We expect that. Obviously, he dropped down slightly during the last race, so coming back through the pack as expected is Luka, but we look back to the front. What are these guys all saying? There we go. 46 with McAllister out in the lead. Still holding his own, but he's got 17, 51, 27. That's Hamilton. Veliko, Brown breathing down his neck. Hamilton looks for a possible move there. Not going to happen, and sticks behind for now. We do need to be planning these moves well through this race because it is a long one. Still over 10 minutes to go. And the 4 of them all together in a pack could be interesting. Could be a move for 2nd place here up the inside. It's at the 51 of Veliko. Could be a change to the lead as well. Tries to dive to the inside, does the 51. Not going to happen. Squeezes out, and that's Veliko up into 2nd. Can he go for the lead here? He is going to. Squeezes through. Not happy with that was our previous leader, McAllister. Veliko puts his hand up, I assume, to apologise. But there we go, down to 3rd as well. Hamilton up to 2nd. And a controversial few section of corners there, Andrew.
Yeah, I think there'll be some opinions about that one. The door was at least partially open as the plastic bollard has gone spinning on its head once again. It's all going on here around 10th position. Look at that, running wide. It's a cone penalty for Milcharski. 9.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, he got a cone penalty. Is up to 5th though.
Yep.
Is Jacob. So fair play, having a great race there. Still with lots of time to go, so can make up for that penalty.
It's been a problem for Jack Holmes. Unfortunately, he's fallen down the order. He's now in 22nd place. 9 minutes of the race to go. Oh, a bit of contact there between the number 35 and the 24. That's Leo Edger and Charlie Snell. key few laps this I feel for, as what's happening there? Is that a yellow flag for a cone replacement possibly? But it's closed things back up a bit with Ilya Veliko still leading this race, but it's the number 5 coming up the hill. That's Leo Edger a little bit further down the order. Back with our leaders, Rory Hamilton trying to make a way through. He's down the inside. Tried to shut the door, did Ilya Veliko, but Rory Hamilton's surely going to be through here as they go through hairpin 1. Hamilton back to the lead.
Brilliant switch back there from Hamilton. Fantastic move. What a fantastic move. And there's continuing battling for second there. 46. McAllister trying to make the most of it and come back through, but not going to happen. Veliko has to set off a second for now. This battle at the front really starting to hot up now, and still a lot of this race to go.
8 minutes of this race to go. We've been talking about points, various points today, but I think in particular, to win this round, to be the first ever winner of a Club 100 Cadet Championship, that'll be quite a trophy to have on the mantelpiece.
Shiny thing.
Shiny thing. It says round 1, the very first round 1. This mean a lot to the drivers and their families. Noah Hobson has just got up to 11th place, by the way. He's got past Jacob Underhill for that position. Solomon Adeniji is trying to fight back here. He's got past Daniel Wisniauskas for 15th place. Adi Manu's having a good run as well from the B final. Has gone through, or followed through on with Solomon. He's now in 16th.
Indeed. Still lots of big packs in this one. We've seen previous races, the drivers have become quite spaced out, which has meant for not brilliant racing, of course, kind of just driving around by themselves. But this one, it seems to be sort of a pack of 4 or 5, a little bit of a gap, pack of 4 or 5, a little bit of a gap, and then rinse and repeat until we go through all 22 drivers. But this battle for the lead still raging on. Veliko not continuing to apply the pressure on to Hamilton. Hamilton just checking over his shoulder, seeing the kind of gap that he's made up. And it's not so much at the moment. Still needs to worry about what's going on behind him, but they do sort of just about seem like they're being able to drop McAllister at the moment.
We saw though with Ilya being able to lead out in the pre-A final. Obviously had the it's down the inside, big attack there from Ilya Veliko, and takes the lead.
Didn't see that one coming.
No, did not see that one coming at all. I don't think Rory Hamilton saw it coming either. Veliko defended to the inside now, but may have compromised the line as they come round through Cafe Corner. We're into this, well, no, we're not into the second half of the race so far. They've still got another 6 and a bit minutes of this race to go.
And interesting that Veliko immediately on the defence, heavy defence.
But has lost the lead. Hamilton switches back there, retakes the position.
Ooh. That was a punt in wide and retake, I'm afraid.
Bit, yeah.
51, I'm going to say it. That was a bit of a pump wide, so we'll see what the stewards say about that one. The battle continuing, and McAllister now back involved.
Yeah, White's right there. White, McAllister in the number 46 with the sky blue shoulders. Back down the inside is Hamilton. Goes to the lead again. Veliko runs wide. McAllister may have a chance here for second place. Veliko pulls it back together, but once again, Rory Hamilton, kart number 17, with 5 minutes and 20 seconds leads here at Buckmore Park.
Three-way battle now for the lead. And here we go, another change is that. Hamilton back down to second. Could be down to third if he goes too wide. Not quite. 46 McAllister thinks better of it and goes to the outside. Trying to look for a switch back here on Hamilton. Can he do it? No. Gives him a little tap up the rear instead. But does dive to the inside on exit. My apologies. A bit of a hand up from Hamilton there. Not too happy with that one. But McAllister up to second place now, and that has allowed Veliko to produce, let's be honest, a very slight lead over the two of them. And they will continue to be 3 together for this battle for the lead, I think, for a while. Hand up again for the 51 of Veliko. I think possibly still a yellow flag there, or maybe gesticulating someone. And McAllister's got a penalty. Third place, McAllister does have a penalty.
Bump and pass.
Bump and pass. So there we go. He's out with the battle for the lead now. Well, he's technically still in it on track, but in actual terms, he is out of the battle for the lead. Not out of the race, out of the battle for the lead, I should say.
Contents warning for Harry Bell. Still a good amount of minutes in this race to go. And I don't know, I just feel like on average pace over, say, the fastest 5 laps that each of these drivers have done, I'd say that Hamilton's just got the edge. He's got to find a way past Ilya Veliko here.
I agree. I think Hamilton has some fantastic outright pace. but does just make a couple of mistakes, and I did just see him clip the cone on exit there out of Paddock. So whether he's going to get a penalty for that or it's just a warning, we'll have to wait and see when it comes up on the timing screen. And there you go, confirmation, Rory Hamilton with a cone penalty. So Velico, although he doesn't know it, is pretty set to take the win here now. With a penalty for Hamilton and McAllister.
Yeah, it's... I'll tell you who would be interested at the moment, Theo Brown, because Theo Brown's sat in 4th place here, and we do sometimes see this. We see this in the BUKC from time to time, that a runner a little bit further down the order can pick up a really good result by keeping things clean. 3 minutes and 10 seconds to go. There's lots of changes of position going on, by the way. Around the top 10, Teddy Young, Charlie Snell, Noah Hobson all got through, as did Jacob Underhill on Luka Batarev last time around. Solomon Adeneji's pace continues to be good. That's the one slight not so good bit from this race. I would have been really interested to see how Solomon Adeneji would have done in this one, because the pace has been good. It's back up to 13th place now, past Harry Knight. Could have been in that fight with Velico, Hamilton and McAllister.
He was right there at the start, wasn't he? Just a small mistake and the race goes away from him.
2.5 minutes to go. That's number 35. This is Leo Adger. Great helmet design there as well, in a very distinctive blue and yellow colour scheme.
There are some fantastic helmets out on show today, I will say. I wouldn't expect it, because obviously kids go up pretty fast, their head grows, you have to buy them a new helmet. So spending a lot of money on a helmet that they're going to grow out of within a year is an interesting choice, but they look very cool. So fair play.
Definitely worth a couple of tens.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah. 2 minutes of this race to go. So Bell there in the number 39, ahead of Edger, number 38 down the inside. Good move there from Noah Hobson for 9th place, getting past Charlie Snell.
It was decisive, that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Went to the inside and said, no, I'm here, mate. You're not turning in. My corner. Makes it stick.
Ilya Velico continues to lead then. Just a 10th of a second between them. McAllister's coming back though. It's a shame he's got that penalty, but 46 has just set the fastest second sector of anybody so far. Oh, everyone having a little bit of a wave at one another. I think number 28 just caught the cone there, Jacob Underhill. Back with our leaders. A change for the lead on the road at least. Rory Hamilton has got back ahead of Ilya Velico. Yep, cone penalty has come in for Jacob Underhill.
Back down the inside.
Oh, and there goes McAllister as well. Really good stuff there from Wyatt McAllister. Retakes 2nd place on the road. But it's Velico back in the lead of this one once again. As far as we're aware, we've not seen any penalties or any jurisdictions for the 51.
Move to the inside to defenders, Velico. Hamilton back down the inside of McAllister to take 2nd on the road. McAllister's going to try and squeeze him out. Not quite happening. Up through Cafe to start another lap. I think this is probably going to be the 2nd last lap of our race. No, it's not. It is our last lap. So this is it. Final lap of the race. Velico doesn't know it, but he's pretty much got this lead in the bag. He thinks he's defending for his life.
Does indeed. Jakub Milchowski has just got up to 4th on the road as well, past Theo Brown. McAllister back down the inside of Hamilton there, going for 2nd place on the road. Can he get it done? He's still going to have to get it done through the S's. This is good news for Ilya Velico, because it just gives a little bit of breathing space for Ilya. There's a back marker ahead, but I don't think they're going to catch them in time. We are on the last lap then, here for round 1 of the 2022 Club 100 Cadet Championship, the very first round 1 in the history of this championship. Round the final couple of corners, over the top of the hill, your first ever Club 100 Cadets Championship winner of a round is Ilya Velico. A brilliant victory for Ilya Velico by just under half a second ahead of Wyatt McAllister. Rory Hamilton finishes on the road at least in 3rd. Jakub Milchowski there in 4th place. Theo Brown in 5th. Harry Bell finishes in 6th. Leo Edger 7th. Noah Hobson, Luka Batarev and Jacob Underhill complete the top 10 on the road before any post-race jurisdictions. 11th for Solomon Adeneji, 12th for Charlie Snell, Teddy Young, Harry Knight and Reese Cranston finish in the top 15. Good drive that from Reese from the B final. Daniel Wisniauskas in 16th, Miles Burton 17th, Adi Manu and Arthur Ray, the last of those finishing there. Oh, sorry, no, Jack Holmes just gets across the line there in 20th place. Well done to all of our cadet drivers. We'll see them again across the course of the season. We're going to get ready, though, for our final race of this morning and early afternoon session. It's the A final for the junior lightweights.
Here we go then, for the grid for the junior lightweight A final getting underway. If the pre-A final was enough to say, this should be a fantastic race. Jake Riches is there on pole. Alongside him is Ben Lambeth. Behind them, Ben Foden and Alex Jackson. Will they be able to work as well together as they did in the earlier final? We'll have to wait and see. Joey DePrato and Benjamin Rowe are behind them on 5th and 6th position. Following is George Hannay, then it's William Henn, Josh Bates and Toby McAllister Brown rounds out the top 10. Then it's Edward Gordon and Joshua Jackson. Then behind them, Lewis Davis, then it's followed by Leo French. Matthew Cooper is there on row 8 alongside Ryan Williams. Row 9 is Matthew Williams, and then behind them in 18th is Tom Smith. Then continuing on is Tamilo Colavecchi. Then it's Marcus Allen, Rafael Mengo. Then it's Sam Iddles, Joshua Greaves, and Christopher Wilkinson. And then I believe, no, there's not one more final row. I am incorrect. So 24 or 25 drivers out for this A final in our junior class, the junior lightweight class, of course. And let's see how they do. 3 laps of warm-up for these guys, can test out their karts and see whether they believe their kart isn't up to scratch and they want to come in and change it. But I would honestly say 3 laps around Buckmore Park is probably not enough time to work that out, if I'm brutally honest.
A lot of it will depend if you notice something in relation to another one of your competitors.
Yes. That's why I think it's tough around here, because there isn't really a straight.
Yeah.
So somewhere that's a bit easier, say Sheddington, you can pretty quickly tell my kart's not very good. Yep. But around here, it's so physical and so many corners that it's a bit difficult to work it out within 3 laps.
I think we've got at least one driver. It's Lambeth, I think, has gone for a kart change.
Indeed.
Now, he will
has the number 19.
It's something we see a little bit more of in the senior sprints. But then again, you've got a lot more experience.
I was going to say, those drivers know those karts like the back of their hand. Like Fraser, Brunton, we're leading lightweights currently in the seniors, knows instantly whether a kart is good or not. It's very impressive. But here we go. No, we don't.
We'll go around again, because Ben Lambeth will be allowed to get into his position. Let's see him at the back of the field. Now he's going to have to have a little bit of wiggle room to get through, so hopefully the drivers don't do the old weaving of the tyres too much.
You know they're going to do that, though. Come on.
Yeah, they are. It's an interesting one, though. I always find that like getting your brakes is a more important bit of kart preparation at this stage before a race. But Ben Lambeth now joins us at the front of the order.
You've got to be careful when you're warming up those tyres as well, because spinning it is very embarrassing.
Oh, yes. And we will point and laugh at you.
We will.
Even at this age. Right, ready to go then.
No prisoners.
Now, once you're a teenager, you're open for ridicule if you do something silly. Anyway, a final time for the junior lightweights here at Buckmore Park for their second round of the season. Away we go for 12 minutes here in Kent. Good start for Jake Riches and for Ben Lambeth. Crucial moment there. Gets straight across and holds P2. Can often be hard on the outside here through Conways and Henrys, but that's a good start for both of those on the front row. Everybody trying to file their way through hairpin 1. It gets very tight in there. It gets even tighter through hairpin number 2. Somehow they're making it 3 wide in several places through the order, but apart from that, pretty good. They're going through the first couple of corners, John.
Indeed, yeah, there was a huge lock-up for the right front of a driver diving in on the inside. I thought that's going to be an instant takeout of about 4 people, but no, managed to get it stopped and get it around the corner. 34 there goes a bit wide. Who is that? That's George Hannay going wide there off of the exit of Paddock, staying clear of the barrier as they come through under us at Cafe to end lap 1 of this lightweight A final.
So Jake Riches leads at the early stages of this one. Ben Lambeth, they've continued their domination from the pre-A final. Crucially, Joey De Prato has got ahead of Alex Jackson on that first lap. It's a bit of a gap back from Ben Foden. So it's a group of 3 and then the rest of them behind. Looks like there's been a cone penalty on that first lap for Edward Gordon in the number 17. There is Edward running at the moment. Down the inside. Oh, that's a big move. That's Alex Jackson going past Joey De Prato. Needed to get that 4th place back. Point comes in to say, let's work together. Let's try and close back up to the top 3. And that's quite a statement from Alex Jackson. Gordon's coming in 10th place, just to mention, so he'll get a 1-place deduction for that cone penalty at the end of the race.
And it's just the fastest lap.
Yep.
That's Gordon in 10th. But, oh, that's an interesting move there, diving to the inside there. 52 has to go defensive and manages to keep the position. I think actually did actually end up overtaking there around the outside, did Bates. So fair play. But Jackson just about managing to clear away from them now. But how can he do without his mate Ben Foden? Ben Foden up in this leading pack of 3.
Indeed. We saw it early with the pre-A final. And it just simmered away and then it crescendoed towards the end. I get the feeling once again, John, we're going to see that in this one.
I think that all just comes with experience, though, doesn't it? Knowing that attacking at this stage really is just unnecessary. It's better to just keep putting in the lap times, working together with each other until there's 2 or 3 minutes to go, and then let all hell break loose.
They're trying to keep that gap away from Alex Jackson here. Josh Bates, by the way, has got through past Joey De Prato, so Bates is now up to 5th place. And looking a little bit further down the order, Tom Smith has made a move on Marcus Allen for 23rd position, so that's the number 13, getting past the 39. We're already a third of the way, or getting too close to a third of the way through this race, which is from Lambeth Foden. Pace at the moment, both Richards and Lambeth in the 46.8s. Slight bit quicker than Foden, who did a 46.91 last time around. Also in the 46.8s at this moment are Jackson and Bates behind. As Ben Lambeth having a look there. That's a fairly unorthodox place to have a look for an overtake.
Yeah, no, for sure that is an odd place to go for it, and quite precarious if you stick a nose in there. But luckily thinks better of it and dips out. And I did see Lambeth give Foden the old pointing at the leader, saying, let's get him, come on, mate. Don't overtake me. Let's work together and get this guy.
Matthew Williams has got past Piers Constable, so it's been a really good start for Piers Constable in the early stages of this race. From the B final was up to 16th, but has lost that now to Williams. Ryan Williams has also got past James Shotton, our B final winner. What's happening in the chat, John?
A lot of people wanting Joey to be flying up the leaderboard, but sadly De Prato actually falling down the leaderboard. 5 places lost on that last one, down to 11th is Joey, so not the best race from him so far, but still 7.5 minutes to go, so I wouldn't count him out just yet.
Well, the number 22 of Matthew Cooper going side by side with Benjamin Rowan, the number 44 there. And contact warning for De Prato. He's also caught a sight of Edward Gordon there. His Elio De Angelis inspired helmet. New fastest lap of the race. Now, hello, this is an interesting development. Alex Jackson has just popped in a 46.676. That kind of pace, and if the leaders just start fighting a little bit, we have had a change for the lead, sorry. Apologies, we missed that. Ben Lambeth's got through past Jake Richards. Everything has just changed in this race because all of a sudden it's broken out into a bit of a fight at the front of the field, and Alex Jackson is charging along here.
We've got a yellow flag as they rebuild the barriers down there at the bottom section of the circuit. It seems Lambeth's got very good pace here. Might be starting to pull away at the front. But we'll see, can Jackson's pace close him up to this group? And can he then work with Foden to move to the head of this group?
Yep. That's going to be the key question. Looks like Ben Lambeth, though, I just wonder, you sometimes get a feeling of this as a driver where, yes, with a few minutes or a slightly longer format, you do the whole working together thing, but if you know you've got underneath you a quicker car, if you can just feel it's like, I'm not at my full pace here, I could give it another 10% if I had clear air. I think that's what Ben Lambeth's identified here. So he did a 46.4 last time around. What can Richards do to respond here? You see Ben Foden just checking over his shoulder there to try and see where Alex Jackson is. The pace of this top three, especially in fact the top two really, has increased. It's gone up. Yeah, 46.5. Brilliant response there from Jake Richards. New fastest lap of the race of the final, 46.49. They have dropped Ben Foden now.
Jake Richards just got told that he gets a shiny thing if he comes in first, so
Yep.
he's going for an even more shiny thing. He smelled the coffee and he's away. But yeah, it looked like Richards was slightly falling back into Foden, but that's completely changed now.
Yep.
And he's now chasing Lambeth for the lead. Tom Smith with a cone penalty though. Frustrating for him there, down in 23rd place, possibly on the outside of Paddock there, because we've seen a number of people collect that barrier so far in this race.
Maybe a track limit warning coming in for Ben Lambeth as well. I can't quite tell 100% from my angle.
Nothing just yet.
Tamino
Another cone penalty.
Kolovecki has got a cone penalty. So Tamino
19.
Currently in 19th place.
And yeah, as you said earlier, this one definitely just simmering away here. Waiting to see if Richards pulls the trigger. When he pulls the trigger, can Foden quickly catch back up to these two? And what can Jackson do behind? I will say with Jackson, Bates is right on his rear now.
Yeah,
Bates has really come out of nowhere here and is pressuring Jackson. Will they work together to work up to the top three? Or will Bates say, no, I'm way faster, I'm going for the move here?
I think it's worth at the moment that, you know, you've still got over 4 minutes of this race to go, almost 5 minutes when you consider the when they'll cross the line for the last lap. So I'd give it a couple more laps if I'm Bates to try and work in. It's his first appearance of the season. A couple of changes further down the order. Benjamin Rose got past Matthew Williams for 13th. Lewis Davis has got past. It's really all gone wrong, hasn't it, for Joey DeProto in this race?
It has.
Down in 16th place now. The race continuing. It's all about these guys at the front of the order, Ben Lambeth and Jake Richards. It's a good response though from Ben Foden. I said it looked like he was being dropped. He's holding that gap at about 3/4 of a second.
Chat has said, shush commentator, Joey's got this in the bag.
Oh, okay. That's me told. It's all right. I'll just commentate because everybody ahead of him. It's all good. 3 1/4 minutes to go. Josh Bates has got by Alex Jackson. So Bates has gone through. He's backing himself today.
Still 2 seconds off of this leading three, though. Off the leader, should I say. About just under 2 seconds.
Apologies, I said it was Josh Bates' first appearance of the season. I was looking at the wrong sheet. He finished in 7th in the A final last time out at Bayford Meadows. So he's already on for a best result of the year so far. Raced last year as well, of course. His best result was a 2nd place in one of the pre-A finals at round 6. So he has got a history of being at the top end of the order.
Having that experience really does help when you get into tough situations like this. You've got to keep a calm head. You can't be jumping at moves and diving things, because that's when you make mistakes, and that's when you just throw your toys out the pram and end the race for yourself. Look how close these two are now, the 19 and 14 for 1st and 2nd. Rich is a little cheeky check over his shoulder just to see where Foden is. To know, okay, I have got about 1 or 2 kart lengths here. If I want to go for a move and it doesn't pay off,
Yep.
I should still be in 2nd here.
Upcoming rounds for this championship, the 11th and 12th of June. Well, on the 11th of June, I should say. Both the cadets and the juniors will be at Wilton Mill. So if you enjoyed this race today, want to inquire about getting your driver on the grid, head across to the website www.club100.co.uk. The 16th of July, I'll be at Lyd. And then around, I'm really looking forward to PFI on the 13th of the weekend, the 13th and 14th of August. So there's multiple events going on all of these weekends. The Club 100 Experience Championships running tomorrow. 2 laps to go then. Ben Lambeth trying to hold on here for a victory. First victory of the season.
He's been very calm throughout this race, hasn't he? Not felt really any pressure from those guys behind him. Kept his lap time strong, kept calm, stayed collected, and currently keeps that first place. But will he be able to across this last 1.5 laps? We thought Jackson and Bates might play more of a role in this, but they haven't quite been able to have the pace to catch up, have they?
No, they've just faded a little bit towards, well, through the last few minutes. Matthew Williams has just set a personal best for himself in 13th place, 46.812. Last lap board will be going out then. Ben Lambeth has held this one under control. I just wonder with Jake Richards, is he thinking championship? Because of course no Anthony Amato here today, who took a full spectrum of 260 points last time at Bayford Meadows. Across the 16 finals that are run in 2022, the best 12 scores for each driver are what apply into the final calculations. But Ben Lambeth, to say it was really quick a few weeks ago at Glannygores in the Club 100 sprints, which we had here on the Alpha Live cameras. It must be something about the cameras that brings out the performance. It was a bit of a torrid time at Bayford Meadows, but here at Buckmore Park for round 2, your winner in the junior lightweights is Ben Lambeth. He takes the A final by 1/4 of a second ahead of Jake Richards. Ben Foden finishes on the podium in 3rd. Josh Bates, a strong finish there in 4th ahead of Alex Jackson. George Hannay finishes in 6th place ahead of Edward Gordon. William Henn, Toby McAllister-Brown and Joshua Jackson. That is your provisional 1 through 10 on the road. Leo French in 11th, Matthew Cooper in 12th, Lewis Davis 13th. Matthew Williams finishes inside the top 15, which is rounded out by Joey DeProto. 16th is Rafael Mengo. Then you have Benjamin Rowe in 17th place, who had some flashes of speed here today. James Shotton with a really good result there in 18th place from the B final, all the way back from the back of the pre-B final grid, of course. Finishes inside the top 20. Ryan Williams and Piers Constable completing that top 20. And then you find Tom Smith in 21st, Tamino Kolovecki in 22nd, Christopher Wilkinson in 23rd, Joshua Greaves and Marcus Allen bring us down to 25th there in the junior lightweight A final. And a little bit of quiet falls across Buckmore Park here in Chatham in Kent. And in terms of what we've got coming up for you, well, let's just go over the agenda. At 2 o'clock we should be, or maybe a little bit later on, we'll be back with some more action in the Super Cadets and the Junior Super Lightweights. For now, though, we're going to show you the Paddock show that we recorded earlier on this morning and have a quick chat with some of the drivers and the parents and the people down here at Buckmore Park today. Enjoy the Paddock show. We'll be back after the lunch break with more racing here for the Club 100 Cadet and Junior Championships live on Alpha Live.
Hello everybody, we've gone back in time. You'll be watching this during the lunch break, but welcome to the Paddock. Bit of a different view, because I'm still very conscious that last time we were down here was for Buckmore Park 24 Hour. Thank you very much if you returned from that fantastic event. This is the other side of Buckmore Park that you won't have seen during the 24 Hour, but is where during a Club 100 event all the drivers hang out, all the team hang out, and basically where everything happens. John's here with me. We're going to do this bit in the lunch hour, but we've already seen it. Can you predict how good the cadets and lightweight juniors that we've already seen are going to be?
Well, I've already seen it, so I know it's going to be fantastic. But yeah, I think it's actually going to be really good racing. I think this is the most excited I've been to be doing comms in a while, to be honest, because a brand new series for 2022, or 2 brand new series for 2022. And yeah, it should be some great racing, I think.
Really should be indeed. So as we've probably already explained, today's round 1 for the cadets. They've undergone some academy training days, test days, a few practice races. For the juniors, it's their 2nd round of the season. Obviously, they raced at Bayford Meadows for round number 1. You can hear in the background, you may be able to hear in the background, John Weiger giving his very important driver's briefing. Very important one, of course, with it being the 1st round of the year for all the drivers. But great to see a huge, huge pack of drivers, parents, guardians, all around. And we're going to spend the next half an hour or so to 40 minutes. It's having a bit of a peruse around the area. I'm going to go and grab someone straight away, if he doesn't mind. Mr. Dan Underhill. Yes, this is happening. Dan, you're in a work capacity today.
Yep.
We'll start with that. As your role of one of the Club 100 team, because we don't often get to say this on a sprints day because it's all mad. What happens? What's your role for the day?
My role today is observing and also helping control the starts. So I'll be dumped at the top of the track and I'll be helping to keep the drivers nice and slow and controlling the starts, and then observing the rest of the race and calling any penalties that needed to call and stuff like that.
And also, your lad's racing today. How's that feel?
A little bit nervous, to be honest. This is his first ever race. I think he's got the pace to get in the A final, so I'm hoping that's his target really today, just get in the A final and see what happens from there.
Any kind of training that's been going on ahead of today?
He's got his own kart, he's got a little Honda Cadet, and he's done the academy days, and he's also done the Will to Mill Juniors, which is like run by Dan Patterson and his family, and it's a really good setup they have there. And he's gone through the ranks in that, so he should be ready. He should be ready, hopefully. So.
Good stuff. And PLD, fantastic effort a few weeks ago that we had on the Alpha Live cameras. You must have been really pleased about that.
Yes, really pleased. The final definitely kicked off, as it always does, but we raised £5,300 in the end, which is really good. Really, it's our record amount over the 10 years we've been doing it. So yeah, thanks everybody that came along and watched as well. So.
We're going to do another one next year?
I think so. I just need to figure out where and when and all that sort of stuff. But I was considering here, so if anyone's got any ideas, if they want to come here or elsewhere, just pop me a message on Facebook, and yeah, we can go from there, really.
Really good stuff. Cheers, Dan. Thanks for chatting with us. Dan Underhill there in two capacities today, not only as one of the staff here making sure that the event runs smoothly, but also as one of our parents with their child racing today. JV's briefing still going on. Very lengthy, very detailed. Whilst that's going on, John, from your experience of racing here at Buckmore Park in a Club 100 circuit, what are those key points that you remember?
The whole track here is a difficult one. It really wears on your body, especially after 15, 20, 25 minutes of racing. You're really starting to feel it. But I think the most tough section of corners is, I always forget the names, but this downhill right-hand section into the fast left is really difficult to hook it up. If you get it right, you've got it and it feels so good. But if you get it slightly wrong, you go offline, you get all slidey and you lose maybe even half a second to a second. And then as soon as that happens, all the karts are going to be flying past you. So I think that's the corner they need to focus on today.
Absolutely. Let's actually go and have a little look further into the paddock. I have to do my Martin Brundle bit now and wrestle my way through the pack. We'll go and have a look at some of the new cars. Are you all right there, Luke? Because, of course, this is the first time that we've seen in competitive, in anger, the new Cadet karts. So here they are. These are the new Cadet karts. Smaller micro Rotax Max engine on them. And they look a little bit different to the main Club 100 karts, which are behind and to my right here. In fact, yes, this one here. Fantastic. This is the great thing about the Club 100 staff. They've put two side by side for us to compare between the two. So it's a lighter kart. It's obviously built for a much smaller person than me, so I'm not going to embarrass myself by trying to get into one. John will. He's just, well, you've just volunteered for that, mate. You might want to take that seat insert out.
I don't need one of those in the main one. So.
This is pure content, and there we go. That's what happens when a grown man tries to get into one of our Cadet karts. Pedals are adjustable, so as I say, there's lots of things that the drivers can change to get themselves a bit more comfortable than John is right now. You couldn't race like this, no. Get out, you look ridiculous. But yeah, in fact, let's look at the main Club 100 kart as well, because again, we don't normally get to do this on a sprints day. These are the same karts that we have running in the senior competitions. So one that I have experienced and I can talk you through. So starter up at the top here. Pedals, as we say, adjustable, and you definitely want to check over the kart, make sure that everything's okay when you start. The Rotax Max engine, as I say, tuned and taken care of by the team down at Robinson Sport, do a fantastic job there. So yeah, really enjoyable to drive, great level of performance compared to maybe some of your other arrive and drive activities that you can go. Driver's briefing is over. So you can see there's now a hub of activity, and our cadets will be going out first. There's a gentleman in particular that I want to grab a hold of, if I can fight my way through.
Parts at the very front that are turned sideways.
I just had a sight of him and now he's gone.
That is the first cart. So whoever's first.
Where has Mr. Chambers gone?
That's the #1 cart. Thank you.
Just step over the top. Let's have a go, have a chat with John, just whilst things are getting ready. Great atmosphere in this paddock, I've got to say. It really is. I think there's a lot of drivers, a lot of teams that are ready to go, ready to get racing. They've done a lot of preparation for this. And I'm going to grab a driver. Driver.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, indeed. This is the moment. What's your name? Where are you from?
Charlie Humphreys. I'm from Royston.
Ready for racing today? Excited?
Yeah, definitely. See how it goes, really.
Have you got any experience of this Buckmore Park circuit before?
I've been here a few times, but it was only in cadets, and it was a few years ago.
What do you think are going to be the biggest challenges here today?
Okay, right. So I understand that the first
don't know,
part
see
of the
what
very front
happens.
is actually a junior car.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck, Charlie.
So I've been
Have a good run out there.
Sorry, everybody, for confusing you there. So the first
We'll go
car
down
is
towards the front.
pointing forward.
We'll grab another driver. We'll grab this young man here for a quick interview. What's your name and where'd you come from?
Wyatt McAllister, and I'm from Surrey, Beacon Hill.
Good stuff. And is this your first race today, or have you raced before?
I've raced before.
What have you raced before?
I've done some open car races and a championship at Daytona Sandown Park.
Good stuff. These new karts, have you had some of the academy days in them?
Yeah, I've done both academy days.
And how did you enjoy them?
They were very good, yeah.
Very good stuff indeed. And what are you thinking today? What would you like to achieve?
I would like to get top 3, yeah. My brother's doing Super 1 and he's done well so far, so I'd like to get first place. And
Is your brother called Logan by any chance?
Yes.
No, good stuff. Well done, Wayne. Yes, we commentate on Logan having a very good season in Honda Cadet in Super 1, which you will be able to see in, let me get this right, 2 weekends' time down at Clay Pigeon, live on Alpha Live. Here's the main man. He's just a little bit busy, so I'm not going to jump in straight away. But Hugh Chambers, Chief Exec of Motorsport UK, is in dad mode at the moment, so I'll just let him deal with that before these drivers go out on circuit. Fantastic to see all these drivers ready to go. I also want to try and catch Elliot Timolo if we can. In fact, let's have a very quick drive. We've got a young Sebastian Vettel here. What's your name and where'd you come from?
Timmy, and I do I say the country or something? Yeah, I'm from the UK.
You're wearing a very nice lid. You a big Sebastian Vettel fan?
Not really. Yes, I am. I used to be his fan, but now I'm just a Max Verstappen fan.
I didn't quite catch that. Who's your favourite driver now?
Max Verstappen.
And how are you feeling ahead of going out on this Buckmore Park circuit?
Quite nervous, but I'm going to try and deliver the best I can for today and see if I can get probably on the podium.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck, Timmy. As I say, one of our young drivers going out in the cadets. I've lost Mr. Chambers. Oh, no, I haven't lost Mr. Chambers. Very quickly. Sam.
Hello.
How are you feeling? Elliot's first time in the cadets here today.
He'll be all right. He'll drive around. He'll do his thing. Hopefully not putting the wall too much, but he'll be all right. He's in Group 2 though, so not Group 1. You should interview him.
How's the day running so far behind the scenes?
Oh, so far so good. I mean, we haven't actually officially started on track, so we'll find out. But I reckon they'll be all right. If it's anything like the other sessions, then they should be good. And
obviously you raced when you were this age as well. What tips have you been given Elliot ahead of today?
I actually didn't race in cadets. I didn't even do juniors. I started doing juniors. But I just told him to keep it on the track. Basically, just keep on the track, because if you stay on track, you ain't going to go backwards, really. So.
Good stuff. Well, catch you in a bit, Sam. I've lost Mr. Chambers again. I'm not very good at this. Oh, there he is. You can see he was just setting up the kart here. All the drivers have their own transponder, which they need to take care of, and number plates as well. So across the course of the day, they won't necessarily have the same kart. They will rotate round and effectively have a lucky draw as to which kart they get. But all of the karts tested, prepared to the same specification. Subtle differences between them, like I say, from experience, but that's part of the challenge of being a Club 100 driver, that you can't just go, oh, I don't like this kart, this is slow, give me a new one. You've got to be able to drive the kart and what's underneath and get the performance out, because they're all tested, and in terms of lap time, they're all within a tolerance. I'm going to step in. You can just see Hugh getting his son ready.
Relax, cadets, because we are not going to be going until...
Hugh, can I get a quick word from you? Welcome back to Buckmore Park. This must be a pretty special day for you.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see Soren racing today. First time he's ever raced. A rookie this season. And in cadets, I think Club 100 have done an amazing job to allow young kids like this just to arrive and drive in really top flight machinery. Really exciting.
How important is it in your role at Motorsport UK to see, you know, this new initiative, a way of getting new drivers, new people into the sport on a budget?
I think it's really fulfilled my ambition of a bridge between indoor karting and full-blown equipment which you own yourself and going and racing all the way up to the British Kart Championship. And I think everything that John Weiger and Club 100 have done with getting this category in as cadet racing is incredibly important for motorsport in this country.
Good stuff. Soren, he's in race mode. Soren, how are you feeling ahead of going out on circuit?
I think that I might be successful, but we don't know yet. So I want to see my results soon.
Have you driven this circuit before?
No, never.
Have you had a quick walk around or watch of any videos before coming down here?
Yes, we had a track walk.
Good stuff. Well, you've got good conditions for it. Just watch it coming down the hill here. It can be a little bit tricky sometimes.
Yeah.
Oh, good stuff. Cheers, Hugh. Thanks for talking to us. Hugh and Soren Chambers there. Let's go further down the front. I say this first group will go out for their first practice session ahead of their racing here today. And then get underway. Let's have a chat with some more drivers. Let's go right to the front. We've got a very... Oh, I like this helmet. I'll be able to spot this on the stream. Hello, young sir. What's your name and where do you come from?
My name is Luca. I was born in Scotland. I moved to Newcastle and I can speak Russian and English.
My goodness, we've got a multilingual driver here on the grid. Are you excited ahead of the race today? You're going to be the first kart out on circuit.
Yeah.
And what have you been doing to get ready for the event here today?
Like yesterday, I practiced here for the test session. Before, a couple of weeks ago, I went to one of my local races.
And is this like your first big competitive race, or have you raced elsewhere before in big groups?
This is like my proper professional championship, but I've raced in other groups.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck, Luca. Hope you have a good time out there in the number 11 kart. Let's talk to another driver here in a very, very nice looking cosmic suit. What's your name and where'd you come from?
My name's Anthony Czarnecki and I come from Poland.
All the way from Poland. What's brought you here to Club 100 today?
Well, it's about the experience. I want to try.
We've had a couple of the academy days. Have you taken part in those?
Yes, I have.
And how did you find them?
Pretty fun.
And have you driven this circuit before?
Never.
I think you're going to have a lot of fun. Again, best of luck. Have a good day of it. Let's go for another driver here, kart number 21. Kart number 21, what's your name and where do you come from?
I'm Solomon and my mom is from Slovakia and my dad's from Nigeria. So, yeah.
And are you looking forward to the race here today?
Yeah. I think it's going to be really fun and hopefully I can win.
We've got really good weather for today. Are you ready? Have you tried this circuit out before?
Yeah, I went to the practice yesterday, so I have an advantage.
And what was your favourite bit of the circuit from yesterday's practice?
Probably the long straight where you turn in the S.
Yeah, absolutely coming out of hairpin too. Well, best of luck. Hope you have a good day out there. Let's try and catch some of our drivers who are in Group 2. I also want to try and catch JV for a second, but I think he's... In fact, I'll tell you someone that I will have a quick chat to. He's maybe not quite as nervous. Just going to grab Dante for a second, because Dante's our test driver for cadets. Dante Dillon, in a different role today, not racing in sprints or BUKC, but in test driver. You've done a good amount of mileage in these new cadet karts beforehand. Tell us a little bit about them.
Yeah, so in comparison to the senior karts, the most impressive thing about these new cadet karts is the handling. The handling is way better on the cadet karts. And also the speed of them are pretty good as well. Like yesterday, they're only like 2 seconds off. So for cadet karts, they're brilliant, and the kids are going to love them.
And in your role as test driver for the folks at home, because we don't often get to see this behind the scenes stuff on a Club 100 stream. What's your main focus? What are you looking at in terms of performance of the karts?
Yeah, well, exactly what you've just said. So the performance in terms of straight line speed, the handling of the kart, going off what the customer has said about the kart. If someone pulls a kart, then have to go out and test it, see if what they're saying is true, and then tell the mechanics what the problem is, get it fixed up, get it back in the line to carry on with the day. That's basically how it goes.
Good stuff. Well, keep working hard, Dante. We'll catch up with you in a bit. I'd say Dante Dillon having a very, very good season in the seniors, in the sprints. Is that gate open? Yes, that gate is open. We can sneak round the back. John, how are you feeling? It's a good feeling in this paddock.
It's brilliant, isn't it? I'm loving seeing all the excitement from the kids raring to go out for their first sessions. But I reckon we've spoken to enough kids now. Should we go and speak to some parents?
Let's go speak to some parents. Let's go to the... Oh, yes, I like that idea. Let's have a little wander up there. What's the best way to navigate our way through? Because we don't want Mr. Austin stacking it.
There were lots of kids as you walked past that went, oh, I didn't get an interview, thank goodness. I didn't want to be on camera. So you spared some of them today, mate.
For today. We'll get them later in the season. Here's another view that you don't often get here at Buckmore Park. Get the legs working. I wasn't told I was doing an exercise session here today, but there we go. One of the really unique things about this Buckmore Park circuit is the little grandstand that we have up here at the top of the hill. Oh dear. Can you tell that I've not been in the karts for a while? GYG a couple of weeks ago nearly killed me. But we'll have a little look over and have a chat to some people as well. We'll surprise them. Coming from behind. They don't know I'm here. Really good for endurance racing, this layout. And look at this, we've got a lot of people up here in the grandstand. Let me just recatch my breath, because I'm a fat old northern man. The circuit, different view of it. So obviously you come over the top here. Race control to our right there is where the circuit starts. Conway's and Henry's Bend's turn 1 and 2, then the 2 hairpins. More your classic kind of style of karting circuit. Point, squirt and brake hard to get the moves done. Then you get a very different kind of circuit, the S's, as we were talking about earlier, and it's all about carrying the speed as you come down the hill here into Paddock. Paddock corner being the corner we saw on the Buckmore Park 24-hour, of course, where Mr. Broadbent had a bit of a bump. So you want to be careful through there. Up the hill. Through Garda and the hill chicane, through the centre chicane. As I say, very much a circuit of 2 halves. Who am I going to spring on? We're going to have a chat with the driver across. He's got a rocket shirt here. It's your big moment. What's your name and where are you from?
Matt Cooper, from just down the road in Kent.
And racing in the juniors today, excited for it?
Yeah, home circuit, so should be good.
In terms of racing that you've done before, what's your history?
Yeah, I did last season, Club 100, which was good. A lot more people this series, so it's exciting.
And in terms of going forward, what's your main hope for this season in Club 100?
Try and get a couple wins, a couple podiums, main aim. Could go for championship, but a bit of a stretch.
Weather conditions pretty good today. Excited to head out there on this Buckmore Park circuit?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Not too bad for racing, so yeah.
Good stuff. Right, we're going to spring on the next driver. He's smiling away. And let's go around and have a chat with another young driver here. What's your name? Where'd you come from and how old are you?
I'm Milo Pittingale, 10 years old, and I'm from Crawley.
So, we know you because your dad's a very key part of this operation. What does he do?
He works at BMW and he comes here as like a hobby. He just works for Club 100. He just he goes to almost everyone, even the ones in Wales and Scotland and stuff. I think he got into it because when he used to race for England and how he won and how he was a 3-time easy kart champion. I don't know how he got into it at the first start, but I don't know.
Good stuff. I say Barnaby Pittingale are one of the key members of the team here at Club 100. How's practice, how's preparations for today gone?
Not very well. I was not very good yesterday.
I doubt that. I think you're going to be very, very fast. I really liked your driver response. Say that your dad is your favourite driver. Yeah. Is that true? Did you write that or did Barnaby write that?
I wrote it. Well, it was with my granddad because he used to kart as well, and I think that's how my dad also got into it.
Good stuff. Well done, Milo. I'm sure you'll be very, very quick later on. I'm going to spring on some parents. Parents are not wanting to look at me. Just sit down here. What's your name? Where'd you come from? And who have we got over here?
Got Peter. Who have we got here? Hello. We got Edward, and we're coming from Sunbury.
Sunbury. What's brought you to Club 100 today?
Well, Edward loves racing, and it's so well organised, and it's just a nice event. So.
Has Edward done some racing before?
He did, yes. I think last week he did his last practice, preparing for today, and Grandpa Peter took him around to prepare him for the racing.
Yeah,
so.
It's the whole family here, so granddad, grandson, first race out, very excited. He's doing a great job. It's fantastic, isn't it? Very exciting here today.
What about Club 100 in particular over other series that you thought this is where you wanted to be?
It's just so well organised. The kart quality is great. The performance is very equal between the karts, and value for money, because if you're going to enter a junior championship, it needs thousands of pounds to do that, and JV and the team here just do a fantastic job all the way through, so perfect starting place for junior British motorsport.
Good stuff. I wholeheartedly agree as a senior myself. Thank you very much for talking to us, guys. That is the big ethos of this championship in particular. Who do I want to spring on next? Let's have a little wander up here. Come on. Oh no, indeed. Driver, what's your name and where'd you come from?
Arthur Way and from Reading.
From Reading. Is this your first time in Club 100 today?
No, I've done a practice session at Shennington, but this is my first race.
How was Shennington as a circuit?
It's a good, fun circuit to learn and get better at.
Good stuff. I like Shennington because it's 10 minutes from my house. Mum, are we nervous ahead of today?
Yeah, although you've been doing a lot of practicing in your own kart, haven't you? So, yeah, he's been enjoying it, yeah.
And what is it about Club 100 that's attracted you here today?
Well, it was advertised very well at the BIKC, which Arthur participated in at the end of last year, and he's known famous drivers have done it in the past, so yeah, it was something that he really wanted to do. Yeah.
Good stuff. Dad, I'm looking at the helmet. It's a Red Bull logo on the top. Have we got a Max Verstappen fan here or somebody else?
No, he is a Max Verstappen fan, and he likes Checo as well, so yeah, Red Bull all the way.
Good stuff, and they're having a good season so far. Do you hope to inspire young son here?
Yeah, I think that's where he ultimately wants to go, isn't it? I mean, that's where they all dream of going. But, you know, any sort of racing, really, rally driving, he watches it all. So, yeah, it's just Red Bull stands out in most of those now, doesn't it?
It does indeed. I like that. It's a fan of multiple forms of motorsport, not just Formula One. Thanks, guys. Thanks for talking to us. Oh, steady. We nearly lost Luke there. I think with that, we'll head back down. We'll head back down and try and catch some more drivers down there. And John Viger as well, because we've not talked to John yet. This is the bit of the walk involving the grandstand that I do like, downhill. And I'll head on back down. As I say, we've talked about the weather a little bit. We like doing that because we're English and we're British and all that business, but this is pretty much perfect conditions for Buckmore Park here today. Very physical circuit. I can say that from experience. You don't want it to be too warm, so high teens, low 20s. Dry, of course, everybody prefers the dry over the wet conditions, but that's it's a good day to be coming and racing here at Buckmore Park. Steady, Luke, there's another step there. Let's head back on in and try and find... We've talked to the main man from Motorsport UK. We want to talk to the main man from Club 100. As I say, we don't often get to do this on a live stream. It's often a very fast-packed day. I've locked eyes onto JV. Let's see if he's up for having a chat with us and see what he's got to say. As I say, a huge amount of work has gone into this today. I'm coming for you.
Hello, Andrew.
JV is finally here. It's the day. You must be very proud of the whole team. First day of the Cadet Championship.
I am super excited about this first round. Definitely, it's what I've been longing for and wanting for a number of years now. And yeah, we've got here. We've had a couple of great academy days. The kids are terrific. The driving is excellent. Obviously, now we're going into racing, so you know, it's all to see. But the best venue to do it at is Buckmore Park. It's a terrific circuit. We had some testing yesterday, actually, and all went really well. The cadets were excellent going round. Those that made it yesterday. So yeah, looking forward to it.
I think what I'm liking around the paddock is just how much the drivers are smiling. I don't know the kids, but they're a lot smilier than us seniors.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly that, and that's what I would try and keep. Yeah, so it's all about nurturing them and keeping them smiling as they go through cadet, junior and senior. So hopefully I can keep some of these drivers for some years.
And that's the big thing of this series. It's not just a start for cadets here today. It's very much looking at drivers in the karting pathway as part of, we were talking to Hugh earlier about the initiatives in Motorsport UK. How do you see in the long term this championship progressing?
Well, fingers crossed we can grow it. You know, once this stream goes out today, you know, I mean, straight away. I mean, it wasn't until the first academy that we got some still shots from John, our great photographer. Obviously, we've got the stream out there now, which we can get on our website going forward, and obviously share it around the globe, if you like. And so, yeah, hopefully then the awareness will grow from there, and it'll become more popular. And obviously, our junior championship this year, we've doubled the entry on that compared to last year, and it's pretty much sold out for the year. So yeah, at the moment we're in a good place, and you know, myself and Will are already talking about, you know, looking to expand next year the cadet and juniors.
How happy are you to see, as I say, we've been looking through some of the all new drivers to us here on Alpha Live, but some of the names still familiar that, you know, you've got sons, you've got daughters of people who've raced with you for years. How happy are you to see that?
Oh, fantastic. It's great. Yeah, just I mean, I knew that was coming. And yeah, just to see them, you know, obviously they know the Club 100 products. They have always been happy with the Club 100 products. So where they're going to choose to race their kid, Club 100. And here we are with the cadet.
Yeah.
All right.
Absolutely. Cheers, John. He's got to go. He's a busy man. We've taken too much of his time already. But that really is a key thing about this championship. I'm not speaking to someone who has kids, but I can see the appeal that if you've raced in this for many years as a senior, you know, you've got that trust. You know the environment. You know the races are going to be officiated properly. You know the karts are going to be prepared properly. A huge amount of man hours put into preparing these karts and making sure every one of them is not just running to a performance spec, but running safely as well. So a big appeal. I'm going to try and grab Barnaby. Don't run away. I had to talk to your lad up on you did. He's very excited.
Yeah, he's only been in a kart about 5 or 6 times, so we'll see how he gets on.
And in terms of your role here today, how's things going in terms of preparation for today?
What, as a dad or as a staff?
As either.
As a dad, I've been just kind of telling him to get on with it and enjoy himself. It's just, the minute he stops enjoying it, the minute he stops doing it. So, as a member of staff, I'm just looking forward to seeing the juniors race, because they're a lot better than the lightweights and the heavyweights that we have in the seniors.
That's a controversial statement. I don't disagree with it, but that's a controversial statement. Obviously, you're clerk of the course for those guys. Obviously, for obvious reasons, not today. How does that role play into things, and what do you look behind the scenes?
As a clerk of the course, I enjoy watching racing. I don't like the processions that we used to have, but at the same time, you get difference of abilities, unfortunately, and it's their egos. Egos are the problem. Yeah, that's it.
Good stuff. Cheers, Barnaby. Thanks for talking to us. Historic moment, this. Now, you'll be obviously watching this at the lunchtime, but the karts have just fired up for the first ever competitive session in the Club 100 Cadet Championship for the practice qualifying to get these drivers up and running here today. And we'll just have a quick watch of them all heading out on circuit. There goes Luca, who we chatted to earlier. Just making sure that all of our young drivers. John, describe this moment. This is quite a special time to see these new drivers going out on circuit for the first time in a formal round of this championship.
It's going to feel amazing. Obviously, they're going to be quite nervous, but that nervous is always good. I feel like if you're not nervous, then that's not right. You need a bit of nervousness to bring out that excitement, and then once they're out there, they're going to forget about all that, and they're just going to be loving it. I can imagine it.
Thinking back to your first, obviously not as a cadet, it will have been in BUKC. As you were heading out on circuit, what was going through your mind?
Well, as I headed out, I went, oh, this is going to be fun. And then I pressed the throttle and I went, oh my goodness, this thing's pretty quick. Because when I started, my first ever one was in the TKMs, and they were ridiculously rapid. Then when we moved to road taxes, those are a bit more manageable when you start up with those. But yeah, when I went out on the TKM, oh my goodness, it was an interesting moment, but it got me hooked from day one.
Which circuit was it?
I think it was here, you know. I'm pretty sure I did a test session here. So it was great.
I echo the sentiments. My first was at Landau, or Landau's I should say. I went out, I span on lap 1 under a yellow flag, so that went well. So all the karts now heading out on circuit. There's Dante going out and doing his roles in testing, so don't worry, he's not going to go out there. How many minutes have we got, Luke, remaining? Or keep going? Or keep going? We'll go and have a chat. I want to talk to some more juniors. We shouldn't forget about, I know we keep talking about the cadets a lot, and that it's the first time that they're here, but I don't want to ignore the juniors because it's the first time for them.
Make your way over now, get yourselves ready, numbers, transponders, ballast.
So it's the first time for the juniors going out on circuit. So, in fact, yes, here's a good show of what happens on a Club 100 day as a driver. A session will head out. If you're in the next session, you get called in, and this is the time at which everybody prepares the karts, gets them to their liking. As I say, a good number of our juniors will have been here last year as well, when the championship was known as the Young Drivers Championship. We're going to grab a driver here. Hello. Number 40. What's your name and where'd you come from?
Here's Constable, and from like southeast, Forest Row. Yeah. Last round I did round 1, came 24th out of 52. So this round, because I had a bad kart in qualifying, so this round I want to be sort of the top 15 of the A final. I think that would be a good place to be, I think. Yeah.
Driven this circuit before?
Yeah, so I've done one test session, that's it. So it'll be interesting. So I might have to, learn the track a bit more. I've still got places to find time, so that's quite good. Yeah.
It's a very different style of circuit, this, to Bayford Meadow. It's a lot higher speed.
Exactly, yeah. So you've got like a lot of hill changes, so like up here, coming downhill. Whereas at Bayford it's all just flat, so it is. I prefer it, honestly. I think it's a much better track because Bayford, you just get no breaks around Bayford. It's just corner after corner after corner. So this one you get a little bit more time to relax in the car, I think.
And in terms of Club 100, what originally attracted you to coming and racing in this championship?
Well, it was originally I found success in just doing hire kart. I found that I was quite good at it, and I just thought, well, I've got the money, I might as well be just spending it doing something that's a bit bigger, doing different tracks. Super GT obviously is massive, inspired me. But yeah, apart from that, that's about it really.
And is this your dad?
Yeah, this is Dad.
Well, let's have a chat with Dad. Let's see what he thinks. Morning. Any nerves as a dad before a day like today?
No, not really, no. No, just hope he enjoys it. Really does the best he can, that's it. He's never nervous, and I'm not really nervous either.
Good stuff. In terms of his racing, how do you feel that Club 100's building him up?
In terms of what, sorry?
In terms of his racing and racecraft.
Oh, well, he's just learning all the time. He's only been doing it for just over a year. So he's still learning, really, but yeah, there's promising signs there.
Good stuff. Well, thanks for talking to us. I say it's always a really rewarding bit in your first year in Club 100. You learn so much. I'm going to have a quick chat with Ben Foden, if he doesn't mind. Remember the Alpha Delta? Ben, a quick word with us. Back again, doing some more racing. How are you feeling ahead of today?
I'm feeling pretty good. Last year, got 3rd place and then 2nd in the final, so hopefully can do that again this year.
So this circuit, what do you think? It's pretty much perfect conditions here today.
Yeah, it is really good conditions today. It's really warm. I hope it'll stay like this, no rain, just good.
To see the Alpha Delta Racing on your shirt, tell us a little bit about that and what that is.
So Alpha Delta Racing is our endurance team. So I've got my teammate here, Alex Jackson, who's in the grandstands today. He's in the 2nd group for this. So we do endurance races. We've won the last few 6 hours at Milton Keynes and the 3 hours at Tamworth as well. So we've done a lot.
To ask 2 questions, when we're in this form of racing, this more sprint style racing, what's transferable in terms of skill set between that and the endurance?
So in endurance, you've just got to be consistent. You can't go for silly moves. You've got to keep your head. And I think this really helps with this because it means you don't get penalties, you don't drop down the grid, and you do well. So
good stuff. Well, are you hoping for another top 3 today?
Yeah, hopefully.
Good stuff. Cheers for talking to us, Ben. We'll catch him in a bit. I say the Alpha Delta Racing guys, very, very good. Time is just coming up to 22:10, and I think we'll probably wrap up there. We'll wrap up there.
You've
John,
had some pretty long chats, mate. I think that's good. You've had some long chats with a lot of people. So.
It's been a good paddock walker feel, and yeah, really good to talk to some of the drivers. Hope you've enjoyed it. First time we've done one of these for Club 100, but really good feel here down in the paddock. We'll now go back to the present time. Thank you for joining us, and keep it locked here on Alpha Live.
Hello viewers, yes that's right, Club 100 are proud to announce that we are unveiling a brand new championship, a new race series for drivers aged 8 to 12 years old, the Club 100 Cadet Championship. My name's Steve Brown, otherwise known as Super GT in the world of karting. I've been racing Club 100 for a good 13 years now, so I know a fair amount about it, but today I'm here to learn about the new championship. All right, I am joined by the main man himself, Mr. JV. It's good to see you as always.
Thank you, Steve.
Please tell me about the new championship.
So the Club 100 Cadet Championship, it's an arrive and drive, high performance race championship, designed for cadet age drivers from the age of 8 through to 12 years of age. In fact, they can start racing at the age of 7 in the year of their 8th birthday. And we're kicking off in 2022 with a couple of test days. We're going to call them Academy Days, so it's, the idea is to get the new drivers to come in and try it out for the first time in a pressure-free environment, and then we move on to the 7-round championship, which kicks off in May next year, in fact here at Buckmore Park.
Okay, is there a need for a licence to do this championship?
There is. We are affiliated with Motorsport UK, so we will be running under permit, so drivers will need a licence. It will be the KX licence, which is free of charge and to the driver. And yeah, and obviously what comes with that is all the bells and whistles. You know you're going to get a correctly run race meeting, should we say, with all the support infrastructure in place.
And in terms of cost, what are we looking at?
So we're looking at around about between 190 to 200 pounds per race entry. But look, what you've got to remember is that's arrive and drive. So you're not paying for anything else. There are no hidden extras there. You're not paying for fuel. You're not paying for tyres. You're not paying for damage costs or anything like that. We bring it all to the track. The drivers just turn up and drive.
So we've got the kart behind us here. Can you tell me more about it?
Yeah, so it's a Birrell chassis. So the kart itself is a Birrell kart. And the powertrain we've chosen is the Rotax micro engine. So that it follows the story through to our senior Club 100 with the Junior Max that we use. So tell me, Steve, what do you think of the Club 100 Cadet Championship?
Well, I'm no longer 8 to 12 years old, unfortunately. But if I was, then I think I'd be pestering my parents to get me out in one of these karts for a year. I think it's just a good way to get into karting at an affordable and a fair level. So there we have it, guys. If you are aged 8 to 12 and want to get yourself into high performance karting without having to own the kart, get yourself over to club100.co.uk and register interest for the Club 100 Cadet Championship. Good luck, mate.
Hello again, everybody. Welcome back to Paddock Show Part 2. We're going to go out and have a little chat with some of the drivers who are doing their track walk ahead of the second part of today. So this is all the super cadets, the slightly older cadets, and the super lightweights. John's here with me. John, that was a cracking morning's race.
Hello, yes, it was absolutely brilliant, wasn't it? Lots of different kind of styles of racing, so we say, between the different classes, but overall, a fantastic morning of racing, and if it's anything to go by, afternoon should be just as good.
Should be indeed. So we're up on the balcony here at Buckmore Park. We're going to cut down onto the race circuit. Conditions still absolutely perfect here for racing. Little bit of cloud cover, but not too shabby indeed. So you don't want it to be too hot here. If it's like 25, 26 degrees, it can be very, very tricky. I'm just going to go down the stairs. And now, if you were with us, what was it, 3 or 4 weeks ago for the Buckmore Park 24-hour, this will be the bit of the circuit that you do know, because this is where all of our teams were doing their thing for the 24-hour a few weeks ago, which, if you haven't watched that event and you have got some time, do please give it a watch. It was an absolutely tremendous event to be part of. And thank you for all the support that you gave us here at Alpha Live and DDMM for that. I am going to go very rogue and cut half the circuit off, because I can. Like somebody did earlier, possibly. And hop up on top of these barriers. That's very nicely done, Luke. And talk about, yeah, again, we don't often get to show you this part of the circuit. This is one of my favourite bits of the circuit, through the S's. Real loads of commitment. You don't want to be too committed, because you can clip the barriers on the inside and carry that speed down the hill. And it's a really, really important part of the circuit, and is one of those that gives you a little tingle when you get it right. Right, I am going to, as I say, intercept some drivers on their track walk, and there's nothing they're going to be able to do to stop me. And we'll have a little chat. I'll have a chat with this guy who's wearing a Daniel Ricciardo shirt, so I instantly like him. Hello, young sir. What's your name and where'd you come from?
Oliver, and I'm from Burston-upon-Trent.
Is this your first time here at Buckmore Park?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
You're on your track walk. What are you looking out for? What are you thinking?
Looking out for the turning points, and it's a very nicely furnished track.
In terms of these new karts for the cadets, have you driven them before?
Yes, Shennington and Bayford Meadows.
And how did you get on?
Good at Shennington, less so good at Bayford Meadows.
Hoping for a good result here today?
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Is that your dad over to our left?
Yeah.
Well, let's go have a chat with Dad. Good circuit. This good to have a round one on.
Yeah, definitely nice track. Well laid out. Quite a fast track, so I think Oliver will do quite well here. To be fair, he did struggle a little bit at Bayford. Shennington was his first time in what I would say a competitive kart. you know, in Club 100 seems to be run really well, so we're really pleased there as well. He just loves it. Yeah, so I know I'm going to put a figure on it. I think we should be in the top 10ish, probably 7, 8, 9, somewhere like that, because there are some very experienced drivers here. So if we can get within that top 10, we'll be really happy.
You say about the way that Club 100's run. What was the first thing that kind of brought you into the series and attracted you to it?
What I like about Club 100 is, it's affordable because major karting you can be putting £100,000 in a year quite easily, whereas here, you know, you're into the fewer £1,000s. But I like the fact here that the karts are all really the same. There are going to be minor differences between the karts, but at the end of the day, it's not about the kart. It's more about the driver, and really, I think that's what racing should actually be. And I think Formula One are also trying to go a little bit more down that line now, with them bringing their own parts in. So yeah, I think it's a great experience, and wish I had the experience as he had when I was his age, if I'm honest.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck, Oliver. We'll let you go on your track walk. I'm gonna, if we're all right, Luke, gonna chase down the hill, because there's a driver. Well, there's two drivers actually that I've just spotted that I want to have a quick word with. My goodness, I've never seen Luke move so fast. But yeah, no, this, I say, we're coming down this far side of the circuit. We saw a couple of drivers try and make overtakes through here earlier on. And because of the sheer speed that you have through this part of the course, it is actually quite tight, especially when you've got this barrier on the inside here. That's there because we want to protect the karts on this big curb. You've got to be very precise with your line, especially as you then carry the speed down the hill here into what, in my opinion, is one of the best corners in the country, which is Symes Sweep, which again, you've got to be precise with your line. If you go charging in, cutting in too hard, there's another big curb on the inside of this corner, which has got these plastic blocks on to stop drivers damaging the kart. I once again have looked away and I can't see where my next target is. Where have they gone? I just saw them. Ah, no, they're straight ahead of me. I'm just going to run down. Luke will catch me up in a minute. I'm going to talk to Steve Moody and his son here. Steve, good to see you, mate. How's this for? This must be a very special day for you.
It's nice. He's done the 2 academy days, getting up to speed. It's his first proper time. He's raced before, but not anything like this. Yeah, and he's probably about 9/10 away from the quickest kid on the day. He did a little practice here yesterday, just in the Buckmore karts, and he did well. So we just, hopefully just looking for a good result, really.
I hope you don't mind me saying you're a bit of a quick pedal around here. Remember you
pretty well. Yeah, I'm trying to show him, but he seems to drive different to me anyway. I'm quite aggressive and he's quite smooth, so he knows the track quite well from one session. It's the first ever time yesterday here for a little go, and he knows it already. So it's just in these karts now, getting used to the extra speed that they've got. But yeah, I've given him little tips, but like sort of this particular corner here, and little tricks you can do. But like looking at the cadets this morning, there's a lot of incidents, a lot of red flags, so I said we'll stay out of trouble and see what he can do. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. He is as well, so yeah, should be good.
And as a parent yourself, obviously you've raced in Club 100 for a good few years. What is it that brings you back to Club 100 seniors year on year, but also brings a kid here?
It's the level of the karts, obviously the investment they put, but it's how they run it and sort of the way that it's done. The academy days are structured so well, very little problems, a lot of sort of insight into how to be quicker, and yeah, the karts you can't beat. I mean, there's nothing out there at this level for that you can do other than buying your own kart. So, and they've all been pretty good so far. Same as the normal Club 100. Considering they're running Rotax engines, they're so close. Yeah, and that's why. So the last race I did, it was January here, and yeah, it's great. I'll be back when I can. But at the moment, it's all about he'll be taking most of the budget. But
so let's have a chat with Moody Junior. How are we feeling ahead of the race here today?
Yeah, I'm really excited.
Is this circuit one that you enjoy?
Yeah, it's probably my favourite one that I've been to so far.
When do you think was the first time that you came down here? Was it to watch your dad?
Yeah, to watch my dad. Yeah.
And in terms of a result, what would you be happy with today?
Well, I'm not thinking about other results, to be honest. It's just, as long as I've tried my best, it doesn't matter.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck. Have a good run. We're back down in the paddock now, so JV will be doing his driver's briefing. Same driver's briefing that we saw this morning. Obviously, these drivers weren't here this morning. These are all the afternoon session. So I won't disturb any of the drivers now because they'll be rushing in to get to JV's driver's briefing, which is far more important than anything I've got to say. Let's have a little bit more of a wander around, and to say, because we've had the morning session now, we've had our first experience of running these karts, and I'll try and see if there's any of the people around for this morning. Jimbo doesn't want to chat. He's busy away. Don't want to bother the staff whilst they're getting the karts ready for the afternoon.
Everybody with us? Can we have final drivers off the circuit, please? Come and Jay Atfield.
As you can say, the work never ends for the Club 100 team, because as soon as the first group have come off, they're getting the karts ready again for the second part of today. And this is fairly standard for what we see during any other Club 100 day, say when we're down here for sprints. You know, you see the racing bits, you don't tend to see the test sessions that happen, the level of prep that goes into it. Same on a Saturday when me and Howard are down here for endurance racing. We race in the afternoon, but there's already a huge amount of work that's been done in the morning for the sprint 60s.
All right, okay, welcome.
We'll have a chat with the driver here. How have we got on today? We've got a trophy.
Yeah, today I was in quali. I got unsafe rejoin because I got spun around by somebody, and then disqualified from qualifying. Back at the back of the B final. Went last to third in the pre, and then converted from pole to the win in the B final, and then in the A I gained 7 positions, so overall it's a good day, but I would have liked to do better since my time I think was good enough for the A final and I could have moved up, so yeah.
What do you think is the main thing that you've learned here today that you'll take into next time?
Don't unsafe rejoin. Yeah, just experience I gained from here today. I got backing out and stuff, not sending it as hard as I should have, as hard as I could, like not sending it and crashing essentially. Yeah.
You're carrying a little bit of a war wound, not the first round here, it's a little bit of a blister.
Yeah, I got it from just all the right turns in this track. My hand was just sliding on the steering wheel, quite painful, but I had to just fight through it, the pain, and then yeah.
Good stuff. Well done on the A final, well done on the B final win, and we'll catch you next time. We'll go through. I might try and catch a chat with some of our other. Let's talk to some more parents. Parents don't like it when we stick the camera in and the microphone in front of their faces. Who shall I pick? We'll pick this lady over here.
Can I just say... Right,
sorry, madam. I'm going to talk to you. What brings you here today to Club 100?
Pardon?
What brings you here today to Club 100?
My son's in the super lightweight, so he'll be racing quite soon.
And how much practice has he had beforehand?
He's done 1 season. In fact, he won last year's season, so he's hoping to do that again.
In terms of what brings you to Club 100 as a parent, what do you like about it?
Oh, I think everybody's really friendly. The drivers are lovely. All the parents are lovely. It's really well organised. John, who organises it, we've done lots of racing, and this is definitely the best. It's really well organised and a really nice atmosphere.
Good stuff. Glad to have you here. Enjoy your day.
Follow that rule, that'd be fantastic.
How much time have we got, Luke? Have we got another 5 minutes or so? We got another 5 minutes or so. Who else can we find? Can we find any other familiar faces? There's a dog. I think it's an Alpha live stream. We've got to get a dog in. Do we give the dog an interview? Let's talk to the dog. Hello, sir. What brings you to Club 100? I think he's more talkative than some of the drivers, to be honest. Number 37. Fastest dog in Buckmore Park. Sorry to interrupt, sir. What brings you to Club 100 today?
It's my son's first race today, so we're looking forward to it. It's Charlie Wainwright, and he's going out in number 37, so quite excited for his first go.
What was the key bit that brought you to Club 100 as opposed to other places?
Well, I think it was just the whole structure of everything, and basically he actually found it, come to me, and just basically went through it all, and it just looked like the perfect kind of starting point for him. So yeah, it's all good.
And who does he look up to in the motorsport world?
Kind of Lewis Hamilton. He's obviously kind of grown up looking at him. Also, looking back now he's getting a little bit more into it, kind of like Jim Clark and stuff like that. You know, some of the older guys and Nicky Lauda and stuff. So yeah, so he's got he loves it.
Good stuff. Well, best of luck to Charlie. I'm sure we'll see him out on circuit later on. And we got a dog on the stream. Oh, I nearly took you out there, Luke. But yeah. Let's head back on in. KB's briefing continues. If you didn't catch it earlier, I say these are a close-up view of the new karts, of the new Club 100 Cadet karts. Now a little bit worn in, they've had a full racing of morning, full morning of racing I should go with, but really, really nice pieces of kit, and very different as we've now seen from this morning's racing to the full-size Club 100 kart. They move around a little bit more, it would seem, and a lot lighter on their tyres. I think we'll probably wrap things up there, though. That's been another enjoyable little paddock walk through here at Club 100 for Buckmore Park. Hope you've enjoyed it. Do give a thumbs up if you're watching it as a separate video, and also on the stream as well. And we'll pass back up now to the commentary box for this afternoon's racing. Welcome back, everybody, to Buckmore Park and live coverage of this day's Club 100 racing for round 1 of the Club 100, the all-new Club 100 Cadet Championships, and round 2 for the Club 100 Junior Championships. My name is Andrew Mather. Alongside me in the commentary box is John Ratcliffe. Together we are your DDMM commentary team for the Alpha live stream here today. We've already been served up with a fantastic morning's racing in the Cadet class as part of the Cadet Championships and the Junior Lightweight Championships. And this afternoon we move on to the Super Cadet class as part of the Cadet Championships and the Junior Super Lightweights. Here's the circuit, 1 kilometre in length, 12 turns, 65 feet of elevation change. Circuit first established in the early 1960s and one of the best in the country, if you ask me. Weather conditions still pretty much perfect. 18 degrees, a light breeze and a few clouds in the sky. Not too hot, but very dry conditions. Perfect for the drivers to get on top of what is a very physical challenge here today. John, to bring you back in, we have had a really good morning so far, and an early afternoon.
It's been brilliant, hasn't it? Fantastic racing already today. Loads of stuff out on track, but new drivers here for the afternoon. Some different people out here. So, I mean, if it's as good as this morning, it's going to be brilliant.
Yeah.
So,
bit of housekeeping just to go over. So, what's different between Cadet and Super Cadet? Just age. So, 10 to 13-year-olds racing in the Super Cadets. 45 kilogram minimum weight. For the super lightweights in the juniors, that will probably make a little bit more sense to you in that they are very, very, very light drivers, much lighter than us in the box. But it's the same karts, the same ages that we saw this morning, over 13 to ages of 18. And each driver, if you're following a particular driver, will take part in a qualifying session. Qualifying sessions which will begin shortly, and then at least 2 races, timed qualifying setting the grid for the Pre-A and Pre-B finals. The Pre-B finals going first, that is. Top 2 will go through to a Pre-A. And then the grids for the Trophy B and the Trophy A finals are set by the finishing positions of the races in the pre-finals. I've gone through that for seemingly a lot quicker than I did this morning.
That was very quick. You're a pro, mate. You're a pro, it's fine.
I tried to be. We're also joined in the box by a third voice, new voice to the broadcast, Jack James, who raced in the lightweights in the young drivers as it was then, juniors now, last year. Jack, welcome to the box. How are you doing?
Yes, very new vantage point of the circuit. It's pretty cool. We've got all the tech up here, 3 monitors, you know, all the timings live, and it's yeah, really cool experience. Yes.
I think I'm right in saying you're not racing today. So what brings you to Buckmore Park?
So yeah, I'm not racing today. I raced, obviously, as you said, in the championship last year in the lightweight category. Today I'm just here supporting a few friends, and thought, you know, I'd come up and see what's going on in the commentary box, and now I've got this opportunity.
Yeah, stuck a headset on, away we go. Tell us, because we're too old to...
Whoa. Don't include me in that.
Yeah, I'm going to include
Sorry.
Talk us through last year's championship, because it was the first year that we ran with the YDC then, now the juniors. Tell us how the year went and what you found from it.
Yeah, so I joined the championship a few rounds late. I think it was the 2nd round at Bayford Meadows, as it was last year. And it was a really good championship. It was really close racing, you know, really clean racing as well here at Club 100. They're really good on rules and penalties, and you know, if there's any mucking about, it's definitely sorted out. And towards the end of the championship, I got a podium at Lyd, 3rd place, which was really cool experience. And that first podium for a while, actually, before, you know, the last round here at Buckmore Park.
Excellent stuff. We'll talk more about it, because we're going to get ready on. First group of qualifiers are going out of the circuit. Super Cadet Group 1 qualifying is up next. Super Cadet Group 1 qualifying out on circuit now. 10 minutes, green flag running, every lap time could potentially count. The aim of the game, set as fast a lap time as possible as part of the aggregated, I should say, times across this group, Group 1, and then another group, Group 2, that will be shortly. Top 18 from the 40 entries here in the Super Cadets today will qualify for the Pre-A final. Jack, whilst the Super Cadets are getting themselves up to speed, as I say, you came in last year, you had some good level of success. What do you think the drivers for the start of the season, their first round of the season, will be looking for in terms of performance?
So I think being a new driver in Club 100, it's more about just finding your feet. Obviously, these are new karts this year, trying to get used to how they feel, and many may have done owner drive, or some may have come from your team sports, or Buckmore Park. I know they have their junior club here. They may have even come from that. So I think in this qualifying session, for many of them, it's just about getting that racing experience, and being able to make sure you can follow where you're quick, where you're slow, or just, if you can, find someone who's quick, follow them around for a bit, see where they're gaining time on you, and hopefully they'll be set up for the crunch time of this qualifying session.
So lap time's already coming in. Just for reference, for those of you who weren't here with us this morning, don't worry if you weren't, you can always watch back all the races here on the Alpha live stream once today's racing has been completed, and YouTube software things do uploads and renderings and all of that. But for reference times,
I was going to say not only the racing, but the Paddock show with your beautiful face as well.
Oh,
don't forget that.
Shut up. Stop it now. Times from this morning, what are we looking for? Well, I can say, let's get the grid up from Pre-A final on the Cadets, and I will tell you what the cut-off point in terms of lap time was. It was a 50.713. So if you're setting a lap time now, what we should of course say is that these drivers are lighter, and we can already see lap times coming in with him. We've seen Benjamin Hamilton. It's Hamilton to P1 yet again.
I was going to say, we had Hamilton at the top of the timings in the Cadets this morning. Now we've got it again this afternoon.
Another Hamilton, 48.94. That is a lightning quick lap time
lap
from
2.
Benjamin Hamilton in the number 11 there. Benjamin is on the screen. It's going to be a lot quicker. I can say straight away, a 50.7 in the Super Cadets is not going to be what you need to get into the top 18. Of course, these drivers are a little bit older.
That's the second slowest time on track right now, is a 50.7. So I'm
going to put it out there. I think you need to be getting at least a low to mid 49.
Yeah.
Even you just saying that, I was looking at the times just now, and a 48.8. Just to put that into perspective, there was the junior club here that they do in I think they've got new RT10s. Before they had RT8s, and the senior guys were doing a quick lap was a 50. 50 point something, and these are doing 48.7 just to show how quick these karts are.
We were seeing that similarly in the Buckmore Park 24 hours a few weeks ago, and you may even recognise some of the names if you were watching that event. Great to have you back here on Alpha Live. There are a couple of drivers who were racing in that 24-hour here today, including the likes of Bo Sullivan, who we'll see later. Here's the number 27 of Rex Ashley. Very distinctive orange suit there. And you can see what do you make, Jack, of these karts? Obviously, they're a little bit small for us here in the box, but a lot lighter. And you really see the physical nature of this circuit with them.
Yeah, I was just going to say, there's some part of this track. I was speaking to, in fact, Bo and his dad earlier today, and they obviously, as you said, he raced in the Buckmore Park 24 hours, sorry. And this track is a lot more bumpy, he said. As you can see, they're coming off the curb. He's really, bouncing up and down in the car. Almost looks like one of the modern-day Formula One cars with all the porpoising. So I think this is now turned into a very physical track, and especially with these lighter karts, and I think the weight limit is about 30 odd kilos for these guys, especially there. Look at that. That is a massive back killer.
Benjamin Hamilton's currently still the fastest driver on a 48.6. He's got 0.4 of a second over Jack Redfern now, who's just popped in. In fact, no, Jack Redfern's gone in with a 48.8. So has cut that gap a little bit. Byrne improves to 6th place in the number 17. We saw this, John, this morning in the qualifying groups, that It really starts to ramp up in the last couple of minutes of these sessions.
Yeah.
That's where we see the lap times come in.
Definitely, definitely. Oh, we were saying. Oh, I was saying earlier, with the qualifying in the larger karts, they seem to be on it more instantly, and then just kind of jumping around a similar time. Whereas these guys are slowly edging down on their lap times, and that's I think what we're seeing again in this session. But I was just going to flag that I think there was some testing yesterday in the cadets, and Jack Redfern was the fastest in the cadet karts. So P2 currently behind Benjamin Hamilton. Benjamin Hamilton possibly wasn't here yesterday, but yeah, the ones we kind of expect near the top of the timing sheets.
Hamilton continues to put great lap times in. That's a 28.297 that Hamilton achieved last time around. Is now 6/10 clear of Jack Redfern here on your screen. Kart number 19.
Definitely 2 or 3 tenths in that helmet, for sure. Beautiful design.
I was having a look. That is a very nice looking helmet, actually.
That's a good lid. Very, very nice lid.
Matches quite nicely with his number 19 red plate there.
It does. It's almost like he planned it.
Exactly.
Almost. Yeah, getting super bumpy through that final section.
Yeah, as you can see there, that darker tarmac is where it's been resurfaced. And I was speaking to the likes of Lewis Davis earlier, who's in the lightweights for the seniors, and he said that it was really bumpy through there, you know, getting a bit of back pain here and there. These karts are very physical stuff. Racing these last year, especially at tracks like Lydd and Wilton Mill, Wilton Mill was extremely hot. I mean, it was probably 30 degrees nearly.
Oh my goodness.
It's massive.
That's not when you want to put a race suit and a helmet on, is it?
Exactly, yeah. It came out looking like I had a shower.
Yeah.
But yeah, even so, it's really physical, these karts. I mean, there's obviously karts, no suspension. All the suspension you've got is
your spine is the suspension.
Pretty much, and then the give of the tyres, which isn't that much when you're pounding curbs like this one here. You can see the darker, well, what was a red and white curb is just now almost completely smothered in rubber. That's the ideal line that you want to be taking through there, just munching that inside curb as much as you can.
Is Miles Harrison, 11 years of age, from Southwark, and was formerly the Bambino lap record holder here at Buckmore Park. He began his karting at Rye House. His favourite driver is Lando Norris. I like that. It's more, I say, we were having a discussion earlier how it's quite interesting, which we've asked all the cadets, because we know that they're very keen.
Yeah.
A couple of questions, including favourite driver. A lot of Hamilton fans out there, but I feel Lando's on the rise.
Definitely. It's all this quadrant stuff, isn't it?
It is.
I think that's what's pushing it to the younger audiences, for sure. Definitely. Alongside, of course, Super GT, the martyr for this new Cadet Championship coming in. And I did see on our little sheet a lot of drivers saying that their favourite driver was Super GT.
Genuinely, if Steve, I know Steve is watching, or he'll be watching on delay. That I wasn't taking the mick in one of our group chats. Genuinely, a lot of people have named their favourite racing driver of all time.
I was thinking about giving him a little hello viewers, but obviously that's a sacred line that not many are allowed to repeat.
No Jimmies.
He'd copyright claim on stream if you do that, mate.
Exactly.
You can't do that.
Over Jimmy, no Jimmies. There's a minute and 10 seconds in this session to go. Sorry, Jack.
That was a nice helmet I just saw going through there. I can't see who it was, but I think it was a sort of Jensen Button tribute helmet.
Some lovely lids.
Might have been on the, I think it might have been the 57. I'm not good at pronouncing names, so I think I'll mess that up if I try.
Oliver Harrod Atfield. Hamilton's gone quicker again, by the way, 48.2. So if we're looking around 9th and 10th place, yeah, a mid to low 49. 49.389 is currently the fastest lap time by Christian Gonzalez Runda in kart number 77. So if we go assume that the groups that we have, Group 1 and Group 2, about the same level. Just going to be around there where you're going to be looking for a lap time to get yourself into the top 18 across both groups and into the pre-A final. There is Benjamin Hamilton.
Quite a similar spread between the field as it was this morning in the cadets as well. A few seconds separating sort of the top 20.
Checkered flag is now out. Rex Ashley is the first driver over the line, doesn't improve from 3rd place. Ellis Cox comes across the line, so within a second of Hamilton's pace there in 5th.
there are a couple people, such as the 41 of Ollie Moody, who's gone fastest. Well, not fastest, he's gone personal best in the first sector. Let's see what he can do at the end of the lap.
Comes across the line there in 15th, Ollie Moody, son of Steve Moody, who's raced Club 100 for many a year. Talked to him in the paddock, but across the line looks like from at least Group 1, Hamilton ahead of Redfern, Ashley, Harrison, Cox. That is your top 5. We're going to have to take a very short break though, because going out on the circuit already, it's the first group for super lightweights in junior. Very quick turnaround here. 10 minutes is already underway for the first group of super lightweight drivers competing for the Junior Championship honours. So it's the same story again, 10 minutes. It says as fast a lap time as possible. And try and get into the top 22. I was mistaken this morning, apologies, it's not the top 18, it's the top 22 that get through automatically to a pre-A final for the juniors.
Don't know what's gone on there, but there was someone going over a curb, probably a bit more than you want. That is the number 40 of, if I have a look, Toby Street, having a bit of a venture over the curb there.
Not great for his spine.
Yeah, clearly he's probably got a lot more of spine torture to come this afternoon.
Definitely, definitely. Because even in these karts, it's still not particularly enjoyable when you go into one of those curves like that.
Exactly, as we just saw the, not sure what number he was, but it was the number 16, that's Liam O'Sullivan, the winner of the first round, goes second quickest. So he's obviously managed to find the pace early on. There's a few of these guys who have come back again from last year. I remember some of the names such as, again, Liam O'Sullivan, Ralph King, Max Papworth, William Taylor, Bo Sullivan there we were talking about earlier. So they're ones to obviously keep your eye out for. They could be occupying the top places on the grid in this qualifying session.
Actually reminded me there, Jack, to do a little bit more housekeeping. As I say, this is round 2 of the season for the junior categories. They raced at Bayford Meadows a few weeks ago. And currently, Nathan Crowley is your championship leader on 254 points. In fact, there's 2 drivers on 254 points because Daniel Monroe is there as well. Daniel won the pre-A final at Bayford. And 2 points further back, you've got another duo, Harrison O'Sullivan, as I say, the winner of round number 1 in the A final, 8th in the pre. And Harrison Brooks as well. So at the moment, you've got 4 drivers covered by 2 points in this championship. Very, very close indeed. Ralph King currently 5th. A whole gargantuan 2 points back. So it's already serving up to what could be a really good season.
Yeah, this championship is, especially the super lightweights, is always really close. There's people, I remember the last round here last year, there was about 4-3 abreast going down. Is this, what corner is this? Paddock Hill coming down the hill, the right-hander just outside our commentary box here.
Downside sweep, yeah, downside.
Yeah, that was.
Paddock.
I remember seeing about 3 karts abreast on coming down here all the way, and I thought it was going to be a trip to the hospital or 2, but managed to keep it all clean, I think.
That's pretty impressive. It doesn't usually work 3 wide down there.
Exactly,
it's
yeah.
a bit squeaky bum time.
Oh, exactly,
points.
yeah. I think that's Martin Brundle. Is that his?
Maybe. I don't know. I've stolen it from someone. I don't know who, but
yeah. Considering though, I think it was. Where is he? It was Nathan Crowley who won that race, who was the championship leader, as you say, coming into this race. So could carry a bit of extra confidence to this weekend.
Yeah, for sure. Keeping that momentum going as O'Sullivan goes quickest. 3/10 faster than Ralph King. Patworth goes faster. Bo Sullivan into the top 3 now as well. Only a few tenths separating these guys nearer the top, about half a second between the top 5. And a bit closer this. It's the same as I was saying earlier with the cadets. So the cadets have a reasonably similar. They're reasonably similarly spaced out as they were this morning, and then same with these super lightweight junior drivers. They're all spaced out similarly to they were this morning. The junior drivers being a bit closer together on pace than the cadets are, but that's kind of what you'd expect as the drivers get more and more experience. They naturally get better, and everyone naturally kind of closes up on each other in terms of timing. But a good session so far, just less than 6 minutes to go, and it's not been quite as set in stone as our first cadet one. Obviously Hamilton dominating throughout
our initial cadet qualifying. This one, a few names jumping around. You've got O'Sullivan, Papworth, Sullivan, King, Johnson, all near the top, all kind of jumping around that top 5. So really, I still think it's anyone's game between those 5 and really anyone in the sort of top 10, top 15.
Yeah, I was having a look further down. You've got, now it's the top 17 that were all covered by literally a second, which is, you know, not much around, what, a 46-second lap here at Buckmore Park. Whoa, a few more people. That's a yellow flag down at the bottom of the track there. That's why
is indeed
a few hands going up.
Yeah, they're rebuilding the barrier on the outside, so yellow flag out to try and save the marshal's ankles as he rebuilds that barrier.
Yeah, I have a feeling he'll be doing that quite a few times over the course of the next couple of hours.
Yeah, he's not paid enough. From watching this morning, he's not paid enough.
Especially second and third here are covered by less than a tenth between Ralph King and Max Papworth. Obviously, Max Papworth, if you haven't heard his name before, he's been to the Sodi World Finals over in Italy last year and managed to, I think it was on the podium, I think it might have been a second place from what I can remember in his final there. So definitely a seasoned driver in the rental karting world.
Indeed.
Along with this man, actually, may I add,
yep.
Bo Sullivan actually winning the entire final. Hence his Sodi suit there that he's got as he comes charging up towards Cafe Curve.
Fresh off the overall victory as part of the team in the Buckmore Park 24 Hours a few weeks ago. That tense last hour brought it home. Guys, just say Liam O'Sullivan currently a 46.159 is the fastest time. For reference, see these drivers are lighter than the drivers that we saw this morning, but a 46.499 was the pole position lap time for Alex Jackson in the Pre-A final earlier on this morning. It has got a little bit warmer though,
definitely,
since this morning. I say that will help with tyres and grip. It's not too warm. Just make it a little bit more physical though.
Definitely, as soon as it grips up more, you get more grip through the corners and it starts to just drag you around. Especially if you're not fitting so comfortably into the seat as maybe we are. Other people might get thrown around a little bit more.
Just a squidgy vest goes in there and we just roll around. 3 minutes to go. So still this is like the first leg of a two-leg semi-final to see who can get into the Pre-A final. Anyone who doesn't get into the Pre-A final will be in the Pre-B final.
Oh, another Hamilton lid.
I like that.
We had the white design this morning, now we've got the purple design this afternoon.
I was just looking at the timing sheets and I saw that Ralph King actually went fastest in the second sector, and I was getting a bit excited to see if he would challenge Liam O'Sullivan, who actually goes faster still, and he is now 3/10 ahead of the rest of the field.
Yep. Knocking on the doors of the 45s now, isn't he?
Yes, that is the number 34 of Jack Stedman, I think it is.
The thing about these times as well, I don't know, Mr. Newton was right, force equals mass times acceleration. I was having a look at some lap times from an event in similar conditions during 2020. Our lap times then were like mid-46s on fresh tyres. These are on not fresh tyres, still good tyres for racing and still plenty of performance. But yeah, they've done all the racing for this morning. I think some of the testing yesterday as well. The fact that we're seeing lap times nudging into nearly the 45s now, 2 minutes of this session to go. There is O'Sullivan in the blue and white suit. And it's Jack Stedman that is just behind at the moment. O'Sullivan goes up to third place, 46.353.
He has just gone a personal best in the third sector, O'Sullivan. I wonder if that was beneficial with the toe that he was getting off that number 34. But so far, I don't think he's on a bit of a cool-down lap, I presume.
Harrison Brooks has improved well, 46.814. The driver in kart number 19 has just gone up to 8th place. That's round about where we're going to be looking for those lap times again. To compare at least with the weight difference, you needed to do a 47.3 or quicker to get yourself into the Pre-A final in the lightweight class. Again, you're going to be looking for another 5 or 6 tenths here in the supers. Max Papworth goes up to second place in this group, just a tenth behind Liam O'Sullivan now. Anyone crossing the line now will just about squeak one more in. Not
now, though, because, yes, 40 seconds to go. So anyone crossing the line now, this will be their final chance. Ralph King is an example of that. It's just under 46.225. Goes into third place, kart number 45. And I'm seeing a lot of blue on the screen, Jack. It's really building up, this one.
Yeah, there's a lot of blue. I was just looking. Number 8th place. Sorry, the number 55 came out of nowhere. I don't know where he came from. He just appeared in 8th place. So obviously, he's suddenly found a line that works for him.
Yep.
But as you go through the qualifying session, when you go out, first of all, the tyres are stone cold. I mean, you might go and feel them down in the paddock area. They're still toasty. But when you actually go out on track, it does feel like you're on a wet surface. And as you go through the qualifying session, obviously more rubber gets laid down. And the tyres get up to temperatures at the number 45 there. A bit disappointed, I think that was for Ralph King. Bit of a sigh in going down into turn 1. But as I was saying, yeah, it's kind of the same principle as Formula 1 in some ways. The further along the session you go, the grippier the track gets.
Checkered flag is out then for group number 1 and their 10-minute qualifying session. It looks like Liam O'Sullivan is going to emerge from this one as the fastest driver. But Tom Sands has had a good move at the end there. He's just popped in a mid-46, gets himself up to 8th place in this group. We saw Thomas Grinon going through as well with the helmet of the British London Rowing Club. But we're going to have to cut away because already out on circuit, it's the second group of the Super Cadets. Group 2 of the Super Cadets out on circuit now. This will determine who gets into the Pre-A final, who's in the Pre-B. Another 20 drivers out on circuit. And just for your reference, 9th place in the first group was a 49.389. So if you get a 48, definitely going to be in that Pre-A final, that top 18 lap times across both groups. It's going to be very, very tight in there. And from your experience, Jack, what do those permutations go through your mind as a driver during this qualifying session of trying to work out whether you're going to be in that Pre-A or not?
To be honest, looking now, look at this. You've got 3 abreast going into turn 1, and this is only qualifying with what, about 30 seconds in. But you know, these cadets really going for it. But going into qualifying, my mentality is, if I haven't been to the track before, try and get into a bit of a cluster like these guys are now, and just figure out, you know, where you could probably lunge up the inside in a race. And then towards the end, when the track grips up a bit, and you know the kart's maybe a little bit quicker, a little bit lighter on fuel, back off a bit, find yourself some space, or maybe someone who's similar on pace to you. You can, you know, maybe do a bit of teamwork, a bit of bump drafting as the 36 goes a bit wide. Yeah, just try and find that extra bit of speed. Yeah, going. Let's have a look at the lap time. We've got less than a tenth separating. Sorry, the top 2 with what was number 36. Again, I don't think I can handle that surname. Goes quickest with a 50. Sorry, 0.271.
Code penalty all ready for Julio Valeriani. And we should say as well, with new drivers to us here in the commentary box, if we are pronouncing names incorrectly, please do tell us. Tell us kindly. Yeah, so in fact, Lewis Sumner's come to the top of the order. And with 50.074, still in that phase where the lap times are just building up.
Someone's having a bit of a crisis in the chat. They said, is Josh Spence racing soon? Then they said, is Josh Spence racing today? And then, is Josh Spence racing today at all? Please can you answer me? He's getting himself in a bit of a tizzy here.
He's fine.
There you go. Spence is out here.
Unless he's dropped out.
No, there they are, 13th.
No, he's 14th at the minute in the 15th. Oh dear.
Dropping down as Navarro goes quickest, 49.635. New one at the top. Lovell joins them, so does Leeming, and the Sumner straight back to the top.
Yeah, you can see there what's gone on there is that the tyres have obviously come to the drivers out on track a bit more, which is where you can see now, if we look over at the timing screen, you've got purples, blues, left, right and centre. And that's just because the drivers have managed to, you know, create that more friction between the tyre and get that pure carcass temperature, which obviously makes the rubber a bit more sticky and a bit more, as many say, like chewing gum.
Exactly, and if you guys want to see these timings, if you go to live.alphatiming.co.uk/club100, you'll be able to see the timing screen that we're looking at with all the purple and blues and yellows and all sorts of colours. So make sure you go and look at that.
We've talked about drivers' favourite racing drivers, and whilst we've got Frederick Navarro on screen, 12-year-old from Feltham. This was generally one of the most interesting answers. He's actually got 4.
What? That's not allowed.
Favourite drivers. I'm going to let him off because Lewis Hamilton, Rio Bustamante from W Series, but then 2 Club 100 legends, of course, Super GT, who we've already mentioned, and I think I don't say this in a derogatory way, I'm saying it in a good way, I think he's the only person in this list to have named Nicky Richardson as one of their favourite racing drivers of all time. So,
what a legend! He's trying to get some free track courses, isn't he? Track guides.
He's trying to influence the clock, of course. No, of course not. 5.5 minutes of this one to go. Let's have a little look then at what's going on in terms of lap time. So we were talking about a 49.3 being in the mid-pack from group number 1. What is our mid-pack pace looking like at the moment? 49.5, it's coming down. So at the moment, 11th place from group 1 was a 49.433. This is where I do the maths out loud. At the moment, I'm going to say our cut-off is Zach McDonald in this group on a 49.443. So that's what you need to beat in this group to get into the top 18.
So for some viewers who maybe not have been watching karting before, that top 18, what does that mean?
So that is, so there's 40 drivers in total across this Super Cadet entry. So 20 of them did their times in Group 1, 20 in Group number 2. Once Group 2 have completed, we take all of those times, add them together to one big list. And the fastest 18 across the 40 will get into the pre-A final directly. Everybody else, there's a little bit of a spin there.
That was loud.
Oh, that's in a pretty dangerous spot.
Yeah, that is in quite a dangerous position.
Coming down
Let's
the hill
hope everyone sees him.
Symes Sweep. It might be Navarro actually who's gone round.
From what I can see, he's managed to do a bit of an Austin Powers. Managed
Yes.
to park it perfectly up against the barriers.
So hopefully, looks like Emma's just got out to him. Away again, that's the incident clear. So 4 minutes to go. Zach McDonald's gone quicker, 49.179. So what does that mean? That means that 49.433 is currently the time that you need to get into the top 18. Ruben Malalock is just outside at the moment on a 49.519. There's the number 36 of Jonathan Fuxel, who's 48.836. Is currently good enough for the front row of the grid.
For those asking in the chat about Mr. Spence in the number 56, he's currently 18th, I think. And he's 2.3 off the fastest time with a. Oh, hold on. Get back to you on the on his fastest lap so far.
Good improvements from Lewis Sumner, 49.232 in the number 38. I think that will be good enough to get in to that top 18. If we do get into racing, the pre-B final will be the first race for each of the categories, and the aim will be to finish in the top 2. That gets you repcharged onto the back of the pre-A grid.
Shout out to Martin O'Neill in the chat. Says
Hello,
great
Martin.
coverage today, as always. Really enjoyed the paddock coverage. Martin Brundle, look out.
Very kind. Very kind indeed.
Who's Martin Brundle? All I know is Andrew Mather.
2 minutes 20 of this session to go. And
It's looking quite close, I think. I think compared to the qualifying session we had earlier.
Yep.
I think the top 10 is covered by a second compared to, I think it might have been the top 8 from memory.
Yep.
In the previous June, in the cadet session, sorry. So
Yeah,
it's looking,
the cadets a lot more spread out than the. Sorry, in the earlier session we're a lot more spread out in this one. Yeah, you're correct. So, but that does make it a bit tighter for getting into that A final versus the B final.
So lap times at the moment, we're still looking at this 49.433, which was set by Ollie Hardy. It was good enough for 11th place in Group 1, but in this group it would have been good enough for 8th. So at the moment this group is a little bit slower on average than group number 1. There's Zach McDonald on your screen, the number 12 with the blue and white suit. He probably is porpoising about at the moment. McDonald is comfortably in at the moment on a 43.232. Who else is going quickly out there? Lucy Lovell has just improved to a 49.790 in the 48. Penalty for Oliver Bamford Senior. Now we should explain that the penalties are applied to positions once you're in that full classification, that list of standings of all the lap times. At the moment, that could be a crucial one actually, because Oliver Bamford Senior has just popped in a 49.339.
I think the top 3 are looking pretty comfortable out there. As I saw coming through Garda, the number 32 of Dodds just give the camera a cheeky thumbs up.
Yeah.
Signifying to us that he's clearly comfortable in the car and he's looking for a good day today.
Ian Bagger has just improved to 12th place in this session, 49.815, but we're really looking for some lap times in the likes of Ruben Mamelock, Jack Beasley, maybe Hamish Forrest as well. Can any of those drivers improve as we're getting towards the checkered flag now? 5 seconds to go. This is it now, last chance for all of these drivers. We have seen things change though at this stage of qualifying sessions in Group 2 so far today. Fuxall completes the qualifying session, 48.836. Is anybody going to go quicker than a 49.4 who's currently not done so?
There's a few drivers around the mid-pack, so...
Ruben Mamelock is 49.209. Ruben Mamelock right at the end, just as we were looking for it, might have just hopped into the top, well, definitely has hopped into the top 18 with that lap time. I think has just pushed Ollie Hardy from Group 1 outside. So that would mean our top 8 from this group are in the top 18 and our top 10 from Group 1, unless anybody else, in fact, no, correction, Jack Beasley's put one in as well, 49.342. We'll wait to see what comes out of all of that, because we're going to get ready for the final qualifying group, Group 2 of Junior Super Lightweight, out on circuit next.
And we're back. Group 2 of Junior Super Lightweights. Here they all come, blasting out on track. Obviously, being a qualifying session, they've now got to decide whether they're going to stick with this gigantic pack of karts or whether they decide to maybe hold back a bit. There was a cadet car out there.
Was there?
There was a cadet car on the main straight.
Was it Dante?
It might have been. I don't know. It was definitely a cadet car. So there you go. It's coming into the pits, look. So a cadet car accidentally does an extra lap there and is out with the big boys. So
That must have been a bit scary.
An interesting lap for them there, but back in the pits and all safe. So we're fine. Sam Cole coming out the pits immediately with the fastest first, second and third sector, goes quickest on our timing sheets, but it is the first lap of the session, so not too much to read from that just yet. I will say Daniel Monroe quickly jumps up to second, now down to third. However, he was the fastest out yesterday in the practice sessions in the junior class, so he's definitely one to watch out for in the number 41.
So we've got a spinner at hairpin 1. Seems to be a tricky one, that. There's been a few drivers obviously coming out the pit lane, maybe caught a bit off guard. But
Definitely, especially when you're on that paint on the outside, slightly less grip. If you dive a little bit too late and still try to turn into your usual turn-in point, the car's just going to go end over end on you.
But as you were saying, being fastest, I don't know who you said was fastest
Daniel
yesterday.
Monroe, it was, number 41.
Yeah, the number 41, Daniel Monroe. So being fastest on the Friday as a racing driver obviously gives you a boost of confidence as the 75 takes a chunk of curb again on the outside at the bottom of the track. But yeah, as I was saying, being quickest on a Friday always sets you up nicely, puts you in a nice headspace to think that, you know, everyone's playing catch-up going into today's qualifying session and racing.
Exactly. Obviously, there's going to be some people that maybe weren't here yesterday doing the testing, but as you say, definitely more of a mental more of a mental boost than anything, just to be like, right, I'm here, I know what I'm doing, and I know I'm quick. So let's do this.
There was a penalty, I think, flashed up for Marcel Kowalski.
Just a contact warning.
Just a
for
contact
him so
warning.
far.
Okay.
So he gets another shot at that. If he gets another one, then it will be a penalty.
That's a false alarm on that one.
False alarm indeed. Cole goes back to the top. Only 0.031 quicker than Daniel Monroe. So I think this one could be quite the tight qualifying session. And I mean, if any of the other junior classes are to go off earlier this morning and earlier this afternoon, it probably is going to be pretty close.
Definitely. I mean, Sam Cole's a very quick guy. I remember back about 2 years ago, I was here doing the junior club, and he was racing, and he was always at the sharp end of the field, so he obviously knows his track like the back of his hand. Oh, Daniel Monroe goes second. Oh, no, he must have been, was he second before? But it's a very small gap there between less than 1/10 of a second, so he's possibly a challenger for that pole position.
A reminder that the fastest lap time from Group 1 of the super lightweights was a 46.096, set by Liam O'Sullivan. The fact that we've already got Stefan Kaczmarczyk only
pretty
3/10
close
off, 46.328. That is really good stuff from Kaczmarczyk. 6.5 minutes of this one to go. Again, that kind of mid-pack, where are we looking? 46.755 was the 9th fastest lap time in group number 1, set by William Taylor.
That's currently about 6th or 7th position. Marcel Kowalski, Daniel Campbell, Nathan Crowley are all kind of around that bubble.
Just look how close it is at the moment. Daniel Monroe goes back up to second place in this session. Kaczmarczyk goes quicker again, 46.210. That is getting very close. Kart's number 58 there. Stefan is in the light blue and white suit there. This is more than just an assault for fastest time in this session. He's going for that pole position.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think we might be seeing our pole man out in this session. There's at least 3 guys who are looking up for it. It could be more, depending on how the track evolves and how their driving as a whole evolves.
As I look outside now and just see our pole man looking down on the rest of the field at the moment, but obviously the 58 looks like he could be a serious contender.
It does. It does. He's watching over. Yeah, he is indeed watching over the balcony, maybe trying to do some psychic powers to throw them off, make sure they don't beat his time. But penalty there for Jack Ryder, currently sat in 22nd spot. What's he got that penalty for? That's an overtake under yellows for him. And then Finn Davies as well. He's in 9th place currently in the 59 kart. Another overtaking under yellows. So frustrating for them. We're losing a couple of positions when the grids do get finalised. But yeah, that's all stuff that again comes with experience. Just making sure you don't throw away silly positions like that for just doing something silly such as overtaking under yellows.
Very fast session this at this stage with 4.5 minutes to go. We're already, well, we've already seen times as Daniel Monroe goes quickest in this session. Goes to, in fact, there's a new provisional pole position for the whole class. Kaczmarczyk, 46.048. That is faster than anything anyone achieved in group number 1. We're already up to 9th place in Group 1. We've talked about how these Group 2s, they build in speed. Already, if you're lower than 10th or lower in Group number 1, you're not going to be, pending any penalties of course, you're not going to be in the Pre-A final. There's going to be the likes of William Taylor and Tom Sands and those higher up in the order who will probably have been thinking, oh, I'm safe here, I was 6th or 7th in Group 1. That might not be the case here today. All the groups are randomly drawn.
Looking through the top 10, we have in what is now 10th place, sorry, for Nathan Crowley, and then 9th is Ben Yangu, and then 3rd we've got Marcel Kowalski. All come from a track in Essex called Brentwood Karting. So obviously they'll know how each other's weaknesses, and that's possibly a duel to look out for later on. Oh, there's a bit of a tap there. I don't know who that was. Coming through hairpin one again.
Brentwood is Max Patworth's stomping ground as well, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a few guys. So there's Lewis Davis as well. Liam O'Sullivan, who was our pole sitter, comes from Brentwood Karting. He's a cadet champion there, as well as Bo Sullivan. You've got quite a few. Quite a talent ground. There's also you've got what is now I can't remember the name of it now. It's an GT Masters. We've got Ben Green, who started at Brentwood and has now gone on to things such as Ginetta Juniors, Ginetta Super Cup, and now he's in GT Masters over in Germany.
Awesome. And yeah, that's just the natural progression of a racing driver. I mean, as long as you've got the cash, we could be seeing quite a few of these guys from Brentwood moving up through this, then into main Club 100, then possibly into owner driver karting, and then maybe onto, as you say, GT racing or something like that, Formula 4, things like that. Because we were saying earlier, there's a few of the cadets who were saying in their little bio that they sent us that they're looking forward to hopefully moving on to Ginettas or Formula 4s and things like that in future. So, yeah, could be doing anything. But O'Sullivan walking around, to be fair, has a smile on his face.
Yeah.
Not sure he would, but yeah, he's lost his pole position for now.
I don't know if he's seen the timing sheets.
I mean, it is right in front of him on that big screen, so I would think he probably has.
That's yeah. my bad. Yeah, you see the new commentator thing probably getting to me a bit there.
Very harsh, isn't it?
Sorry. I am a horrible person.
No, don't worry. It's all part of.
It's just that British banter, mate.
Yeah, of course it is.
That's why.
Lap times in this one. So, situation for the top 18 stands thus. Everyone in the top 10 of this group, so that's everyone back down to Ben Yango, is currently in on sheer pace. That means the top 8 from Group 1 are in. But it is so tight. Sam Cole goes a little bit quick. He's up to 4th place in this one. It's kart number 61. On the screen at the moment, you've got Marcel Kowalski, who's just been pipped by Caden Welch for 3rd place in this group. But these are all drivers moving around in the top 10 who are already looking pretty good. We're looking again for someone like Louis Robinson or Daniel Campbell, maybe Ollie Clegg, Finn Davies. Can any of those drivers move up and get out? Really, you've got to be setting I feel at the moment, Jack, you've got to be setting like a 46.5 or quicker to be comfortably in this top 18.
Yeah, when you're out on track, it's really difficult to gauge how quick you are compared to the other drivers, especially if there's 2 groups. So for now, we've got the pole time of Liam O'Sullivan that would have been pole has now that would have been, I think it's about 3rd place that would have put him as Daniel Moreno and Daniel Monroe. Sorry, do apologise if you're watching this back. Yeah, he's less than a 10th now off the 58.
It's very close, isn't he? Kashmashik goes even faster as well on the last lap. A 46.020 for Kashmashik. Almost dropping down into the 45s. He's got maybe one or 2 more laps, depending on where he is on track at the moment. Is that him? That's him. He definitely has only 1 more, and this is it. He's got the 21 in front of him. That's Marriott, Casper Marriott in 3rd position currently, so probably not going to be blocking him too much considering they're doing pretty similar timings. But let's see if he comes around to finish off the lap. We've got Cole finished. Monroe finishes as well. Can't go any faster. Can Kashmashik go any faster? Yes, he can! He can! Into the 45s. What a lap! What a lap by Stefan. That is absolutely fantastic.
Amazing. I think the toe definitely helped him on the way up the hill here into Cafe Curb.
That was well planned by Stefan Kashmashik there to take pole comfortably at this point. That is a comfortable pole.
There's a few people lower down around the top 20. We got Samuel Crump, I think, went a personal best in 3rd sector, along with the 32 and 66 of Taylor Laskowski. I think that is how you say that name. And yeah, I think they've all finished now, so that's it.
Yeah, and it looks like, obviously with the top he's not top 18, it's top 22. I will get that in my head for the next time. The top 22 go through, so the likes of Ben Yango, Louis Robinson, Daniel Campbell, Finn Davies all may have got in on a 46.7. And yeah, so they'd all definitely got in. 11th place was a 46.8. Last time around, so it's going to be very, very close around that region. I think it is the top 14 from this group who all did something quicker than a 46.789, and the top 10. No, that's too many. So it's going to be around that 46.7 region as to where, once we've combined all those times together, we get the top 22 who will be into the pre-A final. What's happening in the comments, John?
Oh, someone just said, good racing action, wicked race.
We've not quite got to the race.
No, I know. That's why I was amazed by the comment. That was only qualifying, KP. So if you thought that was amazing racing, wait until the actual race. Wait, you're going to love it. It's going to be brilliant. But yeah, loads of people sending love in to different people, saying, come on, Brody, says Skillen FPP. Come on, Oliver, says Joshua Senior. Louis Robinson, the GOAT, says Edward Gordon. Have you got timings to talk about?
Yeah, I've got my head around it now. So top 22 across the two groups in super lightweights. It's the top 9 from Group 1. So that's Liam O'Sullivan, Max Papworth, Ralph King, Bo Sullivan, Archie Johnson, Jack Stedman, Jacob Aileen, Tom Sands and William Taylor. They all did something either that was a 46.755 or quicker. It's the top 13, so 9 plus 13 quick maths equals 22. From Group 2, so that's Stefan Kaczmarczyk, Daniel Munro, Casper Marriott, Caden Welch, Marcel Kowalski, Sam Cole, Philip Babulal, Nathan Crowley. So championship leaders quite a long way down the order in the Pre-A final grid. Brody Skinner, Ben Yango, Louis Robinson, Daniel Campbell and Finn Davies. They all did something quicker than a 46.760. So this is, of course, before any penalties get applied, which are always done by position in this series. So it looks like to me that it is going to be Oliver Buchanan on a 46.782 on the outside looking into. That's how close it is. It's hundredths, a couple of hundredths of a second here and there over a lap. Really close.
Yeah, again, just shows even though the drivers won't take these karts home with them at the end of the day, which brings down the cost massively. It just shows how close it really is and how equal Club 100 managed to get these karts. But as you were saying, the championship leader is way down the grid. Where is he?
He's going to be somewhere around 16th, 17th on the grid. But we'll find out in due course, because we're going to get ready for the first race of this later afternoon session. It'll be the Pre-B final for our cadets, Super Cadets. Oh, excuse me, the Super Cadets, as part of the Club 100 Cadet Championship. We'll be back in a bit. Here we go then. Let's have a look at the grid. Jack's going to stay around with us for one more race. Here's your grid for the Pre-B final. Christian Gonzalez Runda has pole position for the Pre-B. Hamish Forrest alongside on the front row. Ollie Hardy and Lucy Lovell are on row 2. Thomas Hughes and Alfie Leeming start on the third row of the grid. Tyler Mason-Gray and Karthik Kamuta are on the fourth row of the grid. Oscar Wilson and Lewis Paynton on row 5. Ollie Moody and Cordell Sinclair start on the sixth row of the grid. And then we find Oliver Howard Atfield and Ashley Udo Mitchell on row number 7. Julio Valeriani and Josh Spence start on the 8th row of the grid. Bailey Roberts and Theo Jones start on row number 9. Paulina Vinyaska and Ian Barger starts on row 10. Josh Coombs starts P21 on this grid as a result of a 6th place penalty in the qualifying sessions. Top 2 race through into the Pre-A final. And a slight pause in proceedings. How have you found your time in the box here, Joe?
Really, really amazing. I mean, it's so cool to see. You know, it's not so much just you guys sitting here, you know, with your headset on, just looking at the feed and just working it out from that. You've got all sorts of different pieces of paper here. You know, you've got how to pronounce certain drivers' names. You've got notebooks. You've got lap times here and there. You know, you've got the championship standings along with the Daniel Ricciardo McLaren hat.
Oh, yeah, I quite like this hat. I've got it recently. It's good.
Yeah, especially really cool to see the racing from a whole new angle.
We talked earlier about these next 2 races, and that actually they're a little bit longer than, say, an owner-driver heat at 12 minutes. Do you have to pace yourself as you go through that?
Well, I think through the heats, it's just get as many places as you can. That's how I approached it last year. If I had a bit of a bad qualifying, I'd said, right, I'm a bit of a better racing driver than I am a qualifier. So just gaining places is where you want to where you want to focus your energy. And then in the final race of the day, where the trophies are run, that's where you want to be thinking about maybe championship points here and there, or if you're in a position, maybe trying to get up into that top 5 or top 3.
If you've enjoyed the stream, or enjoying the stream so far, and you haven't done so already, please do consider subscribing to the Alpha Live YouTube channel, and share the stream as well out to your family and friends. Let people know that we've got the racing on here today down at Buckmore Park. Let's support these young drivers as much as we can. As I say, so far it's felt like a really, really successful start to the Cadet Championship. This series started very much with the thought of encouraging those on less of a budget to move their way through the order and get some racing experience under the belts.
Yeah, it's brilliant to see people that, because I was saying, when I was chatting to my parents about this last night, I was saying I wish I'd had this when I was their age.
Yeah.
I just remember I'd go down to team sport on like Easter holidays and do like their teen days and have fun, but there was never really anything like this, or if there was, it was ridiculously expensive. So having something like this where you can get your child involved and they can be like, right, I am genuinely really passionate about this. They can commit to a championship for not that much money and really get involved with some genuine racing that is put on correctly and in the right way and done properly, which is what Club 100 always does. So it's been fantastic.
So our pole sitter, kart number 77 in the blue suit there and the white helmet, Christian Gonzalez under. He's 12 years of age, from Bournemouth. He's completely new to racing, so it's a good effort here to be on the front row for the pre-B finals. Favourite driver is Charles Leclerc.
Oh, he nearly took the normal track.
He nearly did.
Really. Unlike earlier, where we had the whole field of the B final decided to take the full track. Extra tyre warming. Extra tyre warming.
Bit more cornering.
You can see here, depending, it's like kind of a step up from the cadets to the juniors to the seniors of the level of tyre warming.
Yep.
The cadets do nothing. Juniors do quite a bit. Seniors do it ridiculously, like so much. But here we go.
Here we go indeed. Christian Gonzalez was looking a little bit nervous there as they go over the line, but away we go for the start of this one. 12 minutes, the number 24 trying to cut down to the inside. That's Hamish Forrest. Through turn 1 and turn 2 they go. Clean looking start at the moment for those at the front of the field. And good lead actually for Gonzalez Runda. Down the inside goes Hamish Forrest there. That was on the number 35 Thomas Hughes, who's come from the third row of the grid. So there's some karts off at the back. I think Ollie Moody is involved in the purple and yellow helmet there, and there's another driver in the wall. Not seen any restart flags come out for that one. Down the hill they go.
Bit of a lead, the 77 stretched out already. I would say that's roughly about half a second as they go into Garda for the first time. And this is definitely going to help him as the 29 goes up the inside of the 27.
Yeah, that's Ollie Hardy having a go on Hamish Forrest. Remember, it's the top 2 from this race who go through to the pre-A final. Round Cafe Corner to complete lap number 1. It's Gonzalez Runda leading from Hardy. Forrest back down the inside as they go into Conway's and then Henry's Bend, and that is a textbook move by Hamish Forrest.
Indeed it was. Brilliant move. Looks like they're going to continue through. Yeah, he's got it back again.
Yeah, he's running a little bit wide there. Is Hamish Forrest.
Might lose another one here. Dives up the inside, does the 35. That's Thomas Hughes. Looking for it into this fast left right-hander. Not going to happen though. Going to have to feed back into single file. Yeah, just going double file through that right-hander. Now then into Sun Sweep. It gets a bit sketchy.
Definitely so, especially on the first lap or so, as I said earlier, with the tyres being a little bit colder. Someone is backwards down at the bottom of the paddock sequence.
We are indeed back underway, luckily. No contact between any other drivers. A lot of squabbling going on screen as well between these three. 24 trying to hold off, 35 is going to dive it back up the inside. That's Thomas Hughes again on Hamish Forrest, trying to take second place through the first section of corners. Going to be squeezing each other through that right-hander, but he's still there on the inside. Who can be later on the brakes? 35 can, squeezes him out, up to second place he goes.
Yeah, really good stuff from Thomas Hughes here. And we do like to see this from a driver. Maybe had not the best qualifying, didn't quite get it together, but then takes one of these pre-B finals by the scruff of the neck and goes, no, not going to get disappointed by this, going to pull my way through and get in that top 2.
Look at the leader. Yeah, he's loving this.
This is a very Lewis Hamilton-esque drive, it seems to be, just clearing out in front. Obviously, he's just probably not going to be looking behind him much more as these guys squabble over second place. He'll be well up the road now. Look, he's not even in the same camera shot.
No, as you were saying earlier, Andrew, that it's his first time doing proper racing, should we say, and he's driven away with it so far as he's dropping down our timing screens. Now, that's definitely an issue. We have not seen him come off. So, unless he's come off somewhere where we haven't noticed, we'll make sure when he comes around again, but we're pretty sure Christian Gonzalez is a timing issue.
And this is a really good squabble now, still over second place. Oh, the number 46 of Alfie Leeming's getting involved out there. Contact warning for the number 24.
No, I don't think it is.
No, is this a
the leader?
No,
I think he's gone. Where's
we have
lost him?
Had a problem. And yeah, I have not seen Christian Gonzalez Runda come round recently. So this is now a fight for not just second place, but the lead of this race also. So it's all to play for. The top two trying to get through.
I can see a driver in the pit lane, just over the side of the wall. Is that possibly him, or is that driver getting in the car? This is completely bamboozled us. I have no idea where he went.
So Thomas Hughes leads the race. Hamish Forrest is in second place. Alfie Leeming is now one spot away from getting into a pre-A final. Karthik Kumeta's come through nicely as well. Good stuff from the driver in the number 91. Oliver Howard-Attfield's going quickly also. He's currently in 10th place. But the fastest lap of the race so far, 49.791. But there is your leader, Thomas Hughes.
A couple of the moves he pulled earlier on the race, that shows proper commitment on the brakes. You know, these things definitely going into the first hairpin, you stamp on the brake. These are only rear axle brakes. So what that means is it will only stop the rear tyres from moving. It won't stop the front tyres. So if you stamp on the brake that bit too hard, it will lock the rears, and that will just send you into a cheeky 360. Obviously, it's not the quickest way around this circuit, but to do a move like that late on the brake shows proper commitment.
He's been racing for nearly 3 years, started in indoor karting in 2019. Has been racing as part of the Castlecombe Juniors. Plays bass guitar as well in his spare time, the driver from North Somerset. This is good stuff so far.
So he's still got the number 46, that is...
He's going to go for it.
He's gone for it. Will he stick? He's gone...
He's given him space, to be fair. They have made contact on exit. He's going to drop down to third. 24 gives the hands up, so apologise about that one, but Forrest up into second place.
Yeah, Alfie Leeming there.
What these drivers need to keep in mind is if the 24 and the 46 keep lunging each other, all that's going to do is slow them up, and that's going to back them up into the rest of this very angry field of cadets. As he goes for the lead.
That's exactly what they do.
Exactly. Now they've gone, what's this? It's 3 wide, I think it is, into hairpin 2. But I mean, as I said, Hughes has been lunged there, so that isn't. Oh, as the 46 goes wide, that could have been very nasty indeed.
A lot of them diving noses in where they maybe shouldn't be, but it's producing some great racing for us to watch, so I'm not complaining.
As I look out the window, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's probably about first to about 12th within about 3 seconds of each other there.
And I'll just point out, we're not even in the second half of this race yet. We've still got a few seconds until we get to halfway. This is a pulsating pre-B final. Forrest leads, Hughes second. Kumeta's come up to third. Leeming now fourth. I think you're absolutely right here, guys. I would count all the way back down to about 10th place. Is still having a good chance in all of this. Who knows what's going to happen? There's number 29 of Ollie Hardy started to come back into it. I think it's just got back up to 4th place.
Well, the 46 was in first a second ago, and now he's in 6th place. So that just shows how quickly it could change here. So someone who's in 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th place right now, 5 minutes to go, could be in the lead pretty shortly.
Our former leader's got going again. Really bizarre as to what's happened to
I
Christian
did check,
Gonzalez
and he was there the same lap that we thought he came off. He never came into the pits. He just was then joining the back of the next pack after this one. So I think maybe he just had a spin or something by himself and
maybe
just chucked it away. But frustrating for him. And he's going to be kicking himself with whatever happened. But yeah, sad to see that because he was putting away pretty nicely.
Yeah.
Now, what I feared is starting to happen a little bit as Forrest in the 24 is starting to gain that little bit of an edge over the rest of the field. And what that's doing is just giving him a free run up the road, and straight into the A. But what that means is that this fighting behind for second place is going to get that more aggressive because these drivers all know that the top 2 will go into that A group. And what that means is they will try extra hard as the 35 goes for a move again.
Ooh, that was late.
Oh, that was very late. Oh, someone
Oh,
stopped
someone
on
has
the
spun,
stopped
haven't
on the
they?
apex.
Yeah, we'll try and work out who that was at the moment. I think we've lost 2 of our karts from this battle. It was Kumetas who's gone up to, and there's a penalty.
That was our previous leader.
Yeah, for Christian Gonzalez Runda for a bump and pass. That'll be +4 positions, 4¼ minutes of this race to go.
It was Oscar Wilson and Alfie Leeming that we lost.
Right.
there. So they've dropped down to 10th and 11th place respectively, but this battle continues at the front. A lot of argy-bargy going on through hairpin
There's a lot of contact going on there. But all this is doing is just giving Forrest in the 24, as I said, just a free run to the finish now. And because of a result of him doing that, look how much more aggressive these young drivers are getting. Really, you know, pushing each other slightly onto the grass fairly, but it's a good thing that these karts have bumpers on them to stop any actual damage taking place.
It's a great effort this from Hamish Forrest. Just remind myself, he only started karting back in November. And lives in Horsham. Doing a lot of stuff down at the Team Sport Cadet Academy. As here comes, out of nowhere, look at this. Valeriani has come up to the front of this battle now and is sitting there in 2nd place.
Where did he start, Willem?
I want to say it was around 12th place. I will just remind myself.
That is a mega drive from him.
Picking way through Julio.
He's managed to hold that all the way down the hill and into the bottom side of the circuit. He's got the 35. He's got Hughes right on the back of him. And from earlier on in this race, we know that Hughes will not hold back in sending one up the inside. Just a matter of if I was these drivers now, what I would be doing is I would get my head down as the 35 is doing, maybe chuck a little bit of a signal to the 14 to say, look, I want to push ahead. I want to make sure that we're a good 2nd or 2 clear of this angry field behind. So then we can have our battling going on, maybe about a minute or so, a few laps left of this race.
Absolutely, 2.5 minutes of this race.
He's got him, sorry, for 2nd place. Hughes is through, up into 2nd. Valeriani down to 3rd, and now the 57 of Oliver Harrod Atfield has joined that 3-way battle for 2nd place and the final position going through to the A final.
May I just say that back at the beginning of this race, Atfield was where, about 10th place, about back end of the top 10.
Yeah, 13th start for the number 57.
There's some mega drives going on from these young drivers here. Absolutely astonishing stuff. And they're only what, about 8 to 12 years old, I think, the age ranges.
These are 10 to 13-year-olds for the Super Cadets. But it's interesting, actually, that you've got Howard Atfield, Udo Mitchell, and Valeriani all started line astern, 13, 14, 15. So Valeriani goes back down the inside, has a move there, no, loses out to it. Howard Atfield's trying to go around the outside. Oh, there's contact between the 2 of them.
Oh, he's going to go, well, that's going to cost him maybe a place. No, it's not. Oh, he's very angry. Did you see the hand movement there? He's furious at that. But, yeah, that was, as I mentioned very early on in the qualifying session, that is a very nice helmet he's got there.
And Hughes did get a contact warning around that area of the circuit.
He's now under fire from the 71. That's Udo Mitchell.
Not quite.
17. He's had to hold him off. Back out of that.
Oh,
Head goes down.
Valeriani penalty. Penalty for Valeriani in 3rd position. That's going to scupper his chances of getting into that A final.
Yeah, that'll be a +4 because it's a bump and pass. So we're going to have to get the abacus out, boys, aren't we? Less than a minute of this race to go.
Now what that means is now because he's got that penalty, that will come up on a digiboard that is next to the start-finish line, and everyone else will be able to see that. So people behind him will be able to gauge that and say, right, all I need to do is just, if he's quick, stick on his bumper, make sure that I'm really close to him, and he'll drop 5 places or maybe 2 places. I'm not sure what the penalty was, but he'll then drop places towards the end of this race, which is just gaining free time almost.
Hamish Forrest is going to start the final lap of this race in a few moments' time. There it is. Just need to bring this one home nice and calmly as a 4-second lead over this continuing squabble between Thomas Hughes, Julio
57.
Yeah, Udo Mitchell and Howard Atfield are getting
sideways.
Oh my goodness, around the outside going number 71 is Udo Mitchell. What an attempt that is.
Go
on,
you lad. The inside here as well.
He's going to get 2 of them in 2 corners. Only the 57's gone wide for good measure, but go on, lad. The 71. Oh, and he spun. Oh, no, they're in the... Oh, that's a big hit.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
It's all broken down here on the last lap of the Pre-B final. And there may be some more
awardings of things at the end of this one. It's still going on between Udo Mitchell and Howard Atfield, and well, those three drivers had pulled their way through the order very nicely. Hamish Forrest has taken a fantastic victory by over 4 seconds ahead of Thomas Hughes. Thomas Hughes keeping ahead there, takes second place. Third place for Ollie Hardy. Karthik Kumeta in fourth place. Oscar Wilson inside the top 5. Julio Valeriani sixth, but has a penalty. Seventh place for Bailey Roberts. Alfie Leeming in 8th. Tyler Mason-Gray 9th. Oliver Howard Atfield finishes in 10th. And we're going to move swiftly on, because next out on circuit is going to be the Junior Super Lightweight Pre-B final. We'll be back with that shortly. Back we are, getting ready for the next race, which will be the Junior Super Lightweight Pre-B final. Here is your grid. Daniel Campbell starts on the front row of the grid. Noah Rogerson is there as well. Toby Street and Ollie Clegg start on row number 2. Thomas Gwynham and Zachary Watson start on the third row of this grid. Finn Davies and Eden James are on row 4. George Partridge and Jack Philpott complete the top 10. Then it's Ben Wilson and Samuel Crump there on the 6th row of the grid. Oliver Armiger and Robbie Blacklaw on row number 7. Jack Ryder and Noah Checkley are on row number 8. Taylor Laskowski and Claudia Bushby are on the 9th row of the grid. We find Imogen Owen and Finley Patterson completing row number 10. Alex Pascaleva and Felix Bond are on row 11. Austin Hallmark and Connor Kenny are there on the 12th row of the grid. Joseph McVeigh and George Daniels on row 13. Max Nash and Harley Hillier on row 14. Harry Collins and Eleanor Gabrielli complete the 30 karts due to be in this Pre-B final for the Junior Super Lightweights. So one of the biggest grids, if not the biggest grid of the day.
Looks like we're already about to go.
12 minutes on the clock then, ready to go green and racing here for the Super Lightweights, and it's a good start from Daniel Campbell at the front end of the field. Noah Rogerson trying to go round the outside. It's a bit slippery out there for P2, and he's actually going to lose a number of positions as they head down into the first hairpin.
53, there's two spinners. Oh my, that's not great.
That's probably going to be a false start.
That is a false start.
That is.
And it is indeed. Yep. So
there we
go around again.
I think that was the 53 who went for an absolute dive bomb into turn 1. I was all made up for him, going straight down his height. He was going to end up maybe about 5th if that came off, but unfortunately just locking those rear brakes. As I said earlier, these karts are only rear axle braking, which means that only the rear tyres are the ones that do all the stopping. So if you lock those, you just go into a slide, and unfortunately that's what we saw there.
There's a driver who's pulled over. I assume just retaking position. They're going to go around again. They're nowhere close enough to restart now.
That's a fine specimen of a man, Sam Dimolo. Switch to the top end of the circuit. And for those of you not aware, that is the restart flag, the green flag with the yellow chevron on it. And we'll have to get everybody back in order here, because I don't think they're quite in the same order, because Thomas Gwynham was not on the front row of that first attempt.
There's a few people switching for position going down as we use the cut through just to save time to get this race back underway. I spotted a nice Damon Hill-esque helmet on the front row.
That is Thomas Gwynham. I think we'll go around again. Yeah, we will do.
Chance to catch my breath after that. That was with the events of the Cadet final lap, and then the first lap of this. It's been quite an eventful couple of minutes.
It has been wild. Hairpin 1 is always a bit wild here at Buckmore, especially because you're on the limit flat out around the first 2 corners. Then you dive into the hairpin and you try and go as late on the brakes as you can. Someone taps you at the rear and you're gone.
The curious problem I think we've got here, I think the 42, is that the number 10 directly? Yes, it is. The number 10's in the wrong position here. The number 10 has lined up on the right-hand side of the grid and should be on the left-hand side of the grid.
You're right.
Okay. Yeah, there was a few hands up anyways. We're going to go racing this time.
Yes, here we go.
It's the 27 has a bit of tyre warming there into turn 1. The 27's going to try and go around the outside, maybe 3 wide. No, he's going to hang it.
Oh, there's a crash before we even get to the hairpin.
Oh dear, that's Alex Pascaleva there. The back of the field involved in that one.
Not so bad that we need a restart though. Into hairpin 2 they go. Squeezing up, 3 abreast coming off the corner. Don't want to touch the grass there, sir. But continues just about. Drivers following through to the second section of the circuit. Down the fast Simon Sweet. Left and then into Paddock. Stamping on the brakes they are. And through they go. Squeezed off into 77. The 54 got squeezed themselves. 77 is going to re-dive it back up the inside. That's Jack Ryder going back up the inside and gesticulating his displeasure with that situation as a whole.
What a name that is, Jack Ryder. That's a pretty cool name.
Cool.
That is a pretty cool name.
That's a proper superhero name.
Yeah, definitely. So they all come streaming past the start of the second lap.
Penalty already. Joseph McVeigh, 1 place ahead of Jack Ryder in the number 54 and 15th, has a penalty coming for them. That's for an ABC bump and pass. Also the number 31, that's Max Nash, currently in 9th, has got a jump start penalty as well.
Has indeed. So 8 minutes and 40 seconds of this one to go. There's Gwynnon, and ABC takeout penalties down the inside there. I think it was that Toby Street go for a move, and Noah Rogers trying to go around the outside.
That was a really nice move.
That was fantastic. Was that Zachary Watson?
Yeah, Zachary Watson going and taking advantage of that situation. So Watson now up to P2. If the race was to finish like this, it would be Campbell and Watson going through to the pre-A final, but still plenty to go here. The number 59 down the inside, that's Finn Davies going for an overtake on Thomas Gwynnon.
As we look at the 27, the 27 has dropped back a little bit to 4th place. That is, I think it's Geenan. That's how you pronounce that one? We'll go with Geenan.
Go with Gwynnon.
Yeah, so he's faded back to 4th. He was on the back foot going through the first sector, see if he can recover at all.
Yeah, I think he'd even drop down to 5th now on the back of a couple of those. More people taking out the barriers on the exit there. That's going to be cone penalties for them. Although if multiple people do it in the same pack, it can be quite difficult for the guy to pick out who was actually the person to hit it.
Go
so
3. That was a very not sketchy, a bit of a messy.
It was quite messy.
Quite messy overtake there as they went 3 wide into Garda. 54 comes through shot there. That is McVie. So wasn't McVie at the front? Wasn't he further up the field? He's now in 30th, isn't he?
Yeah, it's all gone a little bit wrong for Joseph McVeigh in this race. Had started, just remind myself where Joseph had started.
Things have calmed down a little bit more, I think, since the events of the first start. The top 10, I think, are a bit more spread out, even though we're looking on here. The karts, even though the karts look all really bunched up as we look there into Garda, they are... You really need to be right on the back of someone here to have any chance of overtaking. Unless you're the number 35 from the last race, who's not afraid to stick a move up the inside wherever he goes, as there's another penalty there for the 43, Eden James.
He's 25th is where McVeigh started, just to feedback on that. But yeah, 8th place at the moment for Eden James.
ABC bump and pass penalty for Eden. That's not going to make his afternoon any better.
So here's the fight for the lead of the race, and Zachary Watson is going to be side by side here with Daniel Campbell going round the outside through Cafe Corner. Campbell defends it. Here comes Toby Street. This is dangerous moments for both of these drivers in terms of their places in the pre-A final, because Street's back in it, Davies is back in it, less than 6 minutes to go now. Down the inside goes Watson. Is he going to get the move done? Yes, he has got the move done, but in comes the number 42, Daniel Campbell, holding on to 2nd place. This is really tight stuff. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 through the S's. This is go time, I feel, now for Zachary Watson. He's fought his way through to the front of the field, started in 6th place. Could just get a bit of a gap to the rest of the order. Could sew up this position quite nicely.
This racing has been fantastic. I think some of the best that I've seen so far today at the front of the field here, especially from Campbell and Watson. Watson sending some fantastic moves, really deserving of being in that lead position currently. We see another move into T1. That's the 59 of Finn Davies going up the inside of Toby Street. all this battling, though, as we've said in previous races, is just going to slow them down and allow for Watson and possibly Campbell too to start eking out that lead at the front. They seem to be some of the most pacey drivers out there, especially nearer the front. So whether they can start working together and pushing forward, or whether they'll be sucked back into this battle, we'll have to wait and see. But still 4 minutes and 45 seconds to go.
George Partridge has gone and set the fastest lap of the race so far, a 46.677. So look out for kart number 53 there in the green helmet, currently the fastest kart on circuit. We should mention as well, Finn Davies did have a 4th-place penalty in qualifying, so did start slightly out of position in terms of paces. Down the inside, change for the lead. Campbell past Watson there. Watson switches back. Brilliant racing again, once again, here in the super lightweights. Has he gone a little bit deep? No, he's got it back under control. But Finn Davies is looking pretty good here in 3rd place.
So to answer my question of will they work together and push forward, or will they get sucked back into the battle, it was the latter option.
They're racing drivers.
Exactly.
They're going to want this. This is for the trophies. They're going to want whatever they can get. These two here. I mean, ideally, the theoretical thing that, you know, the best thing to do is obviously to work together, pull away, then fight for that lead at the end. But at the end of the day, they're racing drivers. They want to lead this race for as many laps as possible. Is we going to see any moves here? Not this time around, as Partridge actually sets the fastest lap of the race now with a 46.5, down in 6th position. That's the 53 in the green helmet. He's catching the back of this group, as we see him go up the inside of the number 27, who hasn't had the best of races, I don't think. He started on the front row and he's now down in 5th position. I wonder what's going on there. There's a very sideways moment from the leader, Watson. See if anyone else gets brought into this battle for the lead of the race. But he's stretched out a 4/10 gap at the moment, so he's probably safe until hairpin 1, where I think the rest of the field will be right back on his tail.
Exactly, that gap has basically disintegrated now. Yeah, dropped down to 2/10 now. And we've got the 59 and the 40, Finn Davies and Toby Street getting involved in this battle for the lead now. But yeah, it's all going to depend on whether Campbell's able to send another move, hold them both up again, and everyone gets involved, or whether there's going to be able to be some pulling away from Watson here at the front. But doesn't look like it yet. All following line astern through the middle section of the track. Top 6 all together, coming through down Simon Sweet and into the final sections of corners of this lap. Cheeky check over the shoulder for the 81 of Zachary Watson. Knows he's currently commanding this lead, and a little bit of a slide there from 3rd place is going to mean that they possibly lose a position. Not quite able to hold them off, but is going to lose themselves and the 3 behind them quite a bit of time from these 2 leaders.
You've got to think now that they've got to stay calm. There's still a good amount of time in this race. Those top 2 are not gone completely yet. The temptation will be for Toby Street to have a go for 3rd place on the road.
I think Campbell may have heard us there talking about trying to break away, because I think he's backed off slightly from going from an aggressive move on Watson, as he's probably had a check over the shoulder and notice that gap open up a little bit more. But then what that's going to mean is that these guys in 3rd, 4th, 5th, and I think that's 6th as well. That's 6th. So there's 6 cars for the lead at the moment. Technically, if these 4 or so at the back want to try and work together to close up that gap once again.
Yep. Absolutely, less than a minute and a half to go. We're probably 2 more laps after this one. And Finn Davies, got to say, that's a great response from Finn Davies. Made that mistake 2 laps ago, but has just popped in a 46.407, fastest lap of this pre-B final. Has just got to keep pushing on. Was that a little bit of a mistake from Watson there, running wide? It really is close again now. Davies has pulled himself back onto the rear bumper of Daniel Campbell now, and also brought Street, Partridge and Gwynn with him. Contact warning for Eleanor Gabrielli, currently in 23rd place. It's good progress actually from Eleanor. Has gained a few spots in this race so far. Last lap board is going to be out for the drivers in a few seconds time, and it's still all to play for both of the promotion spots into the pre-A final for the junior super lightweights here today. It's Watson from Campbell, Davies, Street, Partridge and Grinnin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Max Nash has just got past Noah Rogerson. Is Watson a little bit wide there? Went defensive, went a little bit too defensive, if you ask me.
but has held on to the lead for now. Campbell's under attack from Finn Davies. Is Davies alongside? No, has to pull out of it before they go through the S's. This is tense stuff here at Buckmore Park.
This is brilliant racing on the final lap as the 27 again goes a little bit wide, bit of oversteer. Is the 59, that's Finn Davies, he's going to go for the move. Bit too, oh, I thought he touched him there.
Zachary Watson is going to come round and under great pressure takes victory in the Pre-B final. Will move on to the Pre-A, and just Daniel Campbell holds on to second place, takes the other spot moving through from this race. Finn Davies is there in third, George Partridge fourth. Pending any post-race changes, that will be your front row for the B final, the Trophy B final. 5th for Thomas Grinnan, 6th for Toby Street, 7th for Max Nash, Ollie Clegg in 8th, 9th for Robbie Blacklaw, and 10th for Noah Rogerson.
You could tell how amazed he was at that. He was so excited about getting that win. I mean, he was fair play to him. He was hard fought all the way through that race. Came under attack. He knew exactly when to defend, exactly when. There was probably one little mistake in the closing stages where he defended maybe a bit too much into hairpin one, which compromised his line. But apart from that, that is a near faultless drive from the number 81.
Jack, we're going to have to say goodbye to you, but thank you very much for joining us. And yeah, have you enjoyed it?
Absolutely amazing. First commentary experience. I really enjoyed this.
Good
I'll
stuff.
Go and enjoy the rest of the racing from the rest of the perspectives on the track.
Brilliant stuff. We're going to get ready for our next race. Super Cadets Pre-A final is out next. Super Cadets Pre-A final coming up next. Let's have a look at the grid for this next 130 points available for the race winner. Benjamin Hamilton has pole position. Jonathan Fuxell joining on the front row. Jack Redfern and George Palmer-Mobsby are there on row number 2. Alex Dodds and Rex Ashley on the third row of the grid. Next up on row 4, we've got Miles Harrison and Frederick Navarro. Ellis Cox and Zach McDonald complete the top 10 at the start of this race. Josh Byrne and Ruben Mamalok start on the 6th row of the grid. Lewis Sumner and Charlie Wainwright start from the 7th row of the grid with work to do. Charlie Spake and Jack Beasley are on row 8. We find Jay Hansford and Oliver Bamford Sr. on the 9th row of the grid. And we will also have 2 qualifiers from the Pre-B final who I'll confirm with you in a moment were indeed drivers that we saw earlier. It was Hamish Forrest and Thomas Hughes. They joined the back of this field.
Are
we good to go?
Again. I think I've just seen.
And we are going to go round again. For our Pre-A finalists, first race for all of these drivers this season that counts for championship points. John?
Indeed it is. Pressure hots up now. Try and get maximum points. So let's see what they can all do. Very excited for this one. And I'd say these races have been a bit more action-packed than the morning. I think I'd say.
I think I'd agree with you there.
Lots of last lap battles going on, changes for the lead on the last lap and things like that. So yeah, it's been fantastic. So let's see how these Pre-A final for the Super Cadets comes along.
All drivers from the ages of 10 to 13. We've had a number of historic races today. This is another one. This, of course, is the first ever Pre-A final, full A final point scoring race for drivers from the ages of 10 to 13 in Club 100. And we are going to go around again because not everyone's quite in the right position.
There was one driver that was deciding that they wanted to be 3 wide coming up through Cafe.
Okay.
I think it might have been the number 17, you know. But I saw them just counting ahead of them, trying to see, wait, where am I supposed to be? So,
it is. I think it's something that is quite daunting and difficult. It doesn't sound like it should be difficult
when you
to
first
do.
go out. Yeah. You want to make sure, and especially with this, they don't. But in BUKC, when you have your warm-up laps, everyone mingles up and jumbles up, and then you come back to it and you're like, wait, who was in front of me again? I can't remember where I am. So yeah, it can be a bit daunting.
Especially when everyone's wearing a bandit suit.
Exactly, yeah, that makes it a bit difficult. In the inters, it would definitely be harder. Luckily, in the mains, everyone seems to have a £2,000 race helmet and racing, so it makes it a bit more easy. But here we go.
All set to go then for the Pre-A final for the Super Cadets here at Buckmore Park.
away we go. It's going to be Benjamin Hamilton taking us from pole position and darting down towards turn 1, but it's not got a good start at all, and it's going to be swamped a little bit as they go towards the first hairpin. Are they all going to get through the first big braking zone? The number 36 of Jonathan Fuxell has come to the front of the order. That's looking pretty clean, almost as one half spinner towards the back of the field. It may have been Hamish Forrest, actually, our winner from the pre-B final, but apart from that, we're all good and heading down the hill to Simon Sweep.
Benjamin Hamilton racing very respectfully there. Gave a little bit of a tap on the exit of hairpin 2, but quickly apologised to Jonathan Fuxell. And they carry on. He's looking for a move there up into this top right-hander, but it's not going to happen for him. Going to have to follow through for another lap. Unless he can get it on exit, no, has to stick behind. Continuous checking over the shoulder of from the number 36, our current leader. But continuous pressure from Benjamin Hamilton, so I mean, that's quite understandable.
So, end of lap 1, it's Fuxell from Hamilton. Palmer, Mobsby in 3rd, Dodds 4th, 5th for Ashley, Harrison, Redfern, Navarro, Cox, Spake. That is your top 10, and already seems like Jonathan Fuxell wants to defend this one. Is he going to be able to do so? Hamilton trying to get up alongside. He's got a run, really good overtake there from Benjamin Hamilton to the front of the order then here on lap number 2. The number 11 leads.
That was just fantastic, and then look at the rest of them, like a swarm of bees. Smell blood, and they're all over them. Look at this, 19 goes a little bit wide there. That's Jack Redfern. He was one of the ones to watch from today, being the fastest out in the testing yesterday. Currently stuck in that mid-pack for the top 10. But let's see how he can do as he continues. Still 10 minutes left to go, and Benjamin Hamilton now leading this one.
See Rex Ashley looking up the inside there in the number 27. Very good race this so far. And he can show that this is what we've been looking forward to all these months since it was announced that Club 100 were going to start a championship, a cadet championship with a new kart, a smaller kart for younger drivers. This is the kind of racing we've been looking forward to. Well, I had to wait a while for it, of course, but it is really delivering. I think that's going to maybe a penalty for Miles Harrison in the number 55. If my eyes aren't deceiving me, that was the number 55, just clipping that bollard, and that's got spotted. That will be a one-place penalty. Change for 3rd to tell you about. You've probably spotted already on the screen that Alex Dodds has got past George Palmer Mobsby. And Alex has just been running under the radar so far in this race, but it's definitely part of the equation for who's going to win this one. Everyone just about taking care of track limits there. And the top 3 starting to break away, I'd say, John.
Yeah, definitely so. Creating just a slight gap. If that increases any more, yeah, we'll probably see them lose the toe and begin to pull away. But all remaining very respectful and good racing, as we've got a car going slowly off of the bottom right-hander there, Paddock. Who's leading this little pack now? I believe it's Ashley at the front of this one that we're looking at. Now we look back to the leaders. 36 actually going defensive. That's Fuxell on Dodds. Dodds with the fastest lap of the race so far. 48.784 for him. As here's a move down into hairpin 1, 55 on the inside of 34. That's Miles Harrison making a move on George Palmer Mobsby.
A couple of contact warnings coming in. Has been a problem as well, unfortunately, for Frederick Navarro, who has fallen down to 19th place in this race. He's got good speed, may be able to recover later on in the race. Here at the fight involving Harrison, Redfern and Palmer Mobsby in there as well. 4 minutes done, 8 minutes of this pre-A final to go. The action rattling through here in the late afternoon. Hope you're enjoying your Saturday. It's your first time watching one of our streams. Will you please consider pressing that subscribe button and the share button and all the buttons, the like button, the follow button. If you're enjoying the commentary, at Double Dash across your social media networks, give us a follow and a like. It really does help us out. 7.5 minutes of this race to go. And Benjamin Hamilton is looking very good here. This flap in particular, he's pulled away from the rest of the field.
I will say that's partially down to his pace. I will also say that's partially down to Fuxell defending quite a bit.
Yep.
Not too sure if that's the best strat, still with 7 minutes to go in this one, but I mean, Hamilton's not going to be complaining, is he?
Not at all. Not at all. The gap this time around, it's 1.1 seconds now. Fuxel to the inside. Alex Dodds there in the number 32. Has got lane on the inside here. Fuxel trying to squeeze down, but I think Dodds has got the move done here. He's just got to get the run off. As look through comes Rex Ashley. Protests coming in from Fuxel, but I think that was all just about. It's a bit rough and ready, but legal.
Yeah, definitely. I was just saying, yeah, Fuxel got bullied to the back of this pack now by them. Just more swarmed by them, wasn't it? One went past, then another, and suddenly he found himself back. Takes another position from the 27. He's back through on, that's Mr. Ashley.
Yeah,
Ashley.
That was all triggered by a real send from Miles Harrison. Brave on the brakes into Paddock, opened the door, and Fuxel read that perfectly to get back through. So it's all change again. It's now Hamilton from Dodds, Harrison, Fuxel, Ashley. Second, third, fourth and fifth all changed places in some regard on that particular lap, and that's it's not going to stop, is it? As Fuxel fighting back here, trying to get back past Alex Dodds. Jack Redfern's still involved here, and George Palmer Mobsby.
Yeah, Fuxel's probably not going to be too happy. He's been knocked back down to fourth here, is he? So he's going to be wanting to get back to the leading kart in this group of sort of 5 or 6 drivers. I think 6 at the moment, but the 21 of Ellis Cox is looming there in the background, ready to pounce on anyone that messes up. And if this group continues to battle for the last 5 minutes, I'll imagine that Ellis will be on the pack within no time. 36 of Fuxel continuing to go defensive into T1. Not too sure as to why, or maybe that is just their normal line through there. Maybe they think that that's faster. Continuing through first section of the circuit, Harrison still leading this group, starting to build a nice little gap there now as well, about 6 or 7 tenths over, I believe it is still Alex Dodds. It is indeed. Then it's Jonathan Fuxel, Rex Ashley, Jack Redfern, George Palmer Mobsby, and then Ellis Cox has joined the back of this one.
I've got to say it's been a very good day for the Hamilton family so far. We saw Rory Hamilton running really well in the cadets this morning. 2.1 seconds now the lead here in the Pre-A final for Benjamin Hamilton, who both named Angus Whiteside as their Porsche Carrera Cup driver as their favourite driver. Contacts warning for Hamish Forrest. Let's see what that's called. But I've got to say that there's been some good progress though for Hamish Forrest so far in this race. Getting in amongst it, side by side. Good respectful racing room given there by both Ashley and Fuxel. That's down the inside, move for second place. Oh, this is really good from Miles Harrison. In fact, from all of these drivers here, really putting on quite a show, fighting over these points.
You've got Ellis Cox in the background trying to make some moves as people are going wide there. I think, oh no, I thought they got one, but no, back down to the back of this pack, but they're definitely there and ready to pounce on whatever's going on. We also saw Fuxel at Paddock getting it a bit out of shape and managed to cut back across and keep the positions that they might have lost, but did lose a little bit of time. Just had a penalty come through for Charlie Wainwright there in 12th for an ABC takeout. There's going to be a few positions at the end docked off.
Good progress from Lewis Sumner on that last lap. Gained 3 positions. He's up to 11th now and has just set a personal best through Sector 1. So let's see if the number 38 can get into the top 10. 34 there of George Palmer Mobsby has a little look, a little think about going down the inside. Thinks better of it. Ellis Cox still plugging away there. Zach McDonald next kart behind. Everybody checking over the shoulders. This has just become a big battle now for second place. They're not thinking about Benjamin Hamilton up ahead. He's too far up the road for them to realistically catch up. Really having a lot of fun out there. Looks like Fuxel's got past Dodds again. Yes, Jonathan Fuxel has got back into third place.
Slowly working his way back through, but is going side by side there, down through the fast right-left section of corners. Continuing to defend very hard is Fuxel. Well, it seems to be working. Back up to third, as you say, and continuing this battle. This group of now 7 karts flying through to start a new lap with just over 2 minutes to go.
Dodds to the outside. The driver from Doncaster reached the BIKC National Final last year. Loves his mountain biking. We're loving his racing here. Involved in the middle side by side now with Rex Ashley. Ashley trying to do a bit of a switchback there, taking fourth place. That's really nicely done from Rex Ashley, who'll have the inside line, takes the position.
Did indeed, yeah, what a fantastic move. Slight breakaway between the two packs now, but I imagine that will close up within only a matter of corners. But yeah, what a brilliant move from the number 27 there. Rex Ashley moves over to the inside to defend from a re-overtake from Dodds. Manages to do just that. Sticking behind and is now looking to attack themselves on the 36 of Fuxel, still there in third place. But yeah, this is all hotting up, isn't it? Just over a minute to go now, only a couple more laps. And honestly, any of these 7 karts could be the ones that end up on the podium.
Could be indeed. Just over, say, a minute. Lewis Sumner has made it up into the top 10 off screen. That's Miles Harrison. Ends here really well. It's that nearly 4 wide as they enter hairpin number 2. It's just breaking down a little bit behind. So I think Jack Redfern has actually made up a couple of positions at least so far on this lap. Oh, the number 32 of Alex Dodds sticking the nose in there on the 36 of Jonathan Fuxel. This has been a brilliant defensive drive from Miles Harrison. He's perfectly obliged to do so, of course. And continues to hold on to second place. Last lap board is out for the leader then. Benjamin Hamilton has serenely been driving out the front of this field. Can Miles Harrison in second place hold on to this position on the road? The first hairpin. I
think Miles has been defending well, but has been really assisted by Jonathan Fuxel behind, defending like his life depends on it. So has been assisted and been able to stay out front. They're going to go 3 wide onto the grass, goes to 32, gets it sideways and is going to lose out of position there. The 32 of Dodds losing 1 or 2 positions there. 36 does manage to get back up the inside. Fuxel holds his third place. It looked like 27 was going to go for a move, was Ashley. But no, not going to happen. It's going to have to hold fourth. They're going to continue this squabble all the way around the final section of corners. But here he comes, number 11, Benjamin Hamilton, crosses the line and takes the win in our Super Cadet Pre-A final. But here they come, fists in the air for many, many drivers there coming across the line. As Miles Harrison ends up taking second place. Jonathan Fuxel just behind, followed by Rex Ashley, Jack Redfern, and then Ellis Cox was at the back of that battle. No, they weren't. It was Alex Dodds, my apologies. Ellis Cox did manage to get a position and got the fastest lap near the end there, 48.704. So shout out to Ellis Cox on that one. And it was George Palmer-Mobsby in 8th, Zach McDonald in 9th, and Josh Byrne rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, really, really good stuff. And very entertaining race from the Super Cadets. And we'll see all of those drivers again in the Trophy A final later on this afternoon. We're going to get ready for the next race, though, which will be your Junior Super Lightweight Pre-A final. Junior Super Lightweight Pre-A final out on circuit now. Let's have a look at the grid for their 12-minute race. And, well, a really, really good qualifying earlier today put the number 58 of Stefan Kaczmarczyk on pole position for this one. Liam O'Sullivan alongside on the front row of the grid. Daniel Munro and Max Papworth were on the next row of the grid. Row 2, row 3, you've got Ralph King and Casper Marriott. Caden Welsh and Bo Sullivan on the 4th row of the grid. Marcel Kowalski and Archie Johnson on the 5th row of the grid. Sam Cole and Jack Stedman on the 6th row of the grid. Philip Babralal and Jacob Alain on the 7th row of the grid. Nathan Crowley, championship leader, starts on row 8 here today alongside Tom Sands, Brody Skinner and William Taylor starts on row number 9. And then we'll have Ben Yango and Oliver Buchanan on row 10, Louis Robinson and Harrison Brooks on row 11. Zachary Watson and Daniel Campbell join from the B final. That is 24 runners in this race. The sun continues to shine here at Buckmore Park. Keep comments coming in. What's happening in the comments at the moment, John? We haven't checked in with them for a while.
Haven't checked in a while. KP's back saying nice race. So they enjoyed the actual racing as well. Love to see it.
It was a bit nuts at times, but yeah, it's all good.
Terrible banter of you.
Lots of support I can see coming in for Ben Yango.
Quite a bit. Lewis or Louis Robinson, masterclass incoming as well.
Yeah.
So watch out for him. And before Greg Smith said, cracking race, lads. Well done to the top 3. And then Zach also coming in saying, come on, Bo. So Bo Sullivan in this one. I think he was starting around 3rd or 4th, wasn't he? Pretty high up in this one. Joe Craddock said Nathan won't be happy with that qualifying. We'll see where he gets up to. He's definitely committed at school, it sounds.
So upcoming rounds and races to let you know about, both from a Club 100, an Alpha Live and a DDMM perspective. Let's talk about the next round for the youngsters, for the cadets, for the juniors. They'll be at Wilton Mill on the weekend of the 11th and 12th of June. We won't be there, unfortunately. I won't be there. I'll be at Le Mans that weekend.
Nice.
We've then got the following round will be at Lyd on the weekend of the 16th and 17th of July. Either of those take your fancy, do head across to the website, link in the description below for all the details. And, get on the grid. We're ready though for our pre-A final in the junior super lightweights. Kashmachik from pole position takes us away in the number 58. It's a good start for those on the pole side of the grid. Daniel Munro straight up the inside, holds on to the inside line, takes 2nd place away from Liam O'Sullivan. Are they all going to get through? Oh, just about 3, 4, maybe even 5 wide that time through hairpin number 1. And it's a clean start, John, as they run down towards the bottom of the hill.
Indeed it is. We have got a driver pulled over though in the Red Bull suit. We'll have to wait and see who that is that doesn't come round. Looks like it might be Caden Welch. So a frustrating start there for Caden as they pull their car over, possibly a car issue or possibly something else, we're not too sure. But from around a 6th position start, that's going to be really frustrating. And here they come, across the line, finish lap number 1. Yellow flags out in sector 1 for this incident.
I think we briefly had a
full course yellow, yeah. It's what it did look like from their hand gestures. It looks like we do because it's flashing, yeah. Yep. Full course yellow indeed. So going to have to recover this car, I believe that's what it's for, in sector 1. But that shouldn't be too difficult. They're relatively near the pit entry, so shouldn't take too long to get this back underway.
The race is neutralised. Stefan Kaczmarczyk effectively becomes a safety kart. As, dear, that's a sad sight to see. Caden Welch, you see how gutted he is there. Ooh, that's had quite a bit of damage as well.
There, hasn't he?
The good news is that Caden's okay. Yeah, that's had a hefty hit on the Nassau panel. Is this the point at which I repeat the great facts from Henry Baudet at British Championships the other week?
Go for it.
Why it's called the Nassau panel.
Why is it called the Nassau panel?
The Nassau panel because it was first used in a World Championship event in the Bahamas. The capital is Nassau.
Wow.
That's where
there you go.
To mount the number. And just to add on to
my day has just been made.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, mate.
My Uncle John used to live in Nassau.
What a legend.
Yeah.
Good name as well.
As an English teacher. Back in the 80s.
Cool.
Bet you didn't know that.
I didn't know about your Uncle John being a teacher in the Bahamas.
Full course yellow's over. We're back to racing speed. Let's go. Stefan Kaczmarczyk. Oh, he's got caught out there. Has definitely got caught out. Daniel Munro's up the inside. Brilliant reading of the situation by Daniel Munro.
That was fantastic. Showing his experience there was Daniel. Catches Stefan out on the restart, down to P2 for Stefan, up to P1. We've got another move going on slightly behind. That's a 16. Looking to, I think, hold their position, actually, on Ralph King. So that's Leon O'Sullivan trying to keep 3rd place from Ralph King. Ralph King trying to do it around the outside. Not going to happen. Archie Johnson with a penalty.
Overtake under yellow.
Currently down in 17th. So that's going to be a couple of places lost
For him, we've got to move up the inside. That's the 45 on the 16. That's Ralph King finally doing it on O'Sullivan. Has he done it? Yes, he has. Up through Cafe. He's now up to third as they go on to a new lap.
Well, the race is very, very much underway now. Munro leads from Kaczmarczyk. And it's King, O'Sullivan, Cole and Papworth. Let's be careful on the contact warnings though, Ralph King. I think is that 2 or just a repeat showing?
Might be a repeat.
1.
Yeah, it's just a repeat.
It's a repeat showing on our screen there. So that's not 2 for Ralph King at the moment. Nonetheless though, still needs to be careful. Long way to go in this race, 8 minutes and 15 seconds. And change for the lead again. Kaczmarczyk goes back through, retakes the lead, and Ralph King pounces on Daniel Munro there and retakes second.
That was some brilliant racing, wasn't it? Very opportunistic there from King in the final section of the circuit. Makes it stick, so he's moved up quite a few positions in the last few laps and looks to be challenging. And just as I say that, goes fastest as well, a 46.163 on that last lap, despite overtaking people. Although now he might get re-overtaken by Kaczmarczyk. Is he going to try and do an upper under here? He is, but the Harry King is wise to that. Covers him off, sticks it on the apex and stays there. We've got a yellow flag through the middle section though. Not sure what that's for as we go green back down Simon Sweep. So we'll try and work that one out. But here they continue through the final section of the circuit. Look how bumpy it is. Throws for the move, does King up the inside. And he makes it stick. Brilliant move there. He saw Monroe go slightly wide there. Took the opportunity of it. Into the lead he goes.
Yeah, it's been a gutsy drive from Ralph King so far in this one. Kaczmarczyk trying to work a door open though. He's got down the inside into hairpin 1. Ralph King, oh, that's actually really good defence there from Ralph King. Just held it round the outside. Here comes Munro back down the inside. Retakes second place. The number 16 of Liam O'Sullivan's getting involved also. But I like that from Ralph King. He didn't panic when he had Kaczmarczyk down the inside. Went, no, if I just hold that outside line, the circuit will come to me. The next one's a left-hander. Kaczmarczyk's now wide. And outside track limit, Sam Cole's appeared on the scene. Sam Cole down the inside takes second place in the blue and yellow and red helmet there. Has picked up a contact warning for his troubles though. But last year's champion, Ralph King, leads here with 6 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
Look at this, nearly 3 wide through the first 2 corners. They are still 3 wide, going down to the hairpin. Oh, 41 of Kaczmarczyk, of Munro, just about cuts across Kaczmarczyk before they get to the apex. So good, all remaining facing the correct direction. And all this battling has meant that this pack is now about 10 karts long, is it?
Yeah.
Ridiculously long. Look at that.
This is almost getting a little bit like Club 100 Super Finals from a few
really
years ago. It's just everyone out there. The number 22 of Nathan Crowley, championship leader before the start of today. A little bit of mountain there on the back of Max Papworth. Oh, my goodness me, it's getting tense out there. The number 21 of Casper Marriott runs wide, back at the front of the order. This is the battle for second place. Munro ahead of Cole. Kaczmarczyk trying to go and look down the inside once again, goes for it on Cole.
Ooh,
and he's going to let Cole go back through there. Yeah. I think he recognises that was a little bit too rough and ready. Liam O'Sullivan sniffing around, trying to gain positions out of this in the number 16.
Oh, he's going to get him back through. Fantastically set up. Look at that, allows him back through, but just at the right point to then get him back at the next corner. Fantastic.
Very, very well constructed from Stefan Kaczmarczyk. Has picked up a contact warning though, because he let that move go back through. Here's the number 25 down the inside of the 29. This is Philip Baboulal trying to get past Louis Robinson to the outside now. And here they come through as well. The number 57 of William Taylor's involved. You don't know where to look in this race at the moment. There's overtakes going on absolutely everywhere. Baboulal back down the inside of Robinson into Conways and Henrys. I think he's got that one done as they go towards hairpin 1. Ralph King, though, was that Liam O'Sullivan going for a move on Sam Cole? I think it was. That was for 4th. It's all playing into the hands, though, John, of Ralph King. 1.7 seconds now his lead.
That was brilliant. I think I just saw a move down through Simon Sweep. That was a very nice move. I couldn't quite pick out the number, but it was in our front pack. Because there's a move by the number 21 going down the inside. That's Casper Marriott up the inside of Zachary Watson. So Zachary Watson having a good race so far, obviously from the winner of our B final.
is now in 15th with Bo Sullivan just behind him, someone that is very quick in their own right. So I think a lot of these guys getting stuck in packs and just having huge battles here, aren't they, really?
I think what we're seeing here is this is a really high-quality field this year in the Junior Super Lightweight Championship for Club 100 2022. Very evenly matched, very confident drivers, willing to go for a big move. Produces some very entertaining racing. Ralph King continues to lead. Fastest driver out there on circuit at the moment is Stefan Kaczmarczyk. He's now in, well, sort of 46.0. In fact, to say that, Liam O'Sullivan now down the inside of Sam Cole. Had a bit of a toe on that last lap, put in a 45.9, has now got 4th place.
Yeah, good move from him. He was provisionally our pole sitter for a while, wasn't he, from our first qualifying session. Didn't quite happen in the end. The second session was just slightly faster and he dropped down the order slightly. Having an alright race at the moment. Up into 5th, or was that now 4th with that overtake. So having a good one, setting the fastest lap and could possibly continue to challenge further forward. That's going to depend on whether Monroe and Kaczmarczyk continue or begin fighting for that 2nd place.
2.5 minutes to go then. Just calmed down a little bit, but as I say that, Kaczmarczyk trying to find a way past Monroe here. This is over 2nd place.
Is he going to try and set it up here for a switchback? Not able to do it just that time. So he's going to follow him through, but he's got enough time. He's got 2 minutes, and he's right on his bumper. So he's got more than enough time to try and set up this move now. Wide through Simon Sweep. Not going to be able to make the most of it, though, and slip down the inside as Kaczmarczyk. Monroe holds him off for now. Look how bumpy that was, my goodness.
And they're not actually that far behind Ralph King yet. It's almost a phase of the race, at least for the next lap or so, of keep working together. Maybe just try and put Ralph King under a bit of pressure. But Liam O'Sullivan's flying as well. 45.851 from Liam O'Sullivan.
He's the only driver in the 45s, and he's just done 2 back-to-back.
I feel like it's this lap where Kaczmarczyk has got to make a decision. Does he try and get past Monroe here, or does he continue to work with him? Because Liam O'Sullivan is coming in here really, really with some hot speed. 4th place at the moment for Liam O'Sullivan. You see, it's one of those serene bits of driving. There is a yellow flag down the bottom for a cone replacement. You know, you love seeing in Club 100 drivers fighting the karts and really, you know, you can tell they've got on the ragged edge. Liam O'Sullivan doesn't look like that at the moment. He's very calm, very composed, but absolutely lightning quick, and he is now with them. Yeah. This is a 3-way battle for 2nd place.
Yeah, this could hot up here. 45 seconds to go, so probably this lap and then one more.
Yep.
Will it be? So, yeah, I think he's got the pace to stick with these guys, and then just see if he has the racecraft to get past them. That's the main thing right now. But Monroe doing a great job to hold off Kaczmarczyk for that P2 spot. Gap to the leader, as you were saying, Ralph King has gone actually down slightly, only by about a 10th or 2 across previous laps. But I don't think there's really enough time for them to catch up anymore to the leader. So I think he's gone. Checks over his shoulder, does Ralph King. Knows that he's got loads of time in it. But here we go, on to the final lap. Can Monroe hold this 2nd spot? What can Kaczmarczyk or O'Sullivan do?
It's all to play for. Big points as well, to 128 points in a championship. Best 12 results out of the 16 finals races that will take place over the course of this season. Sorry, it'll be... it will be 12 out of 16 for the juniors. It'll be less for the cadets, of course, because they're doing 7 rounds as opposed to 8. We are on the last lap. Ralph King is looking like he's going to start his title defence in the best possible fashion. Had to fight for it, really had to work hard in the early stage of this race, but is going to be a winner once again in the Junior Super Lightweight Championship here in Club 100, and a thumbs up for a win there here at Buckmore Park. Daniel Monroe does hold on to 2nd place. Stefan Kaczmarczyk finishes in 3rd. Liam O'Sullivan in 4th. Sam Cole 5th. Max Papworth in 6th. Philip Babulel in 7th place. Nathan Crowley fights through to 8th. And then we find Harrison Brooks in 9th. Louis Robertson completing the top 10. That will, of course, set the grid for the A final, which will be our last race of the day in about an hour's time. But we're going to get ready now for the start of our final rotation of races. First race out on circuit will be the B final for the Super Cadets. Super Cadet B final up for you next here on your Alpha Live stream across Facebook and YouTube. Let's have a look at the grid. And it's Ollie Hardy on pole position for this race. Karthik Kumeta alongside on the front row. Oscar Wilson and Alfie Leeming on row 2. Tyler Mason-Gray and Bailey Roberts on the third row of the grid. Oliver Howard Atfield and Lucy Lovell start on row 4. Lewis Paynton and Caldell Sinclair complete the top 10. Josh Spence and Ashley Udo Mitchell on the 6th row of the grid. Ollie Moody and Theo Jones have work to do from row 7. Then it's Josh Coombs and Paulina Winiarska on the 8th row of the grid. Christian Gonzalez Runda and Ian Bagger on the 9th row of the grid. And Julio Valiani on the back row there, 10th row of the grid, after a number of penalties late on in the pre-B final. Top 2 go through, and drivers forming up the order now. Where is our pace card? I'm expecting to see a pace card. There
he is. Yeah, I think they were planning on going, as they dropped back quite far for the pace kart, but now they have continued. So round again for one more warm-up lap, but all in a very lovely order, I will say. Better than earlier this morning, for sure. And we've got some people in the chat talking about pace and to do with track resurfacing and all sorts of things like that.
Could be all sorts. Say it's track resurfacing, tyres, current state of tyres. I think what is clear is that the pace is still very even. That's why we're waiting. We were missing a kart number 29.
That makes sense.
It's Ollie Hardy. So now that we've got Ollie with us, are we good to go for another 12 minutes of racing here at Buckmore Park? I think we are. It's a bit of a slow start though.
They don't really know what they're doing. This is going to be a 14 is around on the grass. We've got to restart that. We're not restarting that? Interesting.
Well, Karthik Kumeta has gone off the front there and taken the early lead in this B final. They're trying to sort themselves out through there at the moment. The number 29 of Ollie Hardy holding at the front of the order, and there's a jump start penalty. Yep, I thought that was going to come in for Karthik Kumeta, so that automatically means that the driver in the number 91 cannot qualify. Oh, as around there goes the number 46, recovers there, but that's not good news for Alfie Leeming, who had such a good run earlier on in the day. He's got a lot of work to do now to try and get back into the top 2. The number 30 running a bit wide there. That's Theo Jones. I think he's also had a jump start penalty. Changes at the front of the order. Ollie Hardy comes to the front there in the number 29. The number 51 of Oscar Wilson now just behind. Kumeta just behind, but we know that there is a penalty already on that number 91 kart. Contact warning for Julio Valeriani as well. I think had quite a good start. Yes, was up to 13th place. It's time to race through this order. A little bit wide there. We have had tellings before, particularly down that bottom end over the last year, that if a driver runs wide through paddock and goes almost like the football style, oh, I've been fouled, they've got to get out of it. They can't just keep the foot pinned around the outside and protest that they were forced there, and in doing so sporting a bit of sportsmanship, trying to take advantage of that situation. Valeriani did hold off there to take the position. Ollie Hardy leading this race at the moment, looking good there. Number 57 of Oliver Howard Atfield trying to come through as well. There's quite a few drivers I feel in this race, John, that are all capable of getting that top 2, but obviously not all of them can do it.
No, that's very true. That is very true. Lots of battles going on throughout the field currently. I'm still not over that start, to be honest, mate. I don't know what happened there, what was going on, but anyway, we'll carry on with this one. We've got a white Hamilton helmet back, it seems. We saw one this morning that was similar. I'm pretty sure that's a Hamilton design.
It is.
Or it's yeah, something similar.
Well, they did do one. Bell Helmets did one that you could buy a few years ago. I think they probably still do.
I would assume so.
It was very, very popular, of course, with a number of drivers.
I've seen loads of different people with different colour variants. So, yeah, whether they're custom or selling them in batches, I'm not sure. But, yeah, we've seen a purple Hamilton helmet, haven't we, this afternoon as well. So, some stunning lids out there for sure.
And if we can, quite like a side of the number 41 if we can, because it's not a Lewis Hamilton helmet. But it is inspired by by some of his current colours. It's number 41 of Ollie Moody. I'll say why when we get it up on screen. It's a very nice touch. You've done there. The number 91 making progress here. I think Cometa unfortunately did have that jump start. I just wonder whether there was a bit of confusion with with pole sitter not quite going perhaps when they should.
They've got another penalty.
Yep. That's a BAP. Bump and pass, the number 46. Good response this from Alfie Leeming, is coming back through the order. That was just getting past Lucy Lovell. And this is the last opportunity for these drivers to get through into the A final. Ashley Udo Mitchell making progress. 71. This is still your fight for the lead, though. Hardy, Wilson, Cometa. You've got Howard Atfield. I've not talked about Oliver Howard Atfield enough today, if you ask me. They're in 4th place.
He's up to 3rd now.
Yep.
Past Cometa. But has just picked up a contact warning as well. Yeah, we've seen him a lot this race, haven't we? Or not this race, sorry, this afternoon, I should say. Howard Atfield has been doing fantastically. Did brilliant in his pre-final. Now doing well again in the B final, and is pressuring here the top 2. Wilson all over the back of Hardy. Ollie versus Oscar, with Oliver in as well. The 3 O's going for it for the lead here. To the second hairpin, 51 of Wilson, not able to do anything just yet. And that slightly tighter line to look for the move has compromised him through this rest of the lap. Howard Atfield now right on his bumper down through Simon Sweet. But no moves just yet.
Sorry, I've just reminded myself where Ollie is from, and this is really gonna show my age now, because Ollie comes from a place that whenever I see this name, I think of Robot Wars. Ollie is from Middleton, Cheney, Banbury and Oxfordshire, the home of Hypnodisc.
Oh, Hypnodisc.
Hypnodisc, former number 2 seed.
Nice.
From, I don't know why, it's just whenever I see that, and obviously I live quite near to Middleton, Cheney as well, but doing a very good job. Started at the age of 6, raced at Wilton Mill a lot. And yeah, likes his rugby. And watching Rick and Morty.
Nice.
That's an amazing hobby.
Nice.
It's pretty nifty in a kart as well. Leads this race at the moment by 1/4 of a second.
Spending parents' money.
Oh, that is
like that.
that's another favourite thing.
His other favourite thing is spending parents' money. That's brilliant. Fair play.
5.5 minutes of this one to go. Oscar Wilson doing nicely there in 2nd place, number 57.
And he's up to 2nd, isn't he now?
Only his 2nd time doing outdoor karting this. The 12-year-old from Hurley.
He is going to go deep into hairpin 1 though. Not going to get a good exit, and it's going to be pressured by the 51 of Oscar Wilson. Not going to happen through there though, and they stick line astern, and that's allowed for the 2, the 91 and the 71 of Cometa and Udo Mitchell
to resume this battle and make it a 5-kart battle for the lead rather than a 3-kart battle.
Sorry, I just read down the note. Apologies for Oscar Wilson, but he was there on the scene at the time. But yes, it's looking good at the moment. Can we find my number 41? I don't know if we can. There's a story behind the race, just at the back there. There they are, number 41
in the following pack.
Lewis Hamilton fan is Ollie Moody, so he's gone for the purple colours. It's a great attempt there from Howard Atfield, trying to get the lead away from Ollie Hardy.
Oh, gets blocked on exit.
Yep.
It was a good move for third, though. I did see in the background, Cometa on Wilson into hairpin 1. It was a tasty overtake.
Unfortunately, there's been a problem for Alfie Leeming, because Alfie is now a lap down and in 19th place in this race. We'll pick up the 41. There it is. So, I say the colours, very Lewis Hamilton.
Oh, yeah.
But the actual design is the same as his dad's.
That's awesome. Yeah, that looks really nice.
I'm quite used to seeing the back of that helmet design when it's in red and black, as Steve comes flying by me, particularly at this place. But it's the exact same pattern design. See the little details of silver and the design on top. It's exactly the same as his dad's, which I just think that's really cool. Really, really cool, nice touch. And he's just put in a good move there on Lucy Lovell. Ollie Moody now up to 10th place. Sorry, 9th place. 9th place now for kart number 41.
Firmly in the top 10 is Ollie now. A good little battle going on further down the order, isn't this? But yeah, I love that helmet. It's great, a tasty design. I like the colours, the choice of the purple and the yellow. Yeah, as you say, Lewis Hamilton-esque.
Yep.
Very nice. So I always did like that darker purple on that. I think the purple and the gold look very nicely on Hamilton's helmet. But his one this year is a bit of a miss for me, I think. Bit of a miss.
When he's gone a little bit, he's gone a bit ballet.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a weird colour combo, because he tried to bring in a bit of his original one, didn't he?
Yeah.
With the yellow and green and stuff. It just didn't really work, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the fluoro either. There's too much fluoro in kart. Not in this field, can I just say?
No.
I'm not seeing any fluoro yellow in this field. It's great. It's too much of it normally when we go and do owner karting stuff, and you can't tell any of them apart. But yes, 2 minutes of this race to go. Ollie Hardy still continuing to lead the race. There's a number 67 of Bailey Roberts. Having a good fight here with Caudle Sinclair and Tyler Mason-Gray. So you haven't seen too much of Bailey Roberts so far here today. Enjoying the battle out there on circuit. And the number 67, side by side here, going towards hairpin number 1, the number 71 and 91. So that's over third place. And that is Ashley Udo-Mitchell into third place. Good move there.
Great move. And it's kind of split now, hasn't it? We've split into a battle for the lead, a battle for third, and then Wilson just kind of there behind, looking to try and catch up as best they can, but looking unlikely now with about a minute and 15 seconds to go. Does look like Udo Mitchell has pulled a slight gap already over Cometa, so should hopefully hold this third. We're side by side for the lead now. Howard Atfield maybe having a little bit of a touch earlier on in the lap, because allows the 57 back through. No, sorry, my apologies. I got them mixed up. Howard Atfield is through into the lead, and it was actually Hardy that was allowing him to back through. So possibly some switching going on. There's a penalty. Penalty for Oliver Howard Atfield just as he moves into the lead. So that must have been the hand gesture that I saw from our second place man. It wasn't allowing him back through. It was, what are you doing, mate? So a penalty there for Howard Atfield, and that means that he's out of contention for the lead now, and Hardy should have this in the bag.
And out of contention for getting through into the A final,
Of course.
because that'll be more than 2 places. And it's a real shame, but rules are the rules. Hello to Chris Simpson, the fountain of Club 100 knowledge over the years. He said that another example of helmet lid design similar to Dad. Our leader on the road here, sadly he's got that penalty, but using a similar same to his dad, who Chris used to race against, Jay Atfield. So hello to all the Atfield, the Howard Atfield family. It's not quite going to be the result that they wanted, but at least they get to see their boy at the front of the field. And this will be a result to build upon as well. Look at this, yes. Look at this. This is effectively over the fight for what will be the win. This is for a trophy, of course.
Lap as well.
This is for a trophy between Hardy and Nudo Mitchell. Oliver Howard outfield will come across the line, but unfortunately has a bump and pass penalty, so will not be the B final winner. Is Ollie Hardy going to hold on here? Yes, just. And a little bit of a wave, but it's not going to matter because Ollie Hardy is through. Ashley Udo Mitchell there in third, Karthik Kumeta in fourth, Oscar Wilson fifth, Cordell Sinclair sixth, Tyler Mason Gray and Bailey Roberts seventh and eighth, Ollie Moody and Lucy Lovell complete the top 10. Great racing from our group of Super Cadets there. Hope to see them back for future rounds of the championship, of course. We're going to get ready for the next race out on circuit, which will be the B final for the Junior Super Lightweights. Time for our Junior Super Lightweight B final. You know the score by now. 2 places available to go into the A final. Here is your grid for it. Finn Davies and George Partridge start on the front row of the grid. Thomas Grinnan and Max Nash on row 2. Ollie Clegg and Noah Rogerson start on the third row of the grid. Oliver Armiger and Toby Street start on row 4. Imogen Owen and Jack Ryder complete the top 10 to start this race. Robbie Blacklaw and Jack Philpott start on the 6th row of the grid. Connor Kenny and Noah Checkley start on row 7. Then it's George Daniels and Ben Wilson on row number 8. Felix Bond and Finley Patterson start on the 9th row of the grid. And then we've got Austin Hallmark and Eleanor Gabrielli on row 10. Harry Collins and Taylor Laskowski on row 11. Claudia Bushby and Eden James on row 12. Alex Pascaleva and Joseph McVeigh start on row 13. Harley Hillier and Samuel Crump form up the 14th row of the grid. It's a 28 kart field. We are good to go then for 12 minutes here at Buckmore Park. It's a clean start away for the Junior Super Lightweights, and look at that, straight to the inside. Max Nash going for the lead. Brave move there from the second row of the grid, and I think he's made it work. He has. What a start from Max Nash. Are they all going to get through? He's going to hope that this one is clean and that everybody gets through, that it's not a restart. It's a bit of loading from the middle of the pack there. But what a start that was, John, from Max Nash.
That was unbelievable. That left me speechless, mate. What a move. That was so well read. He saw the leader move over to the left to cover off, so went, right, I guess I'll dive over to the right then, and sends up the inside of both of them. That was just brilliant. But is now looking like he's going to lose out. Down to third goes Max Nash. And through up into first goes the 59 of Finn Davies, back to first again. Following him through was the 53 of George Partridge, so it's kind of resettled itself into the top 3 that we had to begin this one, but still we can't take away from Max Nash. What a fantastic start to this race he had.
Yeah, got to praise the effort, and he's in this. He's got through lap 1. That's half the trouble sometimes in some of these B finals. You've got to be in it to win it. You've got to get through these laps and see where you are towards the end of the race. Thomas Grinnan's had a decent start. He's in there in fourth. Toby Street's had a strong one as well, up 3 positions on the first lap to 5th place.
We've got 3 penalties coming in. What are these for? We got
starts, I may imagine.
Penalty for Eden James, doesn't full course yellow. Full course yellow. We got a penalty for Eden James, but it doesn't say why. And then we got 2 jump starts. Oh, it's full course yellow has ended. So I don't know what that was. Then 2 jump starts, 1 for Taylor Laskowski and 1 for Ben Wilson.
There we go. Race continues here at Buckmore Park. Hope you're enjoying your Saturday. Mind doing so if you haven't done already. Do click that subscribe button here on Alpha Live if you're watching on YouTube, and as well across the Facebook page, the Club 100 Facebook page, Alpha Live and DDMM as well at Double Dash MM. If you're enjoying the commentary, do give us a like and a follow and all that business. It really does help us out. We'll have some Club 100 iRacing action for you next week at some point. Commentary recording pending, because, you know, t'other one's a bit busy. But we'll be on the oval round Indianapolis this week. Very much looking forward to that one. There's a battle going on between Thomas Grennan and the number 27, Toby Street. Toby Street trying to find a way through there past the number 27. Grennan, of course, running there. I don't know if it's a direct relationship to the London Rowing Club, or like me, is just a very big, supporter of the hill racing history. But always great to see those colours out on the race circuit. Down the inside goes Toby Street.
That was just fantastic, but might get re-overtaken here. No, bit too late there, stuck the nose in. Not going to work. Street's going to then drive away. Lots of time lost by the 27 of Thomas Grennan. But yeah, Toby Street, lovely move there in a I was going to say dangerous place, not dangerous, just ballsy, like that. Fair play to go for it there, where you're flat out on the edge of the limit of the kart to then go for a move is pretty impressive. 24 off track there. That's Ben Wilson getting shoved out wide by a few karts. I think might have lost a position or two, but it's going to send it back up the inside at hairpin 2 and at least regain 1 away from the 38 of Imogen Owen. Also got to give a shout out to Darren Blacklaw in the chat saying, go Robbie Blacklaw. So his son out there. And I had seen Robbie Blacklaw. There he is in 10th. He's moved off another spot. That's why I couldn't find him. Up into the top 10 goes Robbie. Having a great race.
On screen now, the number 32. 4 minutes of this race gone, 8 to go. And big fight going on here towards the front of the order. Is this Partridge and Nash? Yes, it is.
Contact.
So George Partridge in the green helmet there, trying to hold on. This is, of course, a very important battle. This is for the last spot in the A final. The likes of Street and Grennan there will just be hoping they keep fighting and drop back into their group of drivers. Then it really is all to play for. Finn Davies has been supreme in this race so far. It's 2.4 seconds clear. It'll be more now. As long as Finn's had, I was about to say as long as Finn has had a good lap. He's had a very good lap. 46.73. 3 seconds is the fastest lap of the race so far. 3.5 seconds. And this is a lovely position to be in when you're in a B final. When you've worked hard, you've worked your way through, you've had a pre-final, it's not quite right for you. You get into this position, you get that gap, you get into a rhythm, you check over your shoulder and you go, I've got this under control. And it's a really, really enjoyable place to be. And it puts that pressure on those behind, because all of a sudden they're not fighting over 2 places anymore. They're only fighting over 1. George Partridge is absorbing the pressure well. It's down the inside. There goes Toby Street. Oh, he's run too long. Just a little bit too much speed into the corner there, John.
Yeah, he was getting a bit frustrated. He tried the move a couple of corners earlier. Didn't happen. And then tried it again. But yeah, just jumping at it a bit too early. He needs to think about the wider picture. Does Street, dropping that down to 5th. Because if they can work together, Partridge and Nash start fighting, they can move up into possibly the spot for the A final. As we've got a penalty come through for our 8th place driver, Ollie Armiger. ABC bump and pass for Ollie. So that ruins his race as of now. And there he is, leading that pack. Sorry, no, he's 2 karts back. My apologies.
It's number 38, Imogen Owen. It's been a good race from Imogen so far. Started in, start on the 5th row of the grid. Another great lap's just gone in there from Finn Davies. That's what we're guffawing to in the box here.
You think he'd take his foot off the gas for a bit, wouldn't you? He's got such a nice lead.
I was to say, this is the thing. You just get into that rhythm. You relax because you've got the lead, and you do just naturally start doing faster lap times. You know, it's kind of one of those where you relax, you slow down your decision making a little bit, you actually make better decisions.
Yeah.
Place the kart in a better spot. We're in the second half of this race now. Just go back to Imogen's race though. This has been a good effort up from the 5th row of the grid. Started on P9. It's gained 3 positions so far.
I believe she was further down than P9 when I last checked, though. So I think it went back a bit at the start, and now it's pushed back forward. So showing some good pace is Imogen, and leading quite a large pack of drivers now.
Contact warning for Taylor Laskowski.
Nearly got tapped. Nearly got tapped there, did Imogen, through hairpin 1. There's a battle going on behind. The 50 does get tapped. Squeezed out wide. 32 is going to allow them back through. That's Robbie Blacklaw allowing Ollie Clegg to repass for 8th position.
George Daniels going fairly quickly. So I just see a purple sector's gone in.
Oh yeah.
George, currently in 14th place. Look out for the number 78. Could be coming on strong in the latter stages of this race. At the moment, it's looking like Finn Davies is very much in control. Max Nash is just winding it up again here. It feels like Max has an attack and has to have a little bit of a think about it, drops back off from George Partridge and then goes again. Last time around, pulled 1/4 of a second out of George Partridge's gap, and it's just gone quicker again. It's pulled another, what's that, nearly a 1/10 and a half through sector number 1. Max Nash has not given this one up in the number 31.
Yeah, he has a bit of a recuperation, doesn't he? And then plans out his next attack and then goes for it a few laps later. Another fastest lap for our leader, Finn Davies. 46.4 now for Finn. That is just so quick, ridiculously quick. So fair play. But looking back to our battle for second, it looks like Partridge is still just about keeping Nash behind. Where will Nash plan to make this move stick? Very defensive from Partridge there through the second hairpin. Not really necessary, but has quite a nice gap over Nash. Again, another few tenths they've opened back out. However, Toby Street now leading the pack behind in the number 40 kart, as we see a penalty come through for Connor Kenny in 12th position for a track limits penalty. So a number of warnings has equated to a full position penalty.
As indeed, 2.5 minutes of the race to go. George Partridge, I've got to say, George is really strong, kind of from Paddock up to the start line. Really good. He's got some good speed through there. He's definitely got that sector nailed down.
Thomas Gwynnon in 5th now has a penalty as well in the number 27 car for forcing a driver wide. So a frustrating penalty there for Gwynnon. Was in kind of the second pack on track, and now he's going to be a bit off that.
It's what I call the Fernando penalty. All the time you have to leave the space. And he didn't. So that's
where was the passion in that, mate? I wanted more passion.
I'll get passionate about a 46.367 for Finn. This is great. This is a really, really good drive. I know we're not seeing it on the cameras because we're obviously following this really crucial battle for second place, where Max Nash is all over the back of George Partridge this time. Has had a better run over the top of the hill. Finn Davies 6 seconds to the good now. It's just gone purple again through sector number 1. But can George Partridge hold on to this final spot in the A final, which goes to the driver who finishes in second place in this race? He's doing so at the moment, and he's only got, well, probably best part of 90 seconds to go if you consider where they will cross the line, because the timer will go to 0 when we're about 20 seconds into a lap, which will be in 2 laps' time. 6.7 seconds now the lead, as Max Nash is trying to go around the outside there, the brave one, and just look, you just get off that line, don't you, John? It's the run that you want to get off of Henry's, when you want to get on the power and you just want the kart to bolt forward to hairpin 1. You just saw there with Max Nash, a little bit wide, the back end steps out.
You have to correct it with the steering wheel, and then you've lost all your momentum. It was another fastest lap, I think, on the last one as well. Down to a 46.2 for Finn Davies. My goodness, that is ridiculous. Another move, looking for it into Garda. Getting the switchback to try and get some good speed through here, which I think is a great plan. Onto the last lap they go. Does Finn, about 8 seconds before everyone else. But and here they come now, the 53 and the 31. Tries the outside again, but might switch it back here. No room left by Partridge on the inside. Closes it off. Goes defensive into hairpin 1. And the 31 and Nash hasn't got a great exit off of hairpin 1.
No.
Carries on through hairpin 2 and has to stick behind for now. Doesn't look like he's going to be close enough to go into anything into Paddock. And final shot really is Garda after that. He's got to get a good exit through here. Has Max. Has done, to be fair. Can he look for the inside? No, stays to the outside. And any sort of switchback, I think, is gone for now. But we look forward to Finn Davies as he's going to come through. And he's going to take the line and a win in the super lightweight B final in our junior class. A fantastic win for Finn, down to a 46.2. And on the last lap, still did a 46.2 as well, just a few thousand slower. So what a commanding race from Finn there. Fully deserved. And along with George Partridge, who managed to hold off Max Nash for that second position on circuit, both of Finn and George will move on to our A final slightly later on in the day. Behind them, Thomas Greenan in 4th, Toby Street there in 5th, Imogen Owen in 6th, having a good race, and Robbie Blacklaw, fantastic through him. I saw him down in sort of 14th, 15th earlier in this race, up to 7th, and Dad in chat is going to be very happy about that one. Jack Philpott there in 8th, followed by Ollie Clegg in 9th, and Oliver Armiger in 10th. And I believe we're now going to continue for our Super Cadet A final.
Let's have a look at the grid then for the A final for Super Cadet, round 1 of their 2022 Club 100 Super Cadet Championship. Benjamin Hamilton goes from pole position. Miles Harrison joins alongside on the front row. Jonathan Fuxell and Rex Ashley are there on the second row of the grid. Then it's Jack Redfern and Ellis Cox on row number 3. Alex Dodds and George Palmer Mobsby start on the 4th row of the grid. Zach McDonald and Josh Byrne complete the top 10 starting in this one. Lewis Sumner and Hamish Forrest, great run from the B final as Forrest starts on row number 6. Jay Hansford and Jack Beasley start on row 7. Then it's Thomas Hughes and Frederick Navarro, who's not had much luck in the racing capacity so far today, start there on row number 8. Ruben Mamelock and Oliver Bamford Sr. start on the 9th row of the grid. And then it's Charlie Spake and Charlie Wainwright starting on the 10th row of the grid. We will also have our promoted drivers from the B final, courtesy of winning and finishing 2nd in the B final. And of course that was Ollie Hardy and Ashley Udo Mitchell. Are we good for a start? No, I think we're going to go round again.
Still a couple of stragglers at the back.
Yep, we've got a couple of karts, including our 2 promotees from the B final.
I still find it very funny how normal Dante Dillon looks in that cadet car. Sorry, Dante, I've just done you really dirty there. He fits in so easily. I couldn't tell him apart from the juniors, or from the cadets even. Look at him go.
He is coming past our culture box. Like, yeah. It just looks perfectly proportioned.
It looks fine. It's so funny because he looks so tiny in the adult car when he's out racing, and he's got a massive booster seat in it as well.
I'm saying nothing, Dante, if you're watching this later on.
I'm saying everything,
fine
Dante.
Driver.
Oh, I don't know. I'd never question that. He's amazing. But just proportionally, pretty funny. But anyway, here we go.
Let's get our composure. We've got a big race to call here.
Zen.
The Super Cadet A final, the
we've
first
got
ever
a driver stopped.
trophy A final. And
Sorry,
there's a problem.
Number 36, I think. Jonathan Fuxell.
Yeah, so that's one of our big runners in this one. Will the race start get postponed? Yes, it will.
Yeah, going round again. Oh, he's got it underway. He's got it restarted as Fuxell. So he's going to come through a cut through, I imagine, and retake his position, which I think was 4th, wasn't it? I think somewhere
yeah,
around
pretty
there.
high up the order.
Yeah, well, our 6th place man is leaving a gap, so I think I can assume. Yeah, it was 4th. Here we are, Super Cadet A final, the last Super Cadet track action for today. And what a inaugural meeting it's been so far for the cadets.
I've loved it.
It's been fantastic,
really, really
hasn't it? So good. Brilliant racing and really respectful racing. I was surprised. I thought it might be a bit bumper cars for some of the drivers, but actually it's been fantastically respectful and genuinely good racing. So let's go again and get this one underway. The drivers look forward to the lights, coming 2 by 2 to the start-finish line. Can we get it underway? Yes, we do. Stamping on the pedal is the number 11. Is he going to go? No, he's not. The 55 is going to take the lead into the first corner. So 55 and Miles Harrison moves up into the lead. Benjamin Hamilton down to second. Manages to hold it though with 27. Looks for the outside. All of them making it just about okay through hairpin 1. Onto hairpin 2 we go. Down the inside goes the 27. Rex Ashley on, I think that was Jonathan Fuchsel. Fuchsel now, I believe, down to 5th actually, as Jack Redfern's had a brilliant start. Up into 4th position goes Jack. He was one of our ones to watch, having a great day yesterday in testing, being very quick, and now up into 4th position in this one, as they've had, as we say, a very respectful first lap, haven't they, Andrew?
Yeah, it's been very, very good so far. I don't know whether there was just a little bit of an issue there for Benjamin Hamilton. He didn't seem to get the...
He was smashing the pedal, wasn't he? And it just wasn't
okay. I
doing
wonder
too
if
much.
it's just... Sometimes you can flood the engines a little bit with that.
Miles Harrison's got a penalty. Miles Harrison has a penalty.
A jump start penalty for Miles Harrison then. And down the inside now is Hamilton going for the lead then through hairpin number 1. Oh, it's a spinner.
3 spinners.
3 all spinning in.
Synchronized spinning.
Oh dear, it's like a really bad Olympic event at the moment. It's with them all going round at the same time and they're all going to go 4 wide into hairpin 2, steady. But yes, front of the order, new leader.
Well, I don't think that Benjamin Hamilton can say that his kart is underpowered now, can he? Because he's done a brilliant move and he's overtaken Miles Harrison on circuit to retake the lead. So, despite not the best start, back into lead goes Mr. Hamilton.
Yep, not the first time that that's been said around these parts.
Very true, very true.
Rex Ashley still there as well, looking pretty racy. In 3rd place. Been very impressed with him today.
Now, I still remember when I was a kid watching my Champions of the Future videotapes with Hamilton going around Buckmore Park on that. So, but I'd say this is better, in my opinion.
I agree.
A higher caliber of racer is Benjamin Hamilton. Definitely.
Alice Cox has had a good bit of progress. Lewis Sumner as well. There was a little bit of chaos out there on that last lap because Oliver Bamford Sr., Charlie Wainwright, Ashley Udo Mitchell and Frederick Navarro, poor Frederick Navarro, deserves a lot more than 18th. That's where Frederick currently is today. He's had some good speed. And now you start to see these tactics coming into play. So, this is interesting. You often see this in other forms of cadet racing. Honda Cadet, Miami Cadet a little bit as well. Benjamin Hamilton and Miles Harrison just trying to work together at the moment. The good indicators for me, John, is that Rex Ashley hasn't really got someone pushing him from behind. He's able to close in at the moment. The 12-year-old from St Albans is having a really strong phase here in the opening third of this A final.
He really is having a good time. Can you tell us what he likes?
Of course, he likes playing table tennis, and has participated in county and national tournaments.
Fair play.
Table tennis. So
there we go. So good with the bat and good with the steering wheel. Well, there we go. Multiple talents from that man as he's closing into this top 2 battle. This top 2 battle is really heating up. Hamilton goes defensive into T1. Going to go defensive as well into hairpin 1. To the outside goes to 55. Going to try and switch it back is Miles Harrison. But not going to happen. And this has allowed Rex Ashley and Jack Redfern to close back up. Jack Redfern setting the fastest lap on the last lap of a 48.904. Only driver on circuit to get into the 48s. Actually, that's a lie. Apart from George Palmer-Mobsby in 11th place currently. But this battle slightly behind as well for 3rd place has hotted up. Fuchsel now, I believe, involved.
Yeah,
36. And, so Ashley has fallen back a bit, has he? Because he's now behind Fuchsel, I believe.
Yep.
Let's have a look as they come through.
4th place. Yep. Redfern has come through into 3rd place.
Yes, you're right. Sorry. So Ashley down to 4th, Redfern to 3rd, and Fuchsel still in 5th. And that's move for the lead. Is it round the outside? He's trying it, is Harrison. Not going to happen, though. There just is not that grip on the outside there, is there?
No, you can do the wider line, but it's that second phase of the corner as they go through Henry's Bend. Corner named after Henry Surtees, of course. Where you just can't get that run that you need. It is something that we saw in the previous race, that if you can get someone to defend to the inside, and very much, huge moment for Benjamin Hamilton. He's going to be under attack here. That's, I think he hit what I'm now calling the famous Jimmy Broadbent grate. And it hopped the kart up in the air
And Benjamin Hamilton did very, very well to hold on to that and hold on to the lead.
I'm gutted. I was staring deep into your eyes and I missed it. I can't believe I missed it.
I never thought I'd hear those words on the comms today. But yes, Benjamin Hamilton continues to lead. He's got a little bit of talent, this boy.
He has. Absolutely spades of talent from Benjamin Hamilton. Continues to hold the lead. Miles Harrison still pressuring, though. Redfern just behind. Then it's Rex Ashley and Jonathan Fuchsel in their own little gaggle behind as well. And then who's that? The 32 of Alex Dodds is there as well. Don't count him out.
Yeah, we saw Alex Dodds racing very well in the pre-A final. Just made a couple of tactical errors, if you ask me, towards the back end of that race. Put it kind of all on the roulette table and lost a lot there, but is still in there, has got some good pace. Could be looking at the top 5 here. Looking to the inside, there goes Harrison, trying to get by Hamilton, lets him back through.
He just about holds off the 19 of Redfern behind us, but I thought letting him back through might allow for Redfern to pounce. And all that holding up has meant that now it's very much a 5-way battle.
Just to mention as well, George Palmer Mobsby's racing very nicely at the moment. He's just gained 2 positions on that last lap. Is at the front of the second group. It's not quite a peloton, but you know what I mean. In 7th place now, and we'll be hoping for a bit more fighting at the front end of this.
Brilliant battle between these two.
Could pick something up towards the end of this race. Yeah, that is Ashley and Dodds going at it.
I've seen them change which way round they are at least 3 times on that lap. So they've been having a great battle. So although I don't believe it's going to change on the timing, no, they did change 3 or 4 times on that lap if you just listen to us.
Oh, it's Ashley and Fuchsel going over 5th place there. Benjamin Hamilton continuing to soak up this pressure here from Miles Harrison, who has a jump start penalty. So it's really the number 19 of Redfern there that Hamilton needs to be worried about. Less than 5 minutes to go then. Last race of the day for the cadets. What a first day of competitive racing it has been for the Club 100 Cadet Championship. I do hope you've enjoyed it. If you have, make sure you click that like button on the YouTube stream or the Facebook stream on which you're watching. Also click the subscribe button as well. Harrison's going to try and go around the outside again here. It's that point there that if you're getting a driver ahead of you to defend, you need to switch back and be on the inside, or at least have a nose on the inside, so you can run it up the inside into hairpin 1. As down the inside in hairpin 2 goes Redfern, trying to take 2nd place. He's got to get this move done, and he has. That's a really, really crucial move, I feel, in the context of this race by Jack Redfern.
That's massive. Now that now allows him to attack Hamilton for the lead, but he might lose out at the bottom of Simon's sweep here. Through Paddock, manages to just about hold off the 55 of Harrison. So up into 2nd place goes Redfern, and now the only person separating him from that big winner's trophy is Benjamin Hamilton.
Yeah, and Benjamin Hamilton's pace at the moment, what's it like? 45.5 last time around. It just sticks to the inside there, and Fuchsel and Ashley and Dodds are all coming back into this. Track limit warning for Ashley Udo Mitchell. Alice Cox has gained a position, has got past Jack Beasley for 9th place. 3.5 minutes to go on the clock. Still all to play for here at Buckmore Park. The racing has been close throughout the day here. And this is, I think, one of the closest finals that we've had of everything that we've seen here on the 21st of May.
Wide, number 19.
And that's going to
lose him a position, maybe even 2.
Yep. Because here comes Fuchsel with the light blue shoulders, the white helmet. Just about holds off Rex Ashley. There are only 2 minutes of this. I could watch this for another 20.
And I said, don't count out Dodds. He just does the fastest lap of the race, and now he's right on the back of this pack.
48.870 last time around for Alex Dodds. So he just got himself forced out wide a bit through this corner here on the exit of hairpin number 2. This is good stuff at the front of the order. George Palmer Mobsby has dropped the pack behind. He's in a bit of a lonely spot, but a good 7th place at the moment for George Palmer Mobsby. Hamilton continues to defend from Harrison. And up the inside, going for 3rd place there, has got through. Fuchsel through into 3rd place. This is a good fight back from Jonathan Fuchsel.
was fastest of anybody in the second sector. And just to be aware, I think our time is having a little wobble because it's just 2 laps in a row where it's 2 minutes to go. So we'll just keep an eye on that one. Benjamin Hamilton continues to hold on to this lead. Has done brilliantly.
Fuchsall getting a contact warning though for that move, so does need to watch out for any more of those. Only a minute and a half to go though, so would be unlikely to get another one.
As
for the move.
Oh, Harrison goes for it. Is Hamilton going to hold to the inside for the next corner? Yes, he is. This is a great scrap. I mean, you know, we've seen many scraps around here. I remember scraps involving someone he's watched a lot of videos of, Super GT. Super GT and Joe Holmes have had fights in the seniors around here over the years, and this is another one that we can add to fantastic scraps in Club 100 machinery around Buckmore Park. Can Benjamin Hamilton hold on? Got a minute to go on the clock. A couple of changes just to let you know about. Josh Byrne and Jay Hansford have both got past Jack Beasley. That's them up into 10th and 11th places. Zach McDonald past Hughes. Is down the inside again. Goes Harrison going for it. Hamilton's going to have to run wide, and he's going to be let back through there. That was very good sportsmanship from Miles Harrison. It's let, I think, Fuchsall through. Yes, it has. Last lap board is about to come out. And you did see that Hamilton held off there as well, so for me, Hamilton did not gain an advantage running off the circuit there. But Jonathan Fuchsall, he's not worried about any penalties as such. He's just want to go down the inside. He's had a look into contact, and he spins out of second place. Jonathan Fuchsall went for it all and lost it all. Hamilton still leads.
Hamilton with a nice little gap now over the 55 of Harrison.
I could see the opportunity there, but just didn't quite get it right. He's got back into the race. Remember, Harrison does have a penalty. The number 19 is there as well, Jack Redfern. Benjamin Hamilton has had to absorb so much pressure in this A final. It's going to come around the final corner. Hamilton wins at Buckmore Park and takes round 1 of the 2022 Club 100 Cadet Super Cadet Championship. What a brilliant race. Wins by a 1/10 of a second over Miles Harrison. Jack Redfern is on the podium in 3rd. Alex Dodds fights through to 4th. 5th for Rex Ashley. 6th for Jonathan Fuchsall. 7th for George Palmer-Mobsby. Good drive there from George to wrestle up to that position. Ellis Cox in 8th. Josh Byrne 9th. Ruben Mamelock inside the top 10. Jay Hansford 11th, Ashley Udo Mitchell 12th, Lewis Sumner 13th. Frederick Navarro fights back to 14th. Zach McDonald completes your top 15. What a race there, John.
That was absolutely fantastic. That's the best race we've seen today, I want to say.
Yes,
that was just brilliant. And yeah, some fantastic moves throughout the race. And then at the end, it seriously hotted up. But now we're going to go on to our final race of the day.
It is indeed. Last race of the day is up next. Junior Super Lightweight A final is your last race of the day here at Buckmore Park. Here is your grid. Ralph King starts from pole position. Daniel Munro is P2. Stefan in the number 58 on row 2 alongside Liam O'Sullivan. Sam Cole starts on the 3rd row of the grid alongside Max Papworth. Philip Babulal and Nathan Crowley's had a bit of a strange day. Start on the 4th row of the grid. Harrison Brooks and Louis Robinson on row number 5. Bo Sullivan and William Taylor on row 6. We find Marcel Kowalski and Casper Marriott on row 7. Brody Skinner and Zachary Watson on row number 8. Tom Sands and Ben Yango on row number 9. Oliver Buchanan and Daniel Campbell on row 10. Jacob Alline and Jack Stedman there on row 11. Caden Welch, who had a retirement from the earlier race, starts on row 12 alongside Archie Johnson.
should also have. 2 drivers on the grid as well from our B final in this category. And of course, be Finn Davies and George Partridge. It's the final race of the day. The sun's come out for it once again. We've got a beautiful evening light across us here. Big thanks to all the staff here at Buckmore Park for helping us put this event on today. Always love coming down here. And big thanks to all the Club 100 staff as well. Like I say, a lot of hard work has gone into this race event here today.
Agreed. It seems like it's gone off without a hit, hasn't it, today?
Yep.
So it's been fantastic, and despite a few stoppages, red flags, full course yellows, things like that, everyone's been completely fine, had necessary check-ups, and we've carried on. We've had a great day. So the drivers begin to line up for the Junior Super Lightweight A final, our final race of today. 12 minutes again for this one, with some fantastic drivers, a really stacked field in this Junior Super Lightweight category. So really, there's over 10 drivers, I'd say, in this one that I could pick to win. So let's see how this goes. I've just seen the 45 come careening past the comms box, still warming their tyres, so I can assume that means we are going to go around again before we get this one underway. But yeah, the one thing I was going to say, you were saying the sun's finally come back out, lovely. However, it does mean if you don't have a tinted visor, coming up over Cafe Curve here can be a little bit sketchy. Suddenly you're blinded by the light. So if we got the 25 off in the background. That was nearly an oopsie daisy.
That was indeed. That's the James Johnston piece of grass.
Is it?
He ended up there 1 year in BUKC.
Nice. I still remember that from my first year, I think it was, when we did the BUKC Awards, and they had a video of like the best crashes, and there was one at the start-finish straight there that involved about 10 people. That was brilliant. You can find it on YouTube if you look it up hard enough.
So it's Ralph King and Daniel Munro on the front row, Stefan Kaczmarczyk and Liam O'Sullivan on the second row. Sam Cole and Max Papworth row 3, Philip Mabulal and Nathan Crowley on the fourth row. Don't count Crowley out in this race. Had a very strong run at Bayford Meadows. We're under starters' orders then for the last race of the day. Junior Super Lightweight A final here at Buckmore Park. 12 minutes on the clock. Who's going to take this one? Away we go. Very good start for those on the pole side of the grid. King and Kaczmarczyk get the whole shot. 1-2 into turns 1 and 2. Clean so far as they head towards hairpin number 1. Are they all going to get through? Munro's trying to fight back. Sam Cole is still in there as well. Good start at the front of the field.
Yeah, it was a bit of a questionable start procedure, I'm not going to lie, but we carry on for this one. Daniel Munro hence dropping to third behind Kaczmarczyk and having to defend like mad from the other drivers behind. But Ralph King holding his position out front, and he was the one that was late to the grid. So I believe that Ralph King did actually change karts after that, after the little 3-lap warm-up. So clearly deciding that it wasn't good enough, came in. But this one seems to be all right because he's leading the race.
Yeah, he's having a good start to this one. Kaczmarczyk there in the number 58, trying to prize his way through there.
He was, wasn't he?
He's had a good start. Nathan Crowley's had a good start, up 3 positions, as is Harrison Brooks. Liam O'Sullivan has had a disaster. He's down 12 positions. He's in 17th place at the last count. That's, unfortunately, I think he's going to be Liam O'Sullivan's. He started the day really well, of course. I don't think it's going to be his day here today. Sam Cole down the inside of Daniel Munro there, takes third place. Oh, I don't know if something happened there just as they came down through Symes sweep, but you know, the Kaczmarczyk was almost saying no after you, and they all bunched together. Look at this train that we've got coming round the cafe.
Yeah, it was slightly odd, wasn't it? But yeah, like you're saying, huge train. And like I was saying previously before, there's so many drivers in this that I could pick to win it. They're all so close on pace that we're going to see huge trains like this. And there's more moves going on. Who's this for second place? Cole looking for it around the outside. That would be an audacious move. Don't think he's quite going to be able to stick it. But he is still side by side there. He's going to have the inside for the right-hander here and the inside for Simon Sweep. They're going to hold it side by side again, and he is going to hold it off. What a move, son. That was brilliant.
Brilliant, brilliant racing, not just from Sam Cole, but from Kazmachik as well. Kazmachik down the inside. That is an insane send out of nowhere. Not just on one, but two. Stefan Kaczmarczyk take a bow jump, made all of us jump there, takes the lead. Cole down the inside of Ralph King now. Ralph King's on the outside, he's in trouble. He's in real trouble here because Munro's gone by, Papworth's gone by. Munro's now down the inside of Cole. It's well and truly on here in the super lightweights.
What a lap. I think we need to compose ourselves a bit.
Oh, you can't be doing that to us, guys.
Oh my goodness. There's still 9 minutes to go. You thought that was a dive bomb on the last lap to take it all, but no, we're only just getting started. Another move going on further back. That's the 20 of Max Papworth making moves, and the 22 is going to try and follow. That's Nathan Crowley. Indeed, he does. So Daniel Munro losing 2 places in a similar number of corners.
Bo Sullivan's coming into this as well in the orange and black Sodi suit. Down the inside there is Nathan Crowley. We've not seen him really in racing action at all. He had a bad qualifying, had to start from the midfield, but he's slowly. And this is the thing that we've talking about, John, in terms of this format. We've not seen it for a while as Munro now goes down the inside of Crowley. If you have a bad qualifying, you can race your way through. It's kind of similar to if you have a bad qualifying on a sprint Formula 1 weekend. You use the sprint to just pull yourself back in to give yourself a fighting chance come the main race.
Exactly, exactly. And look at this now. All up the inside goes Munro again. Bit of bouncy one there. Got stuck on the curb and fired himself into the side of the other driver, the 22. 22 not happy with that, Nathan Crowley. But this has allowed for Kaczmarczyk and Cole to start to drive away. About 1.5 seconds splits Cole and Papworth, second and third. So as long as Kaczmarczyk and Cole don't start fighting themselves, they should really have this in the bag for the top 2, especially if we see Papworth, Crowley, Munro, King continue to battle like this.
William Taylor has got past Zachary Watson on that last lap for 13th. This is a really, really high quality. I mean, we said it earlier in the pre-A final. I think on these days, we'll have another one of these in October. Will be at Clay Pigeon. This is the highest quality field for me across the 4 classes that we've seen today.
Definitely. These guys have been unbelievable. And I think I did see a move from Bo Sullivan up the inside of Harrison Brooks down into Paddock. Takes 7th place as they come across the line. Indeed, they did. Kowalski up to 10th as well on Casper Marriott. That was a bit of a move there up the inside. Hands flying everywhere from all different drivers. But 2 positions lost for that driver. Squeezed out wide. Was it Munro? I think it might have been Munro. No, Munro's still there. No, it was slightly further back. My apologies.
I think it's Harrison Brooks having a go at Bo Sullivan.
Okay.
To get back through, and did get back through for 7th place.
So that's Papworth and Crowley leading the front of this now. Wide goes King. And this, what was about a 20-car battle, has slightly siphoned off now into smaller battles, doesn't it?
What I think's happened here with Ralph King, it can sometimes happen in the seniors. I sometimes scratch my head a little bit as to why the seniors change the karts so many times, because I've seen this happen so many times. You know, you're allowed to do it, but you get what you get, and you've no idea what you're gonna get. And if it's a kart that's not to your liking or not to your racing style, we all have different racing styles. I know, for myself, I always like a kart that's got a good amount of low end to get me out of the corners as opposed to a bit more high end. You run that risk, and then you start to fall backwards. Some would say it's part of the game. I mean, it is part of the game.
Yep.
But
you take that risk when you decide to change.
Yeah.
So it is what it is.
It just doesn't seem to have worked out today for Ralph King.
I think a lot of it was his pace seemed to be all right at the front, but it was more knock-on effects of one move that led to another, led to another, led to another, led to another, and that's what happens in these Club 100 cars.
Yep. It's particularly when we're in a shorter sprint race style format. 5.5 minutes of the last race of the day to go. Munro down the inside of Crowley there. Really nicely done. That is a textbook hairpin 2 move. And it's the nature of hairpin 2 that it can sometimes, from that angle, seem a little bit rude to go down the inside. But the thing is, if you've got it under control and you hit the apex and you get to turn it, there is nothing that the driver on the outside can do there.
Nothing. But back down the inside goes the 22, Nathan Crowley, back up to 4th place, just as you say that. So Daniel Monroe with a textbook move, Nathan Crowley with another textbook move slightly further on in the lap. Also, back to the leader, another fastest lap.
He's gone.
He has absolutely gone, hasn't he?
Stefan Kaczmarczyk, this is a really, really strong race, and it's all down to that unbelievable move that he did earlier in the race. Ralph King's fighting back here, got to give him credit for that. He must have heard us and gone, no, I'm going to prove you wrong, commentators, and get back in amongst it here. That's him past Daniel Monroe for 5th. Although again, that I'm going to counter myself there. That could be an engine warming up thing. And that is the other thing, that the engines, as they change temperature, do change performance. And if you opt out in a cold kart, you can disadvantage yourself in the early stages of some of these races. Crowley's just put in a new fastest lap of the race, 46.060. He's not done today. Just trying to find a way to get past Max Papworth now. There they are.
They've got King, Monroe and Brooks right behind them. However, Brooks in the number 19 does have a cone penalty. Just as I say that, Louis Robinson, 14th, gets a penalty. That's for an ABC takeout for Louis. But here he goes. Looking for the move was the 22. Through Paddock, shakes his head, realises he actually probably lost more speed than he gained there. So tries to continue. That's Brooks looking for the move into Cafe. That would be a tough one to make work. The 20 still heavily defending there into T1 for the 22. Papworth knows Cole and Kaczmarczyk, they're pretty much gone. So just trying to hold on to that final podium position, isn't he really? Crowley all over him though.
It's a big step up from Kaczmarczyk as well. You know, results last season, didn't do the full season last year. Finished in 17th in points. Best results was a 7th place in one of the pre-finals later in the season. Down the inside goes Crowley, trying to, and that's going to be interesting. Now that's one of those that's borderline for me, because I think Papworth, if he'd wanted to, could have made that corner.
I would agree with you. But I'd say he did get punted. He did get tapped in the rear.
Yep.
So that allows it for me.
Okay. 2.5 minutes to go. Kaczmarczyk, in terms of round 1, 10th and 23rd were the results in A-level races.
We've got a yellow flag at hairpin 1. I think it might have actually just gone green. I think. But I'm not sure what that was for. No, it is still yellow. It is definitely still yellow into hairpin 1. So that's a main overtaking point gone for these drivers.
The form book, at least, would not have called this result today, I feel. But it really has been. He's been on it all day, is Stefan Kaczmarczyk. O'Sullivan there, trying to find a way through. Number 37.
I was about to say, Crowley's all over the rear end of Papworth here. Gets it a bit slidey though, tries to do the cut back. That's not going to work for Crowley. Going to try it again here, switch to the outside after hairpin 1. Going to try and switch back again, I assume, out of hairpin 2. Not going to work, isn't quite able to get the run off the corner. Has to stay in 4th for now.
And it's great news to say, at the moment, our top 3, none of them finished on the podium in any of the races at Bayford Meadows. I think it serves us up for a really open title fight in super lightweight this year. Nathan Crowley trying to. What he was trying to do there was take a bigger chunk of curb to open up the left-hander after Garda, but took too much, way too much.
Can't be too greedy.
Less than a minute to go. Stefan Kaczmarczyk leads this race, 3 seconds clear of Sam Cole. And then it's another 3.5 seconds.
Brooks. Look at that.
Wow, that's a brilliant move by Harrison Brooks. He's going to go for the other one.
Wow. 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 That was amazing.
That was all about reading the situation. I don't think Papworth or Crowley knew he was there.
Nope.
And Harrison Brooks finished 2nd in the final at Bayford Meadows. That was so close. Up the inside goes Crowley. Here comes Ralph King as well. It's all going wrong for Papworth at the moment. We're on the last lap of the race now. Stefan Kaczmarczyk leads by 3.3 seconds. But with a late surge, Harrison Brooks has put himself. Harrison Brooks could be leading this championship tonight. It is so wide open.
King goes for a move on Patworth into T1, I think. Made it stick there. Yes, he has. He's now on the inside and dive bomb into T2. Sorry, hairpin 2. The 22 tries to make it stick. Not going to happen, though. Just has to pull his nose out, going into that fast left-right section. Down, Simon Sweep. They come. 19 still leading 22. I think King had it done. The 22 dives it down into Paddock, going to squeeze him wide. Hit clips the bollard. Who's going to get the penalty there? I'm not sure. And is still there, the 22. Quite the argy-bargy race, but what a win from Stefan Kaczmarczyk. Unbelievable drive from him. Sam Cole comes through in second, but I believe it is indeed the 22. Nathan Crowley on the last lap does indeed grab the position off of Harrison Brooks. A brilliant end of the previous lap for Harrison Brooks, claiming those 2 positions from Crowley and King, but Crowley able to claw it back. King then there in 5th. Bo Sullivan ended up 6th. Max Patworth was 7th. Marcel Kowalski in 8th. Daniel Monroe ended up 9th. And then William Taylor with the fastest lap of the race, a 45.935, taking 10th position.
Very good stuff. A first ever win in the Club 100 Junior Super Lightweight Championship for Stefan Kaczmarczyk. A fantastic race. 3.48 seconds was his lead in the end, and a full complement of 130 points from this race, and a nice trophy to take home with him. Right, that is it. That is all the racing done here today. Very quick thanks to our Alpha Live crew who have been out there on circuit and in here in the John Button suite. Jake Grubb, Tom Glover, Jack Mitchell out on cameras for you today. Big thanks to them, because without them we literally could not do our jobs here in the comms box. Ryan Wakeman and Luke Austin have been our support here, producing and directing. And making sure that us commentators are all behaving ourselves and fed and watered and all of that business. John,
we would never not behave ourselves.
Well,
what are you on about?
It's a hard job. Someone's going to do it. John, thank you so much.
The ambulance is setting a fastest lap.
Yeah, ambulance is
He's
going
for
a hot lap. You enjoyed it, mate.
Sorry, mate. It's been brilliant. It has been fantastic. I was well excited for today to see the new karts out on track, and they didn't disappoint. Some fantastic racing from them and from the juniors as well. I'm super excited to see how this season plays out in 2022.
And as we say, we will have coverage of this championship again later in the year. If you're just tuning in as well, or you're watching it back, do still like and share the stream. Let people know if they're watching it on catch up later on. Next round for this championship will be the weekend of the 11th and the 12th of June. The next round that is covered by us here on Alpha Live and DDMM will be on the 2nd of October, I've got it, which will be down at Clay Pigeon. Talking of Clay Pigeon, we will be down there in 2 weekends' time on the Jubilee weekend for some Super 1 action, so do join us for that, and also at Double Dash MM we've got some Club 100 iRacing action coming up for you. We should mention for yourself next week, mate. Wilton Mill
Kart Club, yeah, it's going to be brilliant. Still working on who's going to be my co-commentator for it, but I'm definitely going to be there, and it's going to be some fantastic racing as usual. No British kart champs on this weekend, so we should see everyone there competing at Wilton Mill, and it's always brilliant racing, so you should definitely make sure you tune in next Sunday.
Right, let's wrap it up. That's all we've got time for here at Buckmore Park. Thank you to the Buckmore Park staff, the Alpha Live staff, we say, the Club 100 staff, and all of you at home. Thank you for supporting this first ever day of the Club 100 Cadets Championship and this first appearance on Alpha Live for the Junior Championship. We'll be back very, very soon. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thank you very much for watching, and goodbye.